Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 239 of Java for Tester series, that is generics. So what are generics? So at a high level, generics provide type safety. Okay, generics provide type safety. Where exactly the generics provide type safety? I'll explain soon. Fine. Before that, let's find out more. Okay, let's find out more about generics. So generics, where exactly we can apply the generics for providing the type safety? So generics can be applied with three different things. Okay, generics provide type safety. Generics provide type safety. Where exactly this generics can provide the type safety? There are three things that generics provide this type safety with. That is, one is with collections framework. This is one thing where generics provide the type safety. Second thing is classes. We can apply the generics for providing the type safety to the classes also. Same time, we can use the generics inside the methods also. Okay, we can use generics with methods also for type safety purpose. We can use generics with collections framework, classes, and methods. So how exactly the generics are going to provide the type safety, and what exactly is this type safety? In order to understand these things, let's move into the practical mode now. Okay, I'll start this by I'll start explaining this generics in a practical way to show you how these generics provide type safety with collections framework. Okay, I'll start with the collections framework and show you how generics provide type safety for the collections framework, and what exactly is this type safety you are going to find out now. Fine. Let's move into the practical mode now. So guys, let me create a class. I'll name this class as some demo class. You can name it anything. And I'll select this public static void main so that it can be auto-generated when I create this class. You see a class named demo with an auto-generated main method got auto-generated here, right? Now guys, inside this main method, if I declare a variable a as int primitive data type, so to this variable a, I can assign integer values, right? Integer literals I can assign to the variable a because this particular variable a is declared with int primitive data type. What if I try to assign something like string here? Will this work? Immediately I'm going to get a compiler error, type mismatch, right? So here, what is the purpose of int, guys? Int is a primitive data type which is declaring this variable so that only the required type of values or type of literals can be assigned to this variable. So here int is providing the type safety, right? Here type safety is provided by safety. Type safety is provided by int primitive data type for this variable. Similarly, let's say we have an array. Okay, let's say integer array, or we can take it this time string array. String array a is equal to, okay, to this string array, I can assign string literals only. Arun, Varun, let's say Tarun. Okay, like this I can assign. That's correct. But the moment I try to assign, so far so good, right? But the moment when I try to assign some integer literal as one of the array element of this string array, I'm going to get a compiler error. Why? Because this string is providing the type safety here. Here type safety is provided by string. When I say string of array, only string literals I can enter. I cannot enter some integer literals. The type safety is there. Otherwise, you will get some compiler errors. Now let's move to the next one, guys. Let's take one of the topic, guys. Collections framework is kind of very big. Okay, there are several interfaces. And classes inside the collections framework. Okay, out of all those things, let me take a simple thing. Say array list. Okay, in collections framework, let me take array list. Array list list is equal to new array list. Okay. Hover the mouse on this array list and select import array list from the java.util package. That's fine. So what type of array list it is? Is there any type safety for this array list? Is there any type safety provided for this array list, guys? No, there is no type safety provided so far. Hence, I can assign any type of values. I can add any type of values into this array list. So if I say list dot add, I'm trying to add objects into the array list, guys. Any type of objects I can add because there is no type safety for this array list. So if I want to add only, let's say I want to add only the names into this array list. So I can assign names, say Arun, this dot add of, I can give Varun. Okay, then list dot add of Tarun. Okay, I added three string objects into this array list because I thought of adding only the string or names into this array list, which are of string type. But when I try to add some number, say 9, okay, some object, integer object, say 9 into this array list, am I getting any compiler error? Am I getting any compiler error, guys? I'm not getting any compiler error because there is no type safety here. No type safety. When there is no type safety for this one of the collections framework class known as array list, okay, when there is no type safety for one of this collections framework class, what's happening? I can add any type of object. It can be string object, it can be integer object. I can add anything like some boolean object. I can add some double object. Okay, I can add some double object or any other type of objects I can add to this array list because there is no type safety. As I mentioned here, using generics, we can provide type safety to the collections framework. Okay, by default, there is no type safety in the collections framework. But when you apply the generics to this collections framework, then the collections framework is going to get the type safety. Let me show you how to add generics. The way you can add generics is to, after this array list, you need to add less than and greater than symbols, guys. Okay, less than and greater than symbol. Here also, let's come there afterwards. Okay, after providing this less than and greater than symbol beside this array list, here you need to provide. Okay, here you need to provide what type of objects you want to add into this array list. Let's say string. Okay, so here array list, the generic type is this part is generics, guys. Okay, this part is generics. I just included generics beside this array list. On assigning the generic to this array list, this side you don't have to provide, guys. You simply can say less than greater than symbol. Automatically it will be string only. Okay, you can even provide string also. Either you can provide string or you can remove it. Both are same. Okay, so earlier into this array list there is no generics. When there is no generics applied to this array list, when generics are not applied to this array list, there was no type safety. But the moment when I added this generic, okay, inside this less than greater than symbol of generic type as string, okay, what happened, guys? What happened? Already I'm started getting some compiler errors here, okay, because I specified into this array list only string type objects have to be assigned. So type safety is now available because I applied this collections framework with generics. Okay, I clearly mentioned that into this array list only string objects have to be assigned. If I try to assign any integer objects or boolean objects or double objects other than the string type objects, I am going to get a compiler error. Okay, so generics provide type safety to the collections framework. Okay, generics provide type safety to the collections framework. So now let's move to the next example, guys. Let's print it out first. Okay, system.out.println to see whether this is correctly working or not. Let's do a print. So it got printed properly. It's working fine. Now, guys, I want to add only the integer objects. Okay, I want to add only the integer objects into this array list. So can I provide int here? Can I provide int into this generic type as generic type? No, guys. The primitive data types are not allowed. Okay, you cannot use primitive data type as generics. In generics, you cannot specify the primitive data types. So already I got a error. Compiler error is coming in here. It's not saying a proper message, but primitive data types are not allowed. Okay, instead of primitive data types, we have to use their associated wrapper classes. For int primitive data type, there is a wrapper class known as integer. The moment when I mention integer wrapper class inside this generics of this array list, okay, generic of this array list, okay, you see it's accepted here. Type safety is there, and as I provided integer wrapper class as a generic type for this array list, you see I'm getting some compiler errors because I'm trying to add string objects into this array list. When I mentioned the generic as generic type as integer and trying to add some string objects, I'm getting the compiler errors. Okay, you should add only integers. So integer objects, let's add 9, 3. Then let me add something like 6. Okay, you see when I try to add the integer objects, it's gone. Okay, compiler errors have been gone. It will work fine. So fine. What if, guys, I want to add? What if I want to add different type of objects into this array list? Okay, without generics also I can add different type of objects, right? Different type of objects I can add. List dot add of here 9 is there. Here I can add Arun. Okay, different type of objects I can add. String objects, integer objects, boolean objects I can add. Okay, but I'm getting some warning messages here. Okay, you see yellow color lines are there. These are nothing but the warning messages. They're simply coming because Java is asking you to provide the generic type for this array list. Okay, you have not provided any type safety for this array list. Can you provide so? It's asking us. Okay, that's the reason it's giving the warning messages. Still things will work, guys. There's no problem with the warning messages. You can still run it. Okay, things will work. You see different type of objects got printed here. Okay, because we didn't provide any generic type here. But if the requirement is same, that I need to add the different type of objects into this array list. Okay, I don't want any specific type safety like only string objects have to be assigned to this array list or only integer objects have to be assigned to the array list. I don't want such requirement where I want this array list to be added with different type of objects, but I don't want this warning messages. What's the solution, guys? The solution here is you need to add the generic type as object here, object class. Okay, when I add the generic type as object class here, since object class is the parent class of all the other classes in Java, you can add any type of object here, guys. Okay, so this array list, you can add any type of object. It can be integer object, it can be string object, it can be double object or boolean object or any other object you can add. At the same time, you are not going to get any warning messages. Okay, at the same time, you are not going to get any warning messages. This is how, guys, we have to use generics with the collections framework for this type safety. Okay, the type safety, if the generic type is provided as string object, string generic type into this collections framework, we can only add string objects. If integer wrapper class is provided as a generic type for this collections framework, only integer objects you can add. If object class type generic type is provided into this collections framework, you can add any type of objects into this collections framework. Okay, like that generics provide type safety for this collections framework. At the same time, guys, apart from we using the generics with the collections framework, we can also use generics with the classes also. Okay, how to use generic with the classes? Let me practically demonstrate. So let me clear out all this stuff. Okay, let me make it a normal one. Fine. So normal demo class is there, inside that main method is there. Apart from this demo class, let me create another class in Java, guys, in this project, guys. That is, let me name this class as anything. Let me name it as some lion class. Okay, you can name it anything. Click on finish. Just let me drag it here so that you can see both this demo class and lion class at the same time. So how to apply this generics to the classes? Simple, guys. Beside this class name, you have to provide less than and greater than symbols. Okay, and inside this less than and greater than symbol, you have to type something known as a letter T. Okay, have to provide something known as T, guys. So T stands for type, guys. But is it compulsory to only provide the letter T inside this generic type? No, guys, you can provide anything. You can either provide A, you can provide B, you can provide C, you can provide D. Anything is fine. But as convention, everyone actually uses T, guys. Okay. So if someone is trying to use some generic type, if someone is trying to use some generic with the classes, they simply provide T as a convention, guys. Okay. There is no compulsion that you have to use only T here. You can use A, B, C, D like that. But T actually sounds good because T stands for type. Okay. T generally in type, starting letter is T. So as per convention, a lot of people follow T. Okay, it's not compulsory though. So lion of T. Now how to use this? How to use this? Let's create an object for this lion class. Okay. Without this T, how do you create an object, guys, for this lion class? Without T, how you create an object for this lion class? Inside this main method, if I type lion is equal to new lion. Okay. This will work. I just create an object for this lion class. But when I provide generic type here, some type safety to this lion class by providing this less than greater than in between some T letter, which is kind of changeable, okay, to any other letter. Okay. If I do so and save it, so what's happening is you are getting some warning message here. Okay. For this lion, you are getting some warning message. The warning message here is you need to provide some generic type here. Okay. It's asking you to provide some generic type, guys. Okay. So lion is a raw type. References to generic type lion, T should be parameterized. Okay, you have to provide generic parameter. So this is a generic, and as a parameter, you have to provide some type here. Let's say if I provide some type like integer, and here you can just simply provide less than greater than symbol. That will be fine. Okay. So like this, guys, you have to provide some type. What type of what type of lion class? What generic type of lion class? Okay, you want to provide integer. That's fine. Okay, how to use this? How to use this then? So there's something here we have to use. Okay, either you can provide integer or you can provide some string. Everything will work as T means type. It can be any type. What type? Line is of what type? It can be integer type. It can be string type. Okay, integer type, string type, boolean wrapper class type, or it can be double wrapper class type. It can be anything, guys. Okay, so for now let's give integer. Okay, for now let's give integer. Now here inside this class, I'm going to use this T. Okay, so I'll create some variable A and I will declare this variable with the type T. This T, whatever the type you are trying to, okay, while creating an object for this lion class, whatever the type you are trying to pass, okay, that type will be declared for this variable. This variable will be declared with that particular type. So here when you say lion of integer, this integer will be passed to this T. T will now hold integer. So T is nothing but integer. Now when you try to declare a variable A or any other variable with this type T, what type of this variable A is it is integer type now. T is integer, right? Here integer will come and T will become integer. This variable A will be declared with integer type. Okay. So now that is done. Now what I will do is I'll try to assign a value to this variable A of the lion class. Using this object reference, I am going to assign some value to this variable A. How, guys? Lion dot I'll access this variable A from this lion class. Okay, using the object reference of this lion class, I'm trying to access the variable A and I'm going to assign some value, say 9. Okay, done. So after assigning the value to this variable A of this lion class, I create some method here inside this lion class. Public void some print method. Okay, some print method. System dot out dot println A. I'm simply printing the value that is stored into the variable A. So how to access this print method? Here using the object reference of the lion class, okay, we can call this method, right? So I can simply say lion dot print method. So let's see whether this complete program is working or not. Okay, so right click on the demo and say run as Java application. You see 9 got printed. That means it is working fine, right? So this is how guys you can assign generic types to the classes also. Okay, generics can also be assigned to the classes, can be used with the classes as part of type safety. Which type of which type of thing has to be passed into this line. Okay, this is a parameter guys. Okay, for the line class you are passing the parameter as integer. That integer you are declaring a particular variable inside this line class. Like this you can use this parameter. Inside this class you can use this parameter guys. Okay, so this is how we can apply the generics with the classes. This is the way to use the generics with the classes guys. Okay, so two things are done: how to use generics with the collections framework and how to use generics with the classes. And there is one more thing guys. Okay, there is some extension here, that is I can apply few rules here. So this generic type or this generic parameter t, I can apply few rules. That is, I can say extends number. What does this mean? T extends number. Okay. So you know, right, in Java there is a number class, and number class has different child classes. Okay. Number is a predefined class in Java, and which has different child classes like there are different child classes like integer class, double wrapper class, boolean wrapper. Not boolean is not a number, right? So let's go and find it out. Okay. So Java 8 API. So if I search for something like some integer wrapper class, search for integer guys. So integer is a predefined class in Java, and what is the parent of this integer class? Number. Okay. Similarly, if I search for double wrapper class. Double wrapper class is a predefined class in Java, and it is a child class of the number class. Or you can actually search for some uh, long wrapper class. Okay, so let's go back here and search again. Java 8 API. Long. Yeah, long is another predefined class in Java, and it also has the number as a parent class. But what about string, guys? What about string? If I try to search for string is also a predefined class in Java, but it is not having any parent class as number. Okay, under number we don't have under number predefined class we don't have the string class. String class is not the child class of the number class. Similarly, any other types? Let's say boolean. Let's go with the boolean wrapper class. Boolean is also not having the number as a parent class. Okay, so far under number class of Java we have different things like integer wrapper class, double wrapper class, and another one was long wrapper class. These were the different child classes of this number class in Java. Okay, so when I say t extends number here beside the class, instead of providing only t means any type which extends number. Here number is the parent class. What are the different child class of the number? Integer. Okay, it can be integer, it can be double, it can be long. But is string a child class of the number class? No. What if I provide string here? I'm going to get a compiler error, guys. Okay, the line class is provided with some specific type, generic type, that is t, which should extend number. But if I provide the line of string here, t actually okays the string type. But the problem here is when you simply say extends number, whether the string class is a child class of the number class or not will be verified. No, then you cannot provide it here. But what if I provide integer? This will be allowed because integer is the child class of the number class, so allowed. What if I provide something like double? Double is also a child class of the number class, so it's allowed. What if I provide something like long? Long is also a child class of the number class, so it will be allowed. What if I provide number? Sorry. What instead of here long or integer or double, if I provide number, this will also be allowed. Okay, so it can be number. This generic type should be either number or its child classes. Number or its child class. Child class of the number are integer, double. All these are allowed, guys. Okay, double. Float also will be allowed because float also is the child class of the number class, and long. Okay, so like this it will be allowed. But if you try to provide string here, which is not the child class of this number class, this generic type will fail this particular thing and you will get a compiler error like this. Okay, you cannot provide, guys. Okay, only you have to provide the child classes of this number class or number class itself while creating the object for this particular class type. Fine. So these are the few things you have to know about this, guys. Okay, and what else? Let's find out the next thing, guys. Okay, let's find out the next thing, that is how to apply generics with the methods. Okay, how to apply generics with the methods. So fine, this program will still work, guys. When you run it, it will work. Right click run as Java application, it will print 9. Okay, it's because the integer is there. Lion.a is equal to 9 is there. But if I provide double here, you will get a compiler error here. You have to say 9.9. Then only it will work. Because this is of line, this is of double type. T is now double, which is a child of the number. That's okay. So T is now double. A is of double type. But if you try to assign some integer literal to this double type, you are going to get a compiler error. That's why you have to say 9.9 in case of double. But if I change it to integer again, okay, again you will get compiler. You have to assign integer literals to this A because this is declared as integer type. Fine, done. Next thing is methods. Okay, let's go with the applying the generics with the methods. How to apply how to use generics with the methods. So let's create a method inside in parallel to this main method. Let's create another method, guys. That is public static void. Okay, some sample method. It can be any method, sample method. Inside this sample method, as a parameter, okay, I'm going to provide something like lion, this lion class, and generic I am going to provide. Okay, what's the generic type? Here if I specify integer, this sample method has a parameter of lion class type, which is of integer type. Okay, and here I can say L. This will work. Okay, this will work. So fine. So inside this, I'll simply say system.out.println L dot A. I'll simply say L dot A. Okay. Why? Because the object reference of the lion class. Using the object reference of the lion class, here L is the object reference of the lion class, guys. Using this object reference, I can access this variable, right? I can do that. I can access the variable. So I did that. But guys, I want to do something. Okay, instead of calling this print method, I want to call this sample method. How to do that? So lion.a is equal to 9. After that, I want to call the sample method. Sample method, I want to call. Directly can call the sample method. So, but the sample method is not an empty one. It actually needs this particular, it has a single parameter known as L, which is declared with lion integer type. So you need to pass the object in the same way. Here you can pass a lion as an argument. So lion is passed as an argument to this L. So lion is there, and with the lion, we have assigned the variable A with of this lion class as 9. So when you pass this object and assign it to L, L will actually hold the same thing. Okay, L dot A will be what, guys? L dot A will be 9 because lion is assigned to the L. If you are printing the lion dot A, it will print 9. If you print L dot 9, L dot A also, it will print 9 because this lion is now passed as an argument to this parameter. Okay, like this you have to use generics within the methods. Okay, with the methods as parameters, you can use the generic types like this. So fine, good. Let's run this and see whether this particular method is called and this particular thing got printed or not. Right click, run as Java application. You see it is working fine. Okay, so you can use generic types inside the method parameters also. What if I don't provide integer. Instead, I will provide some question mark. What does this mean? Question mark means any type. Here T means any type, right? Here you can either provide line of integer, or instead of integer you can provide question mark. Question mark means it can be anything, any type. Either you pass integer, it will accept. Either you pass what you call double, it will accept. Okay. If I pass double here, and if I say 9.9 here, this will be accepted. Okay. This will be accepted by this. You see there is no compiler error here. You see, you can if you want to pass line of double, object of this line of double to this line of question mark, it's fine. But if you say integer here, you are going to get a compiler here, because line is of double type, but here you have to specify integer type. Instead, if you provide simply question mark, there will not be any problem. Okay, either it be double or integer or anything, it will be accepted. Question mark means any type. Okay. On the top of that, you can even say extends number. Okay, extends number also you can say. That means question mark extends number. Either it should be number or its child class. Integer. Okay, I can provide. But when I say string here, okay, if I say string here, I'll remove this part for now. If I say string here, I'm going to get a compiler error here. Okay, because line of string is there, but here I said question mark extends number. Is string class a child class of the number class? No, that's not possible then. Okay, if you change it to number or something, it will work. You see, number is working, integer will be working, double will be working. Okay, only thing is that you need to change the value type. Okay, you see, question mark extends number. So this is how you can apply the generics to the parameters of the methods, guys. Okay, so question mark means anything, extends number means it should be the child class of the number class. Okay, fine. So like this, you can apply generics with the methods also. Okay, one more thing is also left, guys. Okay, let me remove this method for now. Remove this part also, and let's remove these things also. Let's go back to the normal mode. So let's remove this generic type. So this is normal class. In order to create an object for this normal class, lion is equal to new lion. Okay. So here also I'm trying to apply generics with the classes, guys. Okay. Let me revisit the classes again, so that I want to explain more about the application of the generics with the classes. So if you specify T here, okay, how many generic types are there here? Only one generic type is there. Okay. In this case, you have to provide something here like integer or something. Okay. Only one type. But what if here instead of T I say A comma B? How many generic types are there? A comma B, two generic types are there. This lion class is having two generics. You can even have three, guys. A comma B comma C is also allowed. More than one generic type can be assigned to this class. Okay. Here I have to say integer, double, okay, string. Like this, you can assign three things. So here you see how many parameters are there in this generic. There are three parameters. Okay, because this particular class is holding three parameters. Okay, that's why we have to provide three parameters into this generic. Okay, now how to use this generics then? Okay, how to use this generics? Simple, guys. Some A, some B, C. That means A is declared with A type, B is declared with B type, C is declared with variable C is declared with C type. Okay, and here if you say integer, A is of which type? Integer. So this variable A will be declared with integer type. Now B is double type, so B will be declared with double. C is string, C will be declared with string. Like this, guys. Now I can say lion dot A is equal to if I give 9, it will accept, because A is of which type? Integer type. But if I try to give something like string, I'll get a compiler error. It's not allowed, guys. Okay, 9. Now if I say lion dot B is equal to some 9.36 will be accepted because double type. B is of double type. But try to give something like only 9. Compiler error will come. Okay, 9.12 or anything you can give. Now the third thing is lion dot C is equal to, okay, C is equal to some 9 if I give. Compiler error. Which type I have to give? String type. If I give something like Arun here, it will work. Like this, guys, you have to use. Okay, I can create a print method again. Public void some print method. You can give any name here, and simply I'll say system.out.println. This is a very sample program, guys. Okay, for you to make understand how to apply the generics with the classes, methods, and the collections frameworks. Not more than that. Okay, basic examples where you will know how to use the generics with the classes, methods, and the collections frameworks. So right click, run as, have to call this method, right? Print method I have to call. Simply I'll say lion dot print method. Okay, run this, right click, run as Java application. All these three things will be printed. So here generics can have generics when applied to the classes can have multiple parameters. Okay, it's not compulsory that you have to provide only parameter type T. Okay, you can provide multiple parameters like this. Any number of parameters you can provide with the classes. So guys, this is all about the generics, guys. It's all about the generics and how you can apply the generics for type safety. Okay, for the requirement of type safety with the collections frameworks, classes, and methods. Okay, this is how you have to use generics with the classes, collections frameworks, and methods. And they provide single concept known as type safety to all these types. Okay, so this is all about generics, guys. Hope you understood it. In the next video session, I am going to explain the other topic of Java, that is file handling. Okay, I'm going to explain about file handling in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 240 of Java for Tester series, that is file handling. So, what is file handling? File handling is a mechanism in which we can handle the files in different ways. So few operations that we can perform on the files are, first thing is we can create files. Okay, we can create files. Then we can write text into the files. Then we can read text from the files. And we can also delete the files and many other operations. These are the basic operations that we can perform as part of file handling mechanism, that is creating, deleting, writing, reading. Okay, so in this video session, I am going to explain all about how to handle the files in Java. Okay, to start with, we have to understand a predefined class and its methods. Okay, so there is a predefined class known as file class, and it has some predefined methods. So let's get started, guys. Let's get started with the file predefined class and its predefined methods for handling the files. Fine. So let's first create a class. Let me name this class as any name, demo. Select this public static void main. So the code has been auto-generated. We have the demo class for which you can give any name. And inside that we have a main method. Inside the main method, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to use this file predefined class and its predefined methods for handling the files to get started with. Fine. So at present, let's refresh this project. Are you seeing any files here? In this my Java project, do you see any files here? Even after refreshing also, I'm not getting any text files or any other files. But guys, if I want to represent a file in Java, I have to use which class? I have to use a class known as file class. File is a predefined class in Java using which we can represent a file object. Okay, we can represent a file object, guys. File object. So this is not a real file. This is not a This is not a real file. It's just an object case. Okay. So file, using file class, we can represent files which are not real, but they are at object level. Okay. Fine. So let's represent a file. File, say file is equal to new file. Let's create an object for the file class like this. Okay. To create an object for the file class, file is a predefined class in Java. You have to import it from java.io package. Import file predefined class from the java.io package of the Java. On importing it, okay, you are going to represent a file. Here you are trying to create an object for the file. New file means you are going to create an object for the file. But guys, this constructor cannot be empty. You have to provide the name of the file along with the extension. Okay. At present, when you refresh this project, you are not getting any file. Here, I want to represent a file like abc.txt file with extension known as txt. Txt is the extension for the text files, right? So abc is the name of the file. Name of the text file is abc and its extension is txt. So that it's a abc text file. I want to represent this abc.txt file in this project. Okay, fine. Still, this particular file is not real, guys. Okay, we have just represented a file. We have just represented a file at object level. That's it. Okay, at object level, but not physical level. Physically, no file will be represented here. There is no file actually in this project. You can see that there is no file here. Okay, we are just virtually or unphysically. Okay, virtually we are representing a file as object, guys. Okay, for that we have to use this file class. We have to create an object for the file class and give the name and extension of the file that you want to represent. Okay, now the file got represented at the object level, but not at the physical level. There is no physical file, guys. Okay, it's only at the object level. It is there. Okay, done. Next thing here is, let's check whether this particular file exists or not. Okay, if I say file dot exists, okay, there is a method known as file has some predefined methods, guys. Okay, this file class in Java has some predefined methods. One of the method that this particular file class has is exists method. Okay, you can actually find this in the Java 8 API. Just go to the documentation for Java 8 or any other version of Java that you can find. Click on that and search for file class. When you search for the file class, let's find it out. Yeah, this is the file class. It's a predefined class in Java. File class is a predefined class in Java. Okay, and if you scroll down, it will have some predefined methods. These are methods, list of methods we have. Out of all these methods, we can find somewhere exists method. You see, this will check whether what is the purpose of this exists method is one of the predefined methods of the file class. Okay, one of the predefined methods of the file class is this exists method. So here I'm trying to explain that. So if you say file dot exists, okay, what is the result? What is the return type? Boolean, guys. Okay, over the mouse, you will also get the same Boolean. That means true or false, it will return. If I say system.out.println file dot exists, this will be correct because whatever the Boolean value that is returned by this exists will be printed by this print statement. So what should be the result, guys? What can be the result? The result will be false, guys. The reason here is, though you are representing this particular file here, it is only available at the object level, but not at the physical. There is no physical file created. Okay, this file object for this file class is not representing the real file or real physical file. It's only representing the object level. Okay, virtual kind of file you can say for now. Okay, so file.exists will return false because there is no such file in this project. Even though you refresh, you cannot find any file here, right? So if I run this program, you'll get the result as false, guys. Okay, so right click, run as Java application. You got the result as false. But guys, how to create a physical file? Okay, how to create a physical file? Here, when I create an object for the file class and gave some name and extension for this file, it only represented the file at the object level, but it has not created any physical file. But how to create a physical file? So for that, the same API documentation for this file class, if you scroll down in the methods, okay, there is a method known as create new file. We have to use this predefined method of this file class known as Okay, file class known as create new file. Using this file, we can create the physical file. Okay, whatever the file you are representing. Okay, whatever the file you are representing with some name and some extension. If you want to make this real, we have to use that method, guys. That is, I have to say object reference of this file class, that is file dot create new file. Okay, create new file. When I say so, I'm getting a compiler error. Over the mouse, you can say in reality you have to do surround with try catch block. For now, I'm just ignoring the error. Okay, add throws declaration. By using that add throws declaration, I'm ignoring the compiler error. Okay, fine. So guys, the error has been gone. But here, what's the purpose of this statement? It will create a physical file, guys. Okay, whatever that this particular statement has created at the object level, okay, that thing will come into the reality or physical level by using this create new file. Okay, so save it. After you have physically created the represented file here, okay, the file will be created. Okay, when I run this program, you will see that this particular file will be created. So before running the program, let me refresh the page. There is no file coming, right? So after creating the file, I'll have the same statement. Okay, system.out.println whether the file exists at the physical level or not. I'm just checking it. So it will result in true, guys. So let's run this program to see whether this particular represented file is created physically or not. Okay, right click, run as Java application. You see, first one is false, second one is true. That means file has been physically created. Refresh this project, guys. If you refresh this project, you are getting this abc.txt file. Whatever that is represented here, that has been created with the help of which method, guys? With the help of create new file method of which class? File class. So file class has another predefined method known as create new file, using which we can create the files at the physical level. Okay. So now file.exist has returned true because the file is really created and available. Is there any particular text inside this abc.text? It should be an empty file, guys. Okay, just open this. You see, there will be nothing. Okay, there will be nothing, guys, because it's an empty file. It's an empty file. That's fine. Okay, so let's move to other things. So now you have understood how to use this create new file predefined method of this file class and also how to use this exist method, okay, of this file class. Now let's move to the next thing where so far we have created a file. Let's remove all this stuff. Okay, now using the same file class, okay, using the same file class, we are going to create a folder or directory, you can say. Okay, folder, or you can name it as directory. Okay, so we have so far used this file class for representing a file. Now we can represent a directory also, okay, using the same file. So the same thing, guys, file, okay, file is equal to new file. Just create an object for this file class, import this file class from java.io package, and here this constructor cannot be empty. So this one, either you can give the file name with the extension or you can give the directory or folder name. That is, let's say I want to give the folder name as ABC, directory or folder name as ABC. That's it. Okay. So is this particular statement representing a file or a directory? What is it representing as? We are now representing the folder, okay, at object level, but not physical level, guys. Okay, again the same thing applies here also. Okay, it's not at physical level, guys. It is at object level only. Okay, so again, if you say file dot system dot out dot println, if I say file dot exists, okay, whether this particular folder exists at a physical level or not, the result will be false. Okay, so how to create a folder then? How to create this folder at the physical level? For as part of files, we have this method known as create new file. But coming to the folders, if you want to really make a folder, create a folder at the physical level, the particular folder that this file class is representing at the object level. Okay, so we have a method known as mkdir. Okay, this is a predefined method. make directory. Okay, create directory like that, make directory. MK means make directory kind of. Okay, so using this method, which also belongs to this file class. This is third method, right? So far I explained three predefined methods. Okay, first predefined method is exist method, then create new file, then mkdir. Okay, this one is for creating the folders at the physical level. So you can even find this mkdir in the file class. The file class API documentation. If you scroll down, so somewhere you will find mkdir, guys. Let's find it. This one. Okay, it creates the directory at the physical level. So let's do that. Here you will get the result as false. Let's run this and see. Let's delete this, guys. Okay, let's delete this older file. Okay, then after deleting, just refresh the project to see is there anything. Nothing is there. Fine. So for now, when I run this program, the folder will not be created. As you can see, under this project, the folder will not be created because this file class is just representing the folder at the object level only. Okay. So since it is at the object level, it will not be at the physical level. So when you say file.exist, it will return false. Okay. Right click run as Java application. It will simply result false because the folder is at the object level. It's not at the physical level. If you refresh also, you will not see any folder here. But guys, how to create the folder at the physical level? Whatever this particular folder that this file class is representing, if you want to get that into the physical level, you have to simply say this file dot mkdir. That's it. Okay. This particular statement will create this particular represented folder at the physical level. Okay. This will creates the represented file class represented folder at the physical level. Okay. Now, after the folder has been created, if I print down this file.exist, it will return true, guys, because the folder has been created at the physical level. So this exist method will return the Boolean value as true. Okay. So before running the program, I'm just refreshing to see that there is no folder here. Let me run it. Right click, run as Java application. So first one is false, where this is resulting in false because this is at the object level only. This folder is at the object level. Okay. But when you say file.mkdir, this particular folder, whatever the name is there, ABC folder, will be created at the physical level. And once the folder has been created in this project, this file.exist method will return true because the folder has been physically created. Okay. So to confirm whether the folder has been really created or not, let's refresh this project. You see, you got a project known, you got a folder known as ABC folder. Okay, which got created with the help of file.mkdir. That was a third predefined method of this file predefined class. Now we are able to create a file, we are able to create a folder. Now the next requirement for is I want to create the file. Okay, I have created a folder here, right? I have created a folder. ABC folder has been created. Let's remove this for now. Delete this. We'll remove all this stuff. Okay. Only we will have two things here. That is, we'll first represent a folder here, then we'll create the folder. Okay. After the folder has been created here, I want to create a file, but not at the project level. I want to create the file at the folder level only. Under this ABC folder, I want to create a file. So how I have to do, guys? Okay. How can I do this? How can I do this? Here I created a folder. Inside this folder, I want to create a file. Okay. So that means create a file, that is a text file under the above created ABC folder. This is the requirement. For that, we have to say file some file2 is equal to new file of, okay, of. So here the constructor cannot be empty. So first here we have a requirement, guys. We have to create a text file, but under this ABC folder, which is already created by this mkdir, right? ABC folder has been created by mkdir. It will be available at the physical level. So if you want to create this particular text file, okay, at this under this folder known as ABC folder, then first you need to give the folder details here. That is, this file is actually representing this folder only. This mkdir has created that folder. Okay, so give the file. Okay, this is the folder. Okay, this is the folder. Comma, you have to give the you have to give the name, and let's say I'll give some name like def.txt. Okay, def.txt. This is a text file. I want to create this text file under this ABC folder, but this particular file statement is representing the text file at an object level only. How to make it real, guys? How to make it physical? So file2 dot create new file, the same method. Okay, you have to use the same method known as create new file for files. For directory creation, we have to use mkdir. Now, guys, when you say create new file, this particular text file will be created at which folder? Under which folder? Under ABC folder. Okay, under ABC folder, because you have represented this file here. Okay, in this constructor of the second file class, you have mentioned this directory object reference. Fine. So let's run this and see. Before running, let me refresh. You'll not get anything, but let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. Okay, you will not see any result because I'm not printing anything out. So once that is run, just refresh this page. Observe that initially this ABC folder has been created, right? Now I am saying file2 is equal to new file of this folder, that is ABC folder. Inside the ABC folder, create this def.txt file. Expand this ABC folder. You see, you will see the def.txt file, which was created by this create new file. Okay, this method has created this file at the physical level. Okay, like this, guys, we can create a folder, and under the folder we can create the files. Okay, so these are a few things you need to know about the files, file class and its predefined methods. This is how we have to use this file class and its predefined methods with files and directories. Okay, we can use this file class with both files and directories. So we are done with creating the files and folders at the physical level. Okay, now, but there are a few more things, guys. Okay, before I end this file class and its predefined method, there are few other predefined methods for this file class. Okay, let me discuss. Apart from this, exists create new file mkdir predefined methods of this file class. We also have other predefined methods like isFile, and other one is directory. Okay, so can you guess what's the purpose of this isFile and isDirectory? You can see them here, guys, in the API documentation of this file class. isFile and isDirectory is there. What does these things mean, guys? Here file, this particular file is a directory or text file. It is a file or directory. This particular file, it is a directory case, right? It is a directory. What about this one? This file2 is representing a file or directory. It is a file. It's not a directory. def.txt is not a directory. It's a file. So to check whether this particular object references of this file classes, okay, there are two possibilities, right? Either it can be a directory or it can be a text file. How to find it out during the programs? So if I say if file dot, otherwise I'll simply say system.out.println file dot is file. It is a file or not? What will be the result, guys? File dot is a file. It is a text file or some kind of file. But this is a directory, guys. Is file will return false. This is not a directory. This is not a file. It's a directory. So is file will return false because this particular file is a directory. Now second thing, system.out.println, I will write file dot is directory. So what will be the result, guys? Is it a file or directory? This file is a directory. Since we are saying is directory, it will return true. Okay, since it is a directory, it will return true. What about the second one? System.out.println file2 dot is file. Is this file2 is representing a file or not? Yes, it is a file. It's not a directory. So it will return true. System.out.println file2 dot is directory. Is file2 a directory? No, it's a file. So it will return false. Like this, guys, we have to use is file and is directory predefined methods of this file class. Okay. So if I run this, you will get the same results like false, true, true, false. Right click, run as Java application. You see, false, true, true, false. The same result we got. Then we have other two predefined methods for this file class, guys. That is length and delete. What does this mean? That means inside this def.txt file, okay, so let's get rid of all this stuff. Okay, let's get rid of all this stuff. Even I'll remove this one also, okay, to make it simple. So file is equal new file. That here I don't have anything. Delete delete it. Okay, file is equal new abc.txt. I will say txt. Okay, that particular file is not there here under this project now. Okay, so but let me manually create. Right click on this project, say new, say file, and give the name of the file as abc.txt. abc.txt. Here I am not programmatically creating the abc.txt file. I am manually creating it using the Eclipse IDE functionality. You see, abc.txt file got this particular file class is representing this abc.txt file, right? So in this file, I'm going to write some text. Okay, hello world, something like this. Save it. Now, guys, I'm going to use a predefined method of this file class, that is length. Predefined method known as length is there. Okay, I'm going to use that. If I say system.out.println file.length. So before actually I am using this length method, what I did, guys, I already typed some text into this abc.text file. abc.text file has some text like hello world. Okay, so how many letter what is the length, guys? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11, including space it is 11, right? So the same thing will be done by file.length, guys. This length will return the number of characters in this particular text file. Okay, in this particular file. Okay, this length method will return the number of characters in this file. So if I run this, I'll get the output as 11. Right click, run as Java application. You see, we got the output as 11. The length method is for finding the length of this particular text inside this text file. Okay, that's how the length method, which is a predefined method of the file class, works. Next thing here is delete. Can you guess what the purpose of the delete? We can delete the file. Simply if you say file.delete, okay, file.delete. This particular thing, this particular predefined method of the file class will simply delete the file, whatever you are referring to. Here, before I run this program, let's refresh the project and see that there is a file known as abc.text file. But here, I am trying to delete this particular abc.text file using the delete method. So if I run this program, right click, run as Java application, will not see any result. But when you refresh the project, you see the text file got deleted. abc.txt file, which I created earlier here, got deleted because of this delete method. So this is how, guys, we have to use all the predefined methods of this file class. Okay. So what are the different predefined methods we have under the file class? One is exist method. Then we have create new file method. Then mkdir method. Then we have isFile method. Then we have isDirectory method. Then we have length method. Then we have delete method. Okay. Okay. So something got wrong. Let's type it again. Exist. Then we have create new file. Then we have mkdir. Then we have isFile. Then we have isDirectory. Then we have length. Then we have delete. These are the different predefined methods. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 predefined methods of this particular file class. Okay, fine. We are done with the file class and its predefined methods, guys. Now let's move to the other things, like apart from creating the files and deleting the files and representing the files, we also have some other operations like reading and writing. Okay, we can read and write. We can perform some operations like read and write into the files. Okay, so let's get started with such kind of things in Java. How to do that? How to read? How to write into the files and how to read from the files? All those things. Let's find it out. So to get started with, we can use some basic classes like file writer. Okay, file writer and file reader. So guys, from here on, what are the things that I'm going to explain? Let me write down at a high level so that you can follow the things. Okay, so what I'm going to explain, file writer. Okay, these are the different classes I'm going to explain as part of file handling, guys. That is file writer, file reader. Then we have buffer writer, buffer reader. Okay, buffer writer and buffer reader. So buffered, we have to say buffered, guys. Okay, it's not buffer, it's buffered. So buffered writer and buffered reader, file writer, file reader. Then we have the next one is print writer. Okay, next one is print writer. Then file input stream, file output stream. These are the several things I am going to practically demonstrate for you. Using this, all these things, guys, this file writer, file reader, buffer writer, buffer reader, print writer, okay, file input stream, file output stream, we can perform read and write operations. Okay, in file handling mechanism, all these predefined classes like file writer, file reader, buffer writer, buffer reader, print writer, file input stream, file output stream can be used for reading and writing operations. Okay, so I'm going to practically demonstrate one after the other. So let's start with the first one, that is file writer for writing into the files. Okay, for writing the files, let's start with the file writer. So fine. So again, we are back to the same project and refresh this project. Do you see anything? There is no file here. That's fine. Now what I'm going to say is, I will simply say file writer. Okay, directly using file writer, FW is equal to new file writer. For writing into the files, I want this, right? Hover the mouse on file writer and select import this file writer class from java.io package. When I do that, the compiler error has been gone. But the other side, where you're trying to create an object for the file writer, we are getting a compiler error because this file writer cannot be empty. This constructor cannot be empty. Hover the mouse to see what exactly is asking us to do. You have to provide the file here. Okay, inside this file writer, have to provide the file. That is, before actually creating an object for this file writer, we have to represent a file. Okay, let's represent a file, guys. File is equal to new file. Okay, let's represent a file. So hover the mouse on this file and select import file Java, file from java.io package. And here, let's give the name of the file like abc.txt. Okay, abc.txt. So we have just represented the file at object level only. Okay, at object level only, we have represented the file. Now when I say file writer FW is equal new file writer, so now after representing this particular file at the object level, you can provide this particular file as an input to this file writer constructor. Okay, so what's the purpose of this file writer, guys? What is the purpose? For writing into the files, guys. Okay, for writing into the files, we need this file writer for writing into the files. But this file writer constructor wants this particular file. You have, whatever the represented file is there, if you want to, whatever the represented file is there, that should be the input for this file writer. But guys, did I create this particular file at the physical level? It's only at the object level, right? I have not created this particular file at the physical level. Okay, it's only at the object level. But I want to write the text into the file. Can I directly say file writer FW is called new file writer without actually creating this particular file? That is file dot. How to create the file at the physical level? File dot create new file, I have to say, right? Then this particular file which is represented at the object level will be created at the physical level. But guys, this particular thing is not required at all. Okay, you can remove this. It's not required. If you are using file writer, this file writer constructor, you are providing this particular file, okay, which is only represented at the object level. But when you are running the second line, the file writer, this particular statement, what it does is, if this particular file is not created at the physical level, it will create it at the physical level without any need for using this create new file. Okay, without actually we manually create the file like file.create new file. Okay, this file writer, if the particular file that you are representing is not actually created, this file writer will create the file for us. Okay, you can see that. You don't have to explicitly say file.create new file. This is not required. Okay, this is not required in this kind of example where, because file writer will check whether this particular represented file is actually created or not. If it is created using the create new file, it will not create. The file writer will not create the file. It will use the existing physical file. But if you have not created the file at the physical level, then file writer will create this particular file for you. Okay, you don't have to mention file.create new file. Okay, that is not required in case of file writer. Only thing you need to pass is the file representation you have to pass. Okay, this particular file, this representation should be passed into this file writer. That is only required. Other than that, nothing is required. Now guys, you have created an object for the file writer. But what is the purpose of the file writer? The purpose of the file writer is to write text into this represented file. But how to write? Definitely, we are going to have some predefined methods for this file writer using which we can write the text into this particular files. Right? What are the methods? What are the methods? So these are the methods, guys. Okay, write is a method. Okay, for writing text into this represented file, we have to use write method, which belongs to the file writer. So we have to simply say fw dot write. Okay, but there are many varieties for this write method. You see, here write method is there for this file writer class. Okay, like that, several overloaded methods are there. One is actually asking you to provide input in the form of character array. Another one is like int c, some string, some char, some string, something like that. I prefer to use write of string, guys, okay, because it is very easy for us to write. So write it fw.write. I'll simply say fw.write. I'll simply say hello. Okay, hello. Then again I will say fw.write string. Okay, here I will say how are you? How are you? Then next one fw.write string see you bye. Okay, see you bye. These are three things I want to write. These are the three statements I want to write inside this file. Okay, so here again, let's see, guys. First of all, I didn't create any file. Using the create new file, file writer will create this particular represented file for us. Okay, and after the file has been created, I'm going to write the text, this particular text, hello, how are you, and see you bye. This kind of text I want to write into the files. So let's run this and see what's going to happen. Whether this particular text will be really written into these files. Let's find it out. It will not be, guys. Okay, you will not see that. But here file will be created, guys, but without any text. This text will not be input into the file. Okay, here file writer will create this file, that is abc.text file will be created. After I run this program, abc.text file will be created, but this particular text will not be inputted into the file. Okay, it's not written into the file. I'll explain you the reason for that. Okay, right click, run as Java application. Okay, refresh the project. After running the program, just refresh the project. You see, as I mentioned, the file writer has created this represented file. Then when you open this, you will not see anything. The reason here is, after writing multiple lines like this, at the end, you have to use a method known as flush method. Okay, after writing all these things, so it will be something like this, guys. Okay, so let's say this side we have the text file. This is a text file, that is abc.txt file, and using which method we are trying to write? Write method, right? So one of the text we want to write is like hello. Okay, so using the write method, hello text followed by how are you, then see you bye. Like this we have three texts that need to be typed into this. Okay, we have given this three text as an input to the write method, right? Write method of the file writer class. But guys, when you try to input these things, three things into the text file, okay, into the text file, they will not be added directly, guys. Okay. So after writing all this text file, all this text into this using the write method, still this text is not added to the files. Okay. Finally, you have to do what? You have to use flush, guys. When you say flush, okay, then all this text that you have written will fall into this file. Till then, it will be outside only. Okay. There will be in temporary memory kind of thing only. When you say flush, okay. So when you say fw dot flush, then only this text will be typed into the text will be inputted into the text file. Okay. So after several write operations like this, write, okay, you can add as many number. At a go, when you say flush, all this text will be added to the text files. Okay. So now guys, let's again delete this file. Let's go from scratch. File is called new file. File writer fw is called new file writer of this particular file. The file will be created, abc.txt file will be created by the file writer now. Then after that, hello text has to be typed into that, but it will not be typed. It will be there in the on the way. Hello text will be on the way to the text file. How are you will be on the way to the text file, and see you bye will be there on the way to the text file. But the moment when you say fw.flush, all these things which are on the way to the text file will be really added to the text file. Okay, without using this, you will get the empty file only. So now let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. Okay, now refresh the project. You see the text file has been created, and write will send this kind of text into to be inputted into the text file, but they will not be inputted when fw.flush is executed. All these text files will be really added to the text file. You see like this. But I have expected something different, guys. I thought like hello will be there in one line, then how are you will be there in one line, and see you bye will be there in one line. But everything is there in the single line itself. Okay, these three statements are now added in the single line itself. So how to overcome this problem? Simple, guys. Simply add /n. Okay, /n means after typing hello into the text file, /n will be there. That is new line. /n means escape character, /n, that means it will be added to the next line. So last statement you don't need it, that's fine. So hello, after typing hello, it will the control will go to the next line. Then how are you? Then next line. Then see you bye. That is the last line anyhow. So now let's delete this again and let's start fresh. After adding this /n, let's see. Right click, run as Java application. Refresh this project. Open this file. You see hello, how are you? See you bye. Okay, now we got the expected output. And at the end, guys, even though everything is working fine for you, we have to close this object. Okay, we have to close this file writer object. Once you have created an object for the file writer, it's a good practice to close it in the program itself. It's not compulsory, but it will be a best practice, you can say. Okay, it's a best practice to close this file writer object. How to do that? There is a method known as close method for this file writer class. In order to close the object of the file writer class, we have to use a method known as close method. Okay, simply after the operations, every operation that you want to perform on the file writer or any other things are done, simply you can say fw.close. Okay, this will clear this object from the memory. Okay, we don't have to wait for the garbage collector to come and clean it. Rather during the program itself, once we are done operating this once we are done with performing some operations on the file writer class, when we know that we are done with the file writer class, you can simply say fw.close, so that we are going to follow some good practices by closing the objects when the task is done. Okay, rather than waiting for the Java to clean it for you. Okay, what we'll do is we'll manually mention fw.close, so that it is a good practice, guys. Instead of waiting for the garbage collector, which is sent by the Java to clean this stuff. Okay, rather I will consciously close this object of this file writer. Okay, as a best practice once we are done with the operations that need to be performed on the file writer class. Okay, so there will not be any difference. Okay, this is just a best practice to close the object after performing the things. So I right click run as Java application. You see nothing will be there. The same operations will be there. Refresh, you will get the same thing. Okay, nothing will be done. And also in this example, what happened? The object has been deleted. Okay, as we are done with the file writer class. Fine. So this is how, guys, we have to write text into the text files. Okay, or some files using the file writer class. Now, guys, let's move with the next one, that is reading. Okay, we are done with writing. So far, we are done with the writing, guys. Okay, now let's read it. So let's say till here we have written something. Okay, now let's read. Perform read operations using, okay, perform read operations on the file. So how to do that? So here till now, these are the write operations. Now read operations. So for reading, similar to file writer, which actually writes the text into the text files. For for reading the from the files, for reading from the files, we have another class known as file reader. Okay, in place of file writer, we have file reader. Okay, file reader. This will read from the files. File reader fr is equal to new file reader. Okay, file reader. We have to create an object for the file reader class. Over the mouse and import this file reader class from java.io package. When I do so, I'll still get a compiler error because this constructor, that is file reader constructor, cannot be empty. For the mouse, it says that you have to provide the file that you want to read from. So already we have represented this file in the first step itself. The same file I'll put into the file reader constructor. Okay, done. Next thing here is we have to read from the files, right? This file reader reads the this file reader reads the text from this particular files in a character by character basis only. Okay, let me show you. So let's use some predefined methods of this file reader for reading from the files. Already some text is there. I want to read this text. How to do that? For that, we have a method known as read method. Okay, file reader has a predefined method known as read method. I'm going to use that. So I have to say fr dot read. Okay, fr dot read. Simple read, guys. So what is the return type of read? Int, guys. Okay, fr dot will return in int system.out.println. I have to say fr dot read. I'll show you what's happening. Okay, so when you print it, let's run this, guys. Let's delete this and run it again. Fr dot read. What should be the output? Some integer output will come. What is that integer output? I'll explain. Okay, so right click, run as Java application. Some 72 got printed, guys. Some 72 got printed. When I say fr dot read, I am expecting from this text file, I'm expecting this first letter, that is H. Okay, this fr read has to return me H, but it is returning some integer value like 72. What is that? So let's Google search for that. H72. So what do you call that? Character to integer. So let me show you. So if you remember, guys, in one of the previous videos, I explained about ASCII, right? ASCII table, Java. Okay, just search for that. So you'll get CSCMU edu. Okay, just click on that. So you'll see some numbers and associated characters. Okay, so here, if you go with 72, what is the associated character, guys? H. So ASCII value of this character H is 72. So here, this read method is returning the ASCII value of this letter H. Okay, this read method is returning the ASCII value of this H. So H has been read from this text file by this read method. The first character has been read by this. Okay, has been read by this read method and is returning the ASCII value. So again, if I say system.out.println fr.read, okay, what will be the result? What will be the second character? E is there. So whatever the associated E ASCII value is there, let's find it out. E 101 should be printed, guys. After 72, 101 should be printed. Let's find it out. So character by character will be printed. This read method will only read character, single character. Then another read method will read next character, like that. Okay. So right click, run as Java application. You see after 72 101 got printed. Again, if you say like this, you have to keep on adding this guys. Okay. So how many number of times you have to add? You have to add the, you have to read it like that. Okay. Right click run as Java application. 72, 101, 108, 108, 111, 32, 110, 10, 72. So there is a way, guys. Okay. There is a way to get the character value. Okay. Of this ASCII values, we can get the character values. How, guys? Simply do some typecasting here. Okay. Here, here typecast this particular result by char. Okay. Simply add this char typecasting before this fr.read everywhere. Okay. Wherever you want to get the character, instead of that ASCII value of that character, you simply add typecast it back to the character. Now, if you run this, you will not get the numbers, guys. You will get some characters. Right click, run as Java application. You see, HELLO, HELLO. Okay, some spaces were also there. So we got some spaces here. Okay, in this text file, we have added some spaces. Okay, so that's fine. So you can remove this. If you don't want spaces, you can remove this. So let's run this again, see what's happening. Right click, run as Java application. Hello. Okay, only one space. Fine. So this is how it can be. Okay, this is how it can be. So hello, how are you? And see you, bye. So we got this output as HELLO. Again, other characters like HO. Okay, other characters like HO. Fine. Now guys, this is how we have to use a read method. But can I use this read method this many number of times? This is a good approach or bad approach? The bad approach. I cannot use something like this. So fr.read. Okay, fr.read will return -1, will return -1 when there is no character left here. Okay, if there is a character, it will return the ASCII value of that particular character. By the time it reaches, by the time this read method reaches this last E, okay, the last E will be supplied with the returned with the some ASCII value of this E character. But after after all this particular text has been read by this read method, finally when it reaches here, there is no character left. At that point of time, fr.read will return -1. Okay, so using this logic, guys, okay, if there is no character in the text file, there is no character left in the text file. Finally, fr.read will return an integer value known as -1. Okay. So to represent the end of the file, fr.read will represent -1, return -1. So using that logic, I'm going to write something here. While fr, okay, while fr.read, okay, while fr.read is not equal to -1, okay, while fr.read is not equal to -1, so I want to make it very simple, guys. Okay, so simple in the sense fr.read, I will say this particular whatever the integer value. Okay, the integer value will be the in case if you get a character here, if there is a character here, this fr.read will return the ASCII value of that character as I explained. Okay, so int some c is equal to, okay, you can give anything. Okay, int c is equal to something like this, while c is not equal to -1. Okay, while c is not equal to -1, then system dot out dot println. Okay, I'll say c. And println, instead of println, I will say print, guys. And at the same time, what this read will return, guys? It will return the ASCII value of this h, but I want character. So for that, this c is going to have the character, this ASCII value of the character. So I have to typecast by character, as I explained already. Okay, char of c I have to say to convert it back to the character. While c is not equal to -1, then print that c by converting into the character. Okay, and after this thing got printed, again I will assign the c with c is equal to again fr.read, next read. Okay, so once this first character has been printed, we have to read the second character. That is, we have to read e like that. Okay, till this c will become -1. This loop will continue, guys. Okay, when this particular c will become -1, the c will become -1. The c will become -1 when there is no character left. Till that, this while loop will keep on iterating. Okay, initially fr.read means this will return the ASCII value of H, that is 72. 72 will be stored into C. Is 72 equal to -1? No. We'll go inside the while loop. Then char of 72 means the capital letter H will be printed. Here only print guys, not print ln, it's print. So H will be printed. Then CE is equal to FR dot read. Okay, I'm again reading from the text file. So second letter E. E will be assigned to C. That is ASCII value of E will be assigned to C. Again, that E will be something like what is that? 101, right? 101. 101 is not equal to -1. So again, char of C means the E, H, E will be printed. After H, E will be printed. Okay, in the same line, E will be printed like that, guys. Okay, so like this, let's run this program to see whether all the characters have been read from this text file, character by character, using this read method of this file reader class. Character by character, we are going to read and print everything until there is nothing left. Right click, run as Java application. You see, everything got printed as we want. Using the read method, we have printed everything we want. Here, reading was done character by character. Okay, character by character. We are reading character by character. Okay, we are reading character by character. So after you all your operations on this file reader are done, similar to file writer. Okay, after all the operations on the file writer are done, what we have done, guys, we have closed the object of this file writer. Similarly, after all the operations, all the reading operations are done, we have to close the object of this file reader also. So simply we have to say at the end fr.close. So we should not give, okay, we should be doing it as a best practice. Instead of the program waiting for the garbage collector, they can simply write down and close object here itself. So the things will be in a better manner, and it is a best practice, guys. Okay, let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. You whatever the text that has been written, the text file has been read character by character and printed in the output by this read method using this particular logic. So this is how we have to use file reader and file writer classes. Okay, for writing and reading purpose. Now let's move to the advanced versions of this file writer and file reader. Okay, these are basic things, guys. Okay, these are basic things. In reality, we'll be using these classes only. Okay, we'll not be opting for file writer and file reader. They are just for understanding purpose. But when you really write the programs for reading and writing, we have to use the classes known as file writer, file reader. Okay, fine. Let's start with the file writer and file reader. How they are going to be advanced of this file writer and file reader. Okay. So buffer writer and buffer reader. Buffer reader is for reading, buffer writer is for writing. Okay, in place of file writer, we are going to use buffer writer. Okay, because buffer writer is an advanced version of the file writer, which has its own advantages. Okay, so this is best than this one. So we have to use this one. Whenever we get a chance of writing text into the files, we have to use buffer writer. Instead of file writer, we have to use buffer writer. Similarly, whenever you get a chance of reading the text from the files, we have to use buffer reader over the file reader. Okay, because buffer reader is an advanced of this file reader, and you are going to understand how these are better than these things. Okay, it's fine. Let's get started with the buffer reader. So let's remove all this stuff. Only this representing the file at the object level. Let's keep it. Okay, hover the mouse, delete this. Control Shift O. Okay, fine. So if you want, you can remove this one also. There's nothing left in this program now. Now let's start using the buffered writer. Okay, for writing the text into the files, we have to use buffer writer. Buffered writer. It's buffered, guys, not buffer. Buffered writer. BW is equal to new buffered writer. You have to write something like this. Once this is done, hover the mouse on buffered writer and select import buffered writer from java.io package. Okay, on the other side, we have this constructor, which is still we are getting some compiler error because this constructor cannot be empty. This buffer writer constructor cannot be empty. Hover the mouse on this buffer writer constructor to see what exactly we have to input. Hover the mouse, it says that you need some writer. Okay, some object reference of the writer. That means object reference of this file writer is required. Okay, so this buffer writer, we have to provide this object reference of the file writer. But we don't have any file writer so far, right? So let's create one. File writer fw is equal to new file writer. Okay, like this. Hover the mouse and import file writer. Again, this file writer also cannot be empty. Hover the mouse, it says that you have to provide the file. So firstly, you have to represent the file. File is equal to new file writer, new file, and in this I'll represent the text file, that is abc.txt. Okay, hover the mouse and import this file from java.io. Now this file you have to provide it as an input for the file writer, and this file writer object reference you have to provide as an input for the buffer writer. Okay, in order to use the buffer writer, we have to create the file writer and file also, guys. Okay, even though the buffer writer is an advanced version of the file writer, still as a constructor we need to intake file writer object. Okay, without that things will not be done. So all these three steps are required. Can we optimize all these steps? Do we have to write all these steps in 3 lines? Is it required? No, guys. Okay, we can optimize it. Okay, so we can get rid of this file representation simply by saying directly providing the file name here abc.txt. Okay, you don't need this one now. Okay, you don't have to represent the file. Directly you can say file writer fw is called new file writer abc.txt. This is also same. Okay, this is also same. File writer fw is equal new file writer of abc.txt. Okay, you don't have to separately mention file f is equal new file of abc.txt. Directly you can provide the file details here. So file writer will take care of that. Second thing here is they have to specifically write this complete line. No, this part will be enough, guys. Okay, copy this and put inside this fw. Okay, instead of fw put it. That's it. Okay, buffered writer bw is equal to new buffered writer new file writer of abc.txt. This will be enough, guys. Instead of 3 lines, you simply write these 2 lines. Okay, 1 line. That is the buffered writer bw is equal to new buffer writer. To this buffer writer, we need to provide the object of the file writer. And in this file writer, okay, either you can say like this or you can say new file of also you can say like this also you can say new file of. If you want to make this particular thing more readable, you can say new file of abc.txt. This is also fine, guys. Okay, this is also fine. Like this, you can write the statement to make it more better. Okay, you don't have to write 3 lines. This line will be an optimized line. Okay, instead of 3 lines, you can have this single line. This buffer writer constructor has an object of the file writer. This file writer has an object of the file. Okay, so file has been represented and it's part of the file writer. Now it's part of the buffer writer. Now, guys, as I kept on telling you, this buffer writer is an advanced version of the file writer, right? Buffer writer is an advanced version of the file writer. Let's find it how. Okay, let's find it how. So if I say bw dot, okay, write, okay, bw dot write, there's a method known as write method, the same method. Okay, you see if you compare this file writer and buffer writer, the method is same. Write of string, the same things are there. You can simply say ww dot write. Again, the same things are there. I will choose this string. I simply type hello. Okay, I will tell you the difference, guys. Okay, again, if I say file write bw dot write of how are you, then again same thing that we did with the file writer. Write of hello, write of how are you, write of see you by like this. Okay, these are the 3 things we have written as part of file writer also. But in file writer, in order to make this hello at the statement 1 and this one at the second line, this one at the third line, we have to add something like /n, right? Like this we have to add. In case of the file writer, we have to say /n, because this particular thing will go to the, after hello, we'll go to the next line and how are you will be printed. Okay, will be written into the file. Then after writing how are you, again new line will be taken, and then in the new line see you by will be inputted. So instead of this /n, I don't want to use this /n, guys. Okay, this buffer writer provides a new mechanism. Okay, you don't have to explicitly mention /n. Okay, so instead this buffer writer is providing a predefined method known as bw dot new line. Okay, wherever you want to go to the new line, you don't have to manually mention /n inside this write. Okay, this is not required now. Simply add bw dot new line. After hello, it will go on to the next line. Again bw dot new line. Wherever you want to go to the new line, you just add new line. This predefined method is not there in the file writer, but this new line method is there in the buffer writer. That's why buffer writer is an advanced version of the file writer, which also has an option, okay, of moving to the new line. buffer reader has an option to move to the new line wherever we want. Okay, all the other methods are same, guys. All the other methods are same. The same flush is there, the same close is there. Okay, except this is the only the difference. What is the difference between file writer and buffer writer? This new line is the difference. Okay, here file writer doesn't have this kind of method known as new line. So what we have to do, we have to add /n explicitly. But here you don't have to mention /n, guys. You can simply say new line. That will be done. Okay, that will be done. Okay, this new line predefined method of the buffer reader will take you to the next line before writing this particular text into the text files. Okay, so save it. Okay, save it. Now if I run this, the text file will be created. Do you think this particular text will be written into the text file? No, guys. Let's run this and see. Right click, run as Java application. Refresh the project and observe that abc.txt file got created by this buffer reader. Okay, but are you expecting this particular text to be there in this text file? No, it will be blank, guys. The reason here is similar to file writer. After typing all this text, we have to flush it. Okay, we have to flush it because file writer needs a flush method for putting those text into the text files. Okay, we have written, but we have not written into the text file it. So here also same method flush is there, guys. We have to use the same thing. Okay, after writing all this stuff, you have to simply say at the end flush. Save it. Right click, run as Java application. This time, refresh the project. You see, after saying bw.flush, the text will be there in the text file. Okay, if you don't use flush, the text will not be entered into the, okay, written into the text files. You have to at the end say flush. And once all your write operations are done, what we have to do, guys? We have to close this object. As part of best practice, we have to close the object of the buffer writer. bw.close, we have to say, that's it. Okay, this is a complete program. Right click, run as Java application. Open this, text is there. Okay, close this file as a best practice. And without giving any chance to the garbage collector for deleting this, we are as a best practice deleting the object of the classes which are whose tasks are already done. Okay, whose tasks are already done. So this is how we have to use buffer writer, guys. Okay, similar to file reader, we have an advanced version of the file reader known as buffer reader. Okay, let's go with that. So we have so far we have written the text into the files using the buffer writer. Now let's use buffer reader. Buffer reader br is equal to new buffer reader. Okay, buffer reader br is equal to new buffer reader. Hover the mouse and say import buffer reader. Again, the same thing is happening. This constructor cannot be empty, guys. Hover the mouse and it says it should have a reader. Reader means this file reader. Okay, so for that I have to say file reader fr is equal to new file reader. Okay, for the mouse, create, import it. Again, here we need to provide the file. Okay, so again we have to say file is equal to new file of the same abc.txt file. And this file object I have to provide in this constructor, and this file reader object I have to provide inside this file buffer reader like this. Okay, instead of all these 3 lines, what we can do, guys? Okay, directly I'll put this thing new file of abc.txt into this here. Okay, this will solve. This is not required now, right? File reader fr is equal to new file reader of object of this file. That is enough. Buffer reader needs the object of the file reader. So again, take it from here. Okay, cut it and put into here. So you don't have to write 3 lines, guys. This single line will be enough. Buffer reader br is equal to new buffer reader of object of file reader, and this file reader will have the object of the file. So in a single line, instead of 3 lines, you can put single line like this. Okay, optimized line. Now, guys, how to read from the text files, which are okay. After this writing is done, we want to read from the text file. So using the object reference of this buffer reader, we can do so. How to do that? Okay, this one has methods for doing so. Okay, this one has methods for doing so. Br dot. Again, we have the same method, guys. Read. So this particular read method will read character by character, right? So this buffer reader and file reader has the same methods. The read method is common between the, here I didn't mention, but we can even use the read method also. Okay, but how this buffer reader is kind of advanced when compared to the file reader because of this read line. Okay, this is the difference, guys. What is the difference between the file reader and buffer reader? The difference here is, here we only have the read method, but here along with the read method we have the read line. Read method will read line by line, but read line will read read method will read character by character. Okay, not line by line. So each and every individual character will be read separately by read method. But coming to read line, it will read line by line. Okay, that's how it is different. That's why buffer reader is advanced of the file reader, because buffer reader has a predefined method known as readline, using which we can read the text from the files in a line by line basis. Whereas file reader only has a method known as read method, which can only read the text from the files in a character by character basis. Single character will be read every time. Okay. So this is better, right? This is an advanced version. So let's use that. So instead of using the br.read, we have to use br.readline. Okay. If I say br.readline, when I run this, what will be printed? Let's see. Okay. First line will be printed. Sorry, I have to print it, guys. Okay. It is returning you some string, guys. It is returning you some string. So system.out.println br.readline I have to say. Okay. It will print you the string, whatever string that is written will be printed by this println. So now let's run it. Right click, run as Java application. The first line got printed. So inside this text file, what is the first line? Hello is the first line. So that got printed. Now, again, if I say for reading the second line, what I have to do? Again, I have to say br.readline, new line. So br.read line. Okay. So here the second statement will be printed now. Let's see. Right click, run as Java application. You see, how are you? Again, if I want to read the third line also, okay. System.out.println br. Again, I have to say read line. Run it. Third line will also be printed now. 3 times. Okay, 3 times we have used read line. 3 lines of the text have been printed. Now, apart from these 3 lines, do we have any other line here? No. So what will be printed if I still try to print br.readline? Here null will be printed, guys. Okay, null will be printed, guys. Okay, there is no line. After 3, there is no line, so null has to be printed. Right click, run as Java application. You see, null got printed. So using this logic, that whenever the line is there, line is getting text of line will be printed. Otherwise, null is getting printed, then null is printed. So using that logic, guys, I will simply say br.readline. Okay. So here I will say str is equal to some string str is equal to br.readline, right? br.readline. I will simply say while str is not equal to null. While str is not equal to null, okay, then system.out.println simply say str. Okay, print it. Again here str is equal to, after printing that line, after printing this particular line, again I will assign this str with read line. Okay, read line. So this loop will continue till this str becomes null. Okay, so let's run this and see, only the 3 lines will be printed, guys. Okay, when str becomes null, this will come out of the while loop. Okay, this is the logic. Right click, run as Java application. You see, only 3 lines got printed. After that, we got the null. When null has been done, null is not equal to null will be false and will come out of the while loop. So this is how, guys, we have to use buffer reader, which is an advanced version of the file reader. Okay, read method of the file reader will read the characters, will read the text from the files in a character by character basis. But coming to the file reader, it will read line by line. Okay, this is better, right? This is better. So when you get a situation where you can use file reader and buffer reader, which one you will use, guys? You have to use buffer reader. Okay, and when you get a situation where you have to use file writer and buffer writer, which one you will use? You have to use buffer writer. Okay, because buffer writer is an advanced of the file writer. Now another class is also there, guys, that is print writer, which is an advanced version of the buffer writer. We thought buffer writer is an advanced version of the file writer. That's correct, but there's another advanced version of the buffer writer, guys, that is print writer, using which we can do more better. Okay, I'll explain you how. Okay, I'll explain you how print writer is better than the buffer writer. I'm going to explain. Let's remove all this stuff. So now I'm going to explain you how print writer is better than the buffer writer. Okay, let's create an object for the print writer. Print writer pw is equal to new print writer. For the mouse on print writer and import this print writer from java.io package like this. After importing it, you can see that there is a constructor. Okay, this constructor is giving a problem. It cannot be empty. For the mouse, it's saying we have to input file here. Okay, simply you can say either you can say file is equal to new file of abc.txt. Either you can say like this. Okay, this is also fine. And over the mouse, import this file from java.io package and put this file into this constructor. This is one way. Or simply, you can simply put new file of abc.txt here in place of file. And you don't, and then you don't require this statement. Okay, you don't need this file. So simply optimized version print writer pw is equal to new print writer of new file of abc.txt will be better. Okay, now guys, this print writer pw dot has some methods known as print. Okay, you see you can add any type, guys. Okay, you can add any type of data. So earlier only string was there, right? While writing only string was there. Now you can add what do you call character, double, float, like that. Many operations are there, but I'm going to take string only here. Okay, print string I will say print pw dot print string. So here I'll provide the string that is what is the string, guys? Hello. Okay, hello. Again, if I say pw dot print, this time again string, I'll say you can add any type of data, guys. This has so much of flexibility. Print writer allows you to add any type of data into the text files. Okay, not only the string text but also other text like double, int, and all those stuff. Okay, how are you? How are you? Then pw dot print. This print is a method which belongs to the print writer class, guys. Okay, so instead of write method which is there in the buffer writer class, we have print method in the print writer class. By see you by like this. Okay, so that's good. That's good. So now, so text is there, file is there, and then text is there. If I run this, what will happen, guys? This file will be created. Okay, this file will be created by this print writer. This particular text file will be created. Okay, at the physical level. After that, these things will they be entered into the? Will they be written into the text file? No, guys. Okay, right click run as Java application. Refresh this project. Text file has been created, but it will be empty. Okay, because again the same thing, guys. We have to use the flush method. Okay, with all the writer classes, it may be file writer or buffered writer or print writer. You have to use a method known as flush. Then only this particular text will enter into this text file. So now right click run as Java application. Now refresh the project. After writing this flush, you will get all this text. But all these lines are getting printed in the same line. Okay, so for that, print writer is providing another method known as ln. Here also you can say ln, print ln, pw dot print ln. After printing this, after writing this text into the text files, the control will go to the next line because here ln is there. ln means new line. Okay, so guys, you are seeing any difference between the buffer writer and the print writer? In buffer writer, we have to explicitly say bw dot new line, right? You have to explicitly call this command name new line if you want to go to the new line. But this print writer is solving this problem using the same command itself. That is, here instead of providing write, it is providing the print ln. Okay, print ln, using which new line is happening, right? Hello, and we'll go to the new line. So that's how print writer is more better and more advanced than the other writers. Okay, so if you don't want to go to the next line, you have to simply use print. But if you after typing this text into the text files, if you want to go to the next line, you have to use print ln in place of print. That's the only difference. Now see, guys, things will be correct. So that's how print writer is better than the other writers. Okay, whenever you get a chance of choosing between different writers, choose print writer, guys. Okay, choose print writer because it's an advanced version of all the other writers. You see, the text has been printed properly now. So this is how, guys, print writer works. Similarly, after your all operations on the print writer are done, we have to close the object of this print writer. Pw dot close. That's it. Okay, pw dot close. So this will close the object. Right click run as Java application. Okay, things will be same. Refresh the project if you want and open it. Things will be same. Okay, we just closed it as a best practice instead of we waiting for the garbage collector to do so. Okay, this is a best practice to close the objects. So guys, we are done with the print writer also. Is there anything like print reader? No guys. Okay. So guys, out of all these classes I explained so far, that is file writer, file reader, buffer reader, and print writer. There are 5 classes, right? There are 5 classes: file writer, buffer reader, and print writer. Okay, there are so far 5. 5 are there. So if you get a chance to choose some class out of this file class for reading, which one you will use for reading, guys? For reading, which one is better out of all these things? Buffered reader. Every time you have to use buffer reader, guys. If you get a chance where buffer reader is working fine, okay, this is the best one. Okay, out of all these readers, we have the buffer reader as the best. Out of all the writers, we have 3 writers like file writer, buffered writer, and print writer. Which one you will choose for writing it better? We have to choose the better version as print writer. Okay, these are the best ones, guys. So whenever you get a chance to work on the things, we have to use buffer reader and print writer. Okay, as the best things. For reading purpose, we have to give priority to buffer reader, and for writing purpose, we have to give the priority to the print writer because they are under advanced versions of all other things. Now, guys, after explaining all these 5 things also, we can see 2 other things like file input stream and file output stream here. What are they? How are they different from this file readers and writers? Let me explain. Guys. So difference between this file input stream and this. On the one side, we can put readers slash writers. On the other side, we can put streams. Okay, streams. Streams means file input stream and file output stream. So what is the difference between this readers and writers and streams? So if you are dealing with character data, the same way I showed you, right? This abc.txt is dealing with which data? All these are character data. Okay, here contents are characters. But if I give you something like an image, is image a character, guys? Okay. On the backside of the image, you will see some image on the screen, but this image, does it have characters at its back? No, it will have some byte code. Okay. All the images will have some byte code. What about videos? Will they have character text behind them? Videos will also have some byte code. Okay. So like this, there are some type of data, guys, which doesn't have the characters. Images, videos doesn't have, they are not represented in characters. While these particular text files are represented in characters. As you can see, these are the characters. But coming to the images and videos, they have some byte code, guys, 10011, something like that. Okay. Such kind of byte code will be used for representing these videos and images. If you want to read and write such kind of data, like bytecode data, like images and videos, then these readers and writers are not suitable. Okay, we cannot use these classes of these readers and writers like file reader, buffer writer, print writer. All these things we cannot use with the videos and images because at the back they use bytecode rather than character data. They use bytecode. So there should be some mechanism, guys, even for images and videos for reading and writing. For such kind of cases, we have to use with something known as file input stream and file output stream. So that's how, guys. Okay. So generally, if you think about testers or some kind of beginners, you don't have to learn these kind of things, guys. Okay. Okay. These classes have not to be learned by testers because we generally don't get a kind of opportunity where we can read from the images, we can write to the images, we can read from the videos, and we can write to the videos. Such kind of things doesn't happen. So generally deal with which kind of data? Character data. Some text files will be there. Some files like this will be there, and using these files we have to write or read. Okay. So I'm not explaining about file input stream and file output stream. And at the same time, guys, you can use this file input stream for reading from this kind of text files also. Okay. Okay. It's not using file reader. We can also read from the text files, guys. Okay, from text files also it's supporting not only the bytecode. Okay, this file input stream also supports the, because at the end characters will have at the back of the characters also there will be some bytecode. Using that kind of technology, the file input stream can read the text files also. Okay, the character data related files also, rather than images and videos. We can also use file input stream. Okay, so let me show you one example. File input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream. So similarly, I will show you how, like similar to file reader, guys. Okay, so the basic class, like we have some file reader, right? In place of this file reader, we are going to use file input stream. Okay, it will work in the same way. Over the mouse with character data. For the mouse, you need to represent some file. Okay, file is equal to new file. File is equal to new file. Here you have to say abc.txt. Let's say, okay, this file have to provide here, or you can directly say new file of. Here in this constructor you can say new file of. That will also be good to optimize the lines. Fine. Now FIS dot, which is the method for file reader, guys? Same read method we can use. It will return integer. It will return -1. There is no character left in this file, or it will return the ASCII value of these characters, right? Same thing. While simply FIS dot read, this I will store into some integer will be written. So in C is equal to, here I will say same thing, guys, the same logic. While C is not equal to -1, then iterate till C is not is equal to -1. Just iterate here. Then I'll say system.out.println. See, if I print C, what will happen? Each and every character will be retrieved and its ASCII value will be printed, right? Here, instead of that, I will convert that into char. Okay, I will typecast into char. And after every operation is done, I will simply say FIS.close. FIS.close. So before doing anything here, I'll make sure that some text is there in these files. Okay, some text is already there. Okay, so in this ABC. So let's run this and see whether we are getting the proper output or not. Here I should not be using println, I have to use print. So right click run as Java application. So I'm getting some different output, right? So it's not getting whatever I thought of getting. So FIS dot read of we are getting this as int. So right click run as Java application. I'm getting some hash, some bytecode I'm getting, I guess. So what's going wrong? While C is not equal to -1, FIS.read is not actually giving us the ASCII value. Instead, some bytecode is coming here that I am trying to convert into the character, which is not getting possible. Okay, what if I provide directly C? Let's see what's coming. Some numbers are coming. Okay, that bytecode is coming. So it's still running, I guess. Still running. I don't know what's happening. So guys, I cannot actually show you how to read the text from this kind of files. Okay, because it actually file input stream deals with the bytecode, not character code. Okay, not able to do it. I'm not able to use file input stream with the bytecode kind of things. Okay, so that's the reason, guys. We should be using, for character data, we should be using readers and writers. But for streams, okay, when we have to use streams, guys, for bytecode related stuff like videos, images, that we generally don't do. Okay, that we generally don't do. We don't deal with the bytecode, guys. Okay, images and videos, so we generally don't use for reading and writing in the programs. Okay, mostly as a beginners and testers, we only deal with the reading and writing of the character data. Okay, in the text files. So I suggest you not to use this file reader, file input stream and file output stream at any cost. Okay, and out of all these other things also, what are the best suggestible things, guys? Buffer reader and print writer. Okay, in reading we have to use buffer reader, and writing we have to use print writer. Okay, that's the recommended ones because they are advanced of all other things. And streams deal with bytecode, so it's out of our reach now. So only things that we have to worry at the end is buffer reader and print writer in this file input output handling concept. Okay, file input output file handling concept. So guys, this is all about the file handling mechanism in Java. Okay, how to read from the files, how to write from the files, how to create the files, how to delete the files, what are the different ways of reading and writing files, writing from the files, and what are the best ways buffer reader and print writer are the better things. And these things are for streams like bytecode, so we don't use. So this is all about the file handling, guys. In the next video session, we'll move to the next topic known as OOPS concepts. Okay. So we are going to practically see how these OOPS concepts can be applied in Java. Okay. OOPS concept can be applied in Java that I'm going to explain as part of the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 241 of Java for Tester series, that is getter and setter methods. So what are getter and setter methods? So getter and setter methods are similar to methods in Java. They are nothing but methods, guys. Okay, nothing but methods only. Getters and setter methods are nothing but the methods, but with a purpose. Methods with some purpose. So what is that purpose? What is that purpose, guys, for which we have to use this getter and setter methods? So first of all, getter and setter methods are normal methods. There's no specific things about this getter and setter methods, but these methods have some purpose. That's why we call them getter and setter methods. So let me explain the purpose. For example, if you have a class like this, okay, let's say there is a class. Let's name this class as some car class. Okay, there's a car class, okay, and it has some variables. Let's say int cost, string color, okay, and string, this is capital S, string color, and this string, let's say model. So there are some three variables under this car class, and if these variables are like private, okay, they're specified with this private type. Let me move it here. Private int cost, private string color, private string model. Now we have another class. Let's say it is a demo class. It's a demo class. Now from this demo class, I want to access these variables. Is it possible or not? Okay. Inside this demo class, I want to access these variables. I want to either initialize them or access them to print out their values, whatever it is. Okay. I want to use these variables inside this demo class. Is it possible or not? What's the answer, guys? In general, the answer is no, it's not possible. Not possible. Why? Because these particular variables are specified with private type, right? These variables are specified with private. What happens when you specify these variables with private access modifier? What happens here is these variables can be only accessed inside the same class. That is, inside the car class only these private variables can be accessed. But you cannot take these particular variables outside the class. It may be a demo class or it may be any other class. Okay. We cannot access these particular private variables outside the class. Only inside the class they can be used anywhere. So what's the solution then? How to get this? How to access these things outside the class? Is there any way? Is there any way? Yes, there is a way, guys. The only way is to create some methods inside this car class. Using these methods, we need to access these variables. Okay. Using these methods which are created inside the same class where these private variables are there, we are going to access these particular variables. These methods, okay, we can create as getter and setter methods. So why getter and setter methods? Why there are two types of methods here? One type of methods is getter methods. One type of method is setter methods. The first, this one, the setter method is for, okay, the setter method is for assigning some value to these variables. Okay, here you see private int cost. Is there any value assigned to this cost variable which is specified as private? No. But if I want to assign this particular variable from outside the class, okay, from outside the class, I want to access this cost and then cost variable and assign some value to this. Is it possible? No, because these are private. So with the help of the methods, I can do that. So in that methods, I have to use these methods known as setter methods for assigning the values to this variables which are specified as private in this class. Okay, initializing the variables are assigning the values to the variables, whatever you can say. Okay, what about getter methods? Getter methods are for accessing the variables itself. That means you can get this variable and get it printed out if you want. Okay, you can get the variable outside the class. So that is getter. Okay, this is for assigning the value to this variable. This is for retrieving the value from that particular variable. Okay, for getting that value that is stored into this particular variable. So let's make it practical, guys. Okay, theoretically it may sound bit odd, but let's make it practical so that you can understand whatever I am talking about. Okay, so let me show you now. So here, let me create the same example. That is, first let me create a car class. Car. You can create any class, but I'm choosing the car class. Click on finish. Inside the car class, let me create some variables. One is int cost, okay, string color, then string model. Like this, I created 3 variables inside the car class. Now let's create another class. Let's say this class name is demo class with some main method. With some main method, let's create this demo class. Inside this main method, as you can see now, there are 2 classes visible. One side we have the car class and other side we have the demo class. Guys, here the question here is, can we access these variables outside this class? Yes, we can access because we have not specified these particular variables with private access modifier H, right? These are the normal variables. We can do that. Okay, we can easily perform the operations. If you want to initialize the a particular value to this variable, what you will do, guys? What you will do? In order to access these variables, what you will do first? We have to create an object for the car class. Then only using that object reference of the car class can access this from outside the class, right? So car is equal to new car. If I create an object like this, okay, then using this object reference, I can access this cost. So car dot cost is equal to, I can say something, okay, some, let's say 8 lakhs. This is possible because I have created an object for the car class and these are normal variables, so I can access these variables. Now if I say car dot color is equal to some red color, this is also possible. All these variables are normal variables. Okay, they are not specified with private access modifier H. You can simply access them. So car dot model is equal to I'll say Swift model. Okay, some Swift model. Done. So this is fine. Now this is about initializing, okay, or assigning some values to these variables. This is possible because these variables are normal variables. Now similarly, apart from initializing or assigning some values to these particular variables, can I access these variables? Yes, you can access. You already accessed it using car.cost and all. So here you can say the cost of the car is plus car dot cost. Like this you can access. Using the object reference of the car class, you can access these variables. Similarly, system.out.println, the color of the car is plus car.color. This is also fine. Now system.out.println, the model of the car is plus car.model. Okay, car.model. So if I run this demo class, will this work or not, guys? Will this work or not? What will be the output I will get, guys? What will be the output if I run this demo.java? So from a different class, we are able to assign the values to this particular variables inside the car class by creating an object for the car class. Same time, we are able to access and print the values that are already stored into this particular variables using the object reference of the car class, car.cost, car.color, car.model, like that. Okay. If I run this, I will get the output. Okay. Whatever the initialized values are there, the same thing will be printed in the output. Right? Right click, run as Java application. Okay. You see, the cost of the car is 8 lakhs. Whatever the value that you initialize to this cost variable of the car class, that is printed here. The color of the car is red. The model of the car is Swift. Everything is working fine. But if I make this as private, what will you do? Will this work? If I make this variables as private private, and then again private. All these variables have now become private. If I save this, you see immediately you are going to get the compiler error because you cannot, even though you create an object for the car class, you are not able to access these variables. Car.cast is giving you the error because you cannot do that. Okay, it's not visible. That means you cannot access these variables which are specified as private access modifier outside the class. Outside the car class, you cannot use these variables. Either you cannot initialize or you cannot access also. Okay, so what's the way, guys? How to solve this problem? This is not the way. Okay, we are not able to initialize or access the variables outside the class which are specified with the private access modifier. So the only way is to create some, okay, the only way is to create some getter and setter methods in order to access these variables. Okay, in order to assign values to these variables or access these variables, we have to use something known as getter and setter methods. Getter and setter methods. Let's get started with the getter methods first. Okay, so I will write something. These are normal methods, guys. Okay, the purpose is different. That's it. The purpose of you creating the methods is different. These are like any other method. Okay, I'll write something like public void some get cost. Okay, so it's a kind of convention, guys. Okay, it's not compulsory that you have to write get cost. You can say method A also. This is also fine. Okay, it's a kind of convention, or like as a best practice, you can say you have to say get cost because it is readable, right? You can understand why this method has been created for. You can give any other name for this method, but as a best practice or as a convention, you have to say get cost. Okay, if you want to, let's use the setter methods first. Okay, so for setter methods, we have to say set cost. Okay, set cost. Setter methods, you have to use set cost. For getter methods, you will use get cost. Okay, this is just a name of the method, guys. There is no kind of rule that you have to write set and all those stuff. Okay, the normal method. Normal method. You can even say method A, method B, like that also. Okay, still you can achieve the things. But if you write something like this as a convention, if you write something like set cost, okay, it will be, everyone will understand why this method has been created for. Okay, because they can understand by reading the method name itself. Okay, that's the reason I have given the proper name like set cost. For set cost, using the set cost method, I can assign some value to this particular variable which is specified as private inside this car class. Okay, because I'm not able to do it from outside the class. So here I will say, here int cost is there. So here also int cost I will say. Here int cost is there. Here also the parameter of this particular method will be also int cost. Okay. Now here I will say this dot cost is equal to cost, like that. So this dot cost means this particular cost, the cost variable of this particular car class, that is this particular variable. Okay, this particular variable. Now this cost means this one, guys. Okay, this parameter is nothing but this one. So you are assigning the value that is sent to this particular parameter to this variable of the car class, like this. Okay, similarly let's create another other two setter methods. Okay, we only created the setter method for this cost variable, but there are two other variables like color and model. We have to even create setter methods for this kind of. Okay, these are setter methods. Let's create setter methods for other variables also. So public void set, what you will say, guys? Set, this time set color I will say. Okay, as a convention, set color. Set color, this set color, for setting the color, this set color is of string type, so I have to say string. Same thing, you can copy paste also, string color you have to say. Okay, as a parameter. Now inside this set color method, you have to say this dot color is equal to color. Okay, this dot color is equal to color. Now the third method, that is for model variable, that is public void set model. Okay, set model is equal to string model. Now here inside this method you will say this dot model is equal to model. That's it. Fine. This dot model is equal to model. Now how to assign some values to these variables using these setter methods? Simple, guys. By creating an object for the car class, you can access these methods because these methods are not private. These methods are public methods. That means you can access these methods outside the class. We have intentionally put these methods public because we have to access these methods outside the class. With the help of these methods, we are able to assign. We can assign the values to this particular variables, which are of private type. So let's start with the first one. That is car dot set cost. car dot set cost. Okay, what is the cost you want to set? I want to set the cost as 8 lakhs. So what happens when this particular set cost method will be called? This 8 lakhs will be passed to this cost, and this cost will be assigned to the variable of the car class. You see, this dot cost means this particular variable. Cost is nothing but the parameter. This is argument. This argument will be passed to this parameter. The value, the argument assigned to this particular parameter will be assigned to the variable of the private type. So we are able to assign the value or not? Yes. Similarly, let's assign the values for the remaining two variables also. That is car dot set color. Okay, set color is equal to, this is string you have to pass a string. Okay, because this is of string type. So here red will come here and red will be assigned to the variable of the car class, which is of private type. So car dot set model is equal to some Swift, like this. This Swift will be passed to this parameter of this set model method, and this parameter value will be assigned to the variable of the car class, which is of private type. Like this, we are able to initialize the values to this particular variables using the setter methods. Now guys, I want to access these variables and print them now. How it is possible? I have to say system.out.println. I want to access the variables and print. So the cost of the car, is okay, plus can I do something? Can I access these variables outside this car class? No, it's not possible. I cannot do anything. So for that, I have to create some methods, guys. These are known as getter methods. Okay. For accessing the values that are already assigned to the variables, I have to use getter methods. So public void. How to name the methods? Getter methods, guys. For setter methods, I have to use set cost as a convention. For getter methods, I will use get cost. Okay. Public void get cost int of cost. Sorry, you don't have to say this. Sorry. Okay. Public void get cost. That's it. Okay. Empty methods will be there. Empty parameterized methods will be there. Non-parameterized methods. So public void get cost, and here I have to say system.out.println the cost. Okay. The cost of the car is plus what is that? This dot cost, like this. Okay, the next one. So you don't have to use a print statement here. I'll come to that again. For now, let's go with this kind of getter methods. Okay. So the next one is for cost. When you call this get cost, what will happen, guys? The cost of the car is this dot cost will be printed. That is either you can say this dot cost, or you can say, yeah, this dot cost will be better. Okay. Or if you say cost also, this variables will be printed. That's fine. So public void. Next one is get color. So system.out.println the color of the car is plus this dot color. Okay. Now get model. The model of the car is this dot model. So guys, how to call these methods? Simple, guys. When I say car dot get cost, car dot get cost. So what will happen, guys? This get cost method will be called, and this value will be printed. The cost of the car is something will be printed. Similarly, car dot get color. So the color of the car will be printed. Now car dot get model. The model of the car will be printed. So let's run this to see whether we are getting the output or not. Yes, we are getting the output. The cost of the car is 8 lakhs. The color of the car is red. The model of the car is Swift. We are getting the proper output. But guys, these are not the perfect getter methods. Okay, what I want to do is I don't want to print this kind of things inside the getter methods. I want to take the value. Okay, I want to really access these variables outside the class. I want to take these variables outside the class, but here I'm simply calling get cost and the value of the cost is getting printed. But I don't feel this is like fully whatever I want. Okay, this partial I can say. So what I will do is instead of printing it here, I'll simply say return this dot cost, and the return type I will mention as int. Okay, I'm just returning. If you call this get cost, it will return you the cost outside the class. It will return. Here also I will say string. Here I will say return this dot color. Here again string. This is also string, right? So return this dot model. Okay, return this dot model. So simply I'm returning all these methods. Now, so what will be the return type of this get cost? Int, because this get cost is returning you the int. What about get color? It will return string because the return type is string. So simply how to do this? System.out.println. You have to write the cost of the car is plus car dot get cost. What will happen, guys, if I do something like this? If I call this get cost, it will return you the int, the return type, whatever that is, that will be written and will be printed here. Okay, we are not printing inside the car class. We are printing outside the car class. We are trying to access these variables. We are getting these variables values outside the car class. Okay, this is how we have to do, guys. We have to return the values so that you can print wherever you want outside the class. The color of the car is plus car dot get color. So this will return you the color of the car. Okay, this will return you the color of the car. System.out.println. The model of the car is plus car dot get model, like this. If I run this program demo.java, if I run this, I'll get the output. The cost of the car is 8 lakhs, the color of the car is red, the model of the car is Swift. So guys, using setter and getter methods, what is the purpose? These are normal methods. Okay, normal methods used with some convention names like set and get. Okay, and setter methods are for assigning the values to this particular private variables inside the car class, outside the class, and getter methods is to retrieve. Okay, retrieve the values stored into this particular variables, that is access, or you can say accessing the variables outside the class. Okay, setter is for setting the values to the variables which are private inside the another class. Getter is for retrieving the values or accessing the variables outside the class. Okay, so this is all about the getter and setter methods. So guys, we are now done with the getter and setter methods. Okay, and their purpose. Hope you understood it, guys. In the next video session, we'll go with the next topic of Java, that is OOPS concept. I'll explain OOPS concept in detail and in a practical manner with a lot of examples in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 242 of Java for Tester series, that is OOPS concepts. I'm going to explain about OOPS concepts in this video session. Along with the theoretical explanation, I'm also going to cover the practical demonstration of the different OOPS concepts that are there in Java, guys. Okay, I feel this is a proper time. Okay, proper time to explain about the OOPS concepts. So far, we have gone through several videos in this Java for Tester series. That is almost 241 videos before this video, right? So considering your knowledge that you got as part of the previous videos, that is video 1 to the video 241, I just want to cover OOPS concepts at this point of time. Okay, because You will be able to understand this OOPS concepts if I explain you at this point of time. Okay, fine. So guys, without any delay, let's explore the OOPS concepts in a detailed way. So before I start explaining each and every OOPS concepts in a detailed and practical way, first let's find out what exactly this OOPS stands for. OOPS in Java stands for OOPS in Java stands for what exactly the OOPS stands for? What is the full form of OOPS? I'm asking. Okay, OOPS stands for Object Oriented Programming System. Okay, OOPS stands for Object Oriented Programming System. Fine. So this is actually the OOPS stands for. Now let's understand. What is the purpose of this OOPS. Okay, what is the purpose? Why we have to use OOPS concepts in Java? So the main purpose or the purpose of the OOPS concepts in Java is to represent the real world entities. The purpose of the OOPS concepts in Java is to represent the real world entities as objects in our Java programming code. Okay, or you can simply say in our programming code. What is the purpose of the OOPS concepts in Java? OOPS concepts in Java, the purpose of the OOPS concepts in Java is to represent the real world entities, as objects in our programming code. So let's understand this statement. Okay, let's break this statement and understand. So in order to understand this statement, we have to first understand what exactly these real world entities mean. Okay, what is meant by these real world entities? So let me give some examples of the real world entities. So there are several real world entities that you can see in the world, guys. Okay, so wherever you are sitting from, if you can see all the directions, okay, in your room that you are sitting, as you can see, there are a lot of real world entities. If in my case, I am able to see my laptop. Okay, laptop is a real world entity, and I also have my mobile. Okay, mobile phone is also a real world entity. I have my water bottle. Okay, is also a real world entity. So I see my mouse. Okay, I see pen. Okay, I see pen. I see my mobile charger. I see my wallet. I see my bag. Okay, I see my chair. I see my table. Like this, guys, all these things are nothing but the real world entities. Okay, whatever you see, okay, lot of things will be seen by you guys in your room, right? Or wherever you are. If you see something, maybe if you are outside, you will see something like a bus, car, okay, bike, anything, all these things. Okay, all these things are nothing but the real world entities. To represent such kind of real world entities, as objects in your programming code, in your Java programming code, if you want to represent these real world entities as objects in your Java programming code, what do we need, guys? We need this OOPS concepts. With the help of OOPS concepts, we can represent the real world entities or implement. Represent means you can implement, you can code, implement or represent these real world entities as objects in our programming code. Without OOPS concepts, we cannot do this representation of the real world entities as objects in our programming code. Okay, so this is the purpose, guys. So what is the purpose of the OOPS concepts? With the help of OOPS concepts, we can represent the real world entities as objects in our programming code. Hope you understood it now. Now let's move to the next one. Okay, next thing is, what are the different OOPS concepts we have? Okay. What are the different OOPS concepts we have in Java? So let's list down all the different OOPS concepts we have in Java. First one is object. Then we have class. Then we have inheritance, polymorphism. Okay. After polymorphism, we have abstraction. Then we have encapsulation. So all these things are the different OOPS concepts we have in Java. Object, class, inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction, and encapsulation. Encapsulation. Okay, these are the different OOPS concepts we have in Java. So in this video session, I am going to practically explain each and every OOPS concept for you. Okay, we'll start with object, and then we'll move on to the other OOPS concepts. Okay, we'll try to cover all these OOPS concepts in a detailed and practical way in this video session. So guys, let's get started with this different OOPS concepts that we have in Java. To start with, we have to start with which OOPS concept, guys? We have to start with object. Let's get started with object OOPS concepts. Okay, object OOPS concept. So what is object? Object is a OOPS concept. Is one of the OOPS concept. Okay, but what exactly is object? Let's get started with the object. Okay, so what is object? So object is nothing but a, as I already explained, object is a real world entity. Okay, object is nothing but a real world entity. In Java, if you have to represent this real world entities as objects, okay, you have to, in Java, you have to represent these real world entities as objects. Okay, so what is object? Object is nothing but a real world entity that has state and behavior. Let's understand this statement. Objects are nothing but the real world entities that have state and behavior. Okay, let's take some examples. Okay, fine. To understand this, let's take some examples. Okay, let's take a real world entity like something like a kind of what do you call, a kind of dog. Okay, so examples, there are many examples for the real world entities, guys. Chairs, laptops, pens, cars, dogs, etc. I've already explained, right? So let's take one example as dog. Let's treat this dog as a real world entity. Okay, that is, I want to represent this dog as an object. Okay, if you represent, objects are nothing but the real world entities. Okay, so they can be replaceable with each other. Either you can say real world entity or object, everything is same, both are same. Okay, so real world entity, we have the objects. Okay, this dog is an object. Let's say it will have some state and behavior. Okay, this dog object, or this dog real world entity will have some state and behavior. What are the different states of the dog? What are the different states of the dog? So dog may have some name, dog will have some color. Okay, so dog will have some name, dog has some color, and another thing was there, like there will be some breed, right? Breed, some type of the dog, you can say dog. So these are nothing but states, guys. Okay, state of the dog is name, color, breed. Okay, based on these things, you can identify what exactly the dog is. And apart from this state that this particular dog object has, the dog object also has behavior. Okay, some behaviors. What are the different behaviors of the dog? Let me write down. So dog possesses some different behaviors, like dog generally barks, right? Then eating. Eating is another behavior. Sleeping, walking, running. Like this, dog has different behaviors: barking, eating, sleeping, walking, running. These are the different behaviors of the dog. Okay, so dog is an object, guys. Okay, so objects are the real world entities. First thing is that objects are the real world entities. One example for the real world entity is dog, and these objects have state and behavior. So together, what is the object? Objects are the real world entities that have state and behavior. For example, dog is a real world entity which has this state and behavior. So you can say this is a object. Object is a real world entity which has state and behavior. Here dog is a real world entity which has states, different states as name, color, breed, and different behaviors as walking, eating, sleeping, walking, and running. Okay. So this is an example of an object. Okay. This is how you have to understand this statement, guys. So once you understand this statement, we'll go to the next one. That is technically. Okay. This is a theoretical. Just for your understanding, I have given this statement. Okay. What is an object? Objects are the real world entities that have state and behavior in a theoretical manner. But practically speaking, in Java point of view, if you practically speak, what exactly is an object? Object is an instance of a class. Okay. So what is an object technically? Technically speaking, object is an instance of a class. So I'm not going to explain this statement right away, guys. Okay. How can an object can become an instance of the class? I'm not going to explain right away. Okay. This thing I'll reserve it for the future. That is, while explaining the class, I'll explain how an object is an instance of a class. Okay. For now, let's hold it up. Technically speaking, object is an instance of a class. Theoretically speaking, object is nothing but a real world entity that has state and behavior. Okay. So I'll explain about this statement while explaining this class. Fine. So I'll also give an example for the object, practical example, I mean to say. Okay. I'll practically demonstrate this object while explaining this class only. Okay. For now, understand this theoretical definition of the object. Technically speaking, we'll understand about this technical definition during the class explanation. So now let's move to the next one, guys. Okay. Now let's move to the next one. That is class. Second OOPS concept. Okay. First OOPS concept was object. Now I'm going to explain the second OOPS concept, that is class. So what is a class? What is a class? Class is a template or blueprint which can be used for creating objects. Okay. Class is a template or blueprint which can be used for creating objects. Let me explain about this statement. What is a class? Class is a template, that is blueprint for creating objects. Okay. Is a template or blueprint which can be used, okay, for creating objects. Let's understand this statement. So I'm saying that class is a template or blueprint. What exactly is meant by template or blueprint? Let's take an example to understand what exactly is a template or blueprint. Okay. Let's say, guys, you want to build a house. You want to build a house. Do you build it directly? What you need to have if you want to start building a house? We need a plan, guys. We need a house plan, right? For building the house, before building the house, we need to plan it. Okay, we need to have some kind of a template or plan or blueprint using which we'll build the house, but will not build the house directly. Without this plan, we'll not build the house directly, right? So where to get this blueprint or template or plan for building the houses? We generally go for some engineer. Okay, so some engineer. Okay, we'll go with the housing engineer or civil engineer kind of person. We'll approach him and ask him to build a plan, so that using that plan we are going to build a house. So engineer will design this plan. So we will think that, okay, this is going to be the living area, okay, the entrance room, or maybe, okay, something like that. This may be the hall. Okay, so let's design this. This is one of the bedrooms, you can say. So this portion, he says it is a kind of kitchen, let's say. Okay, and again, we are going to have this another bedroom, let's say washroom here. Okay, like this. So engineer has designed this plan. Okay, this plan is nothing but a template, or you can call this plan as a template or blueprint. Okay, you understood the point, right? What exactly is a blueprint or template? So example for the template or blueprint is this kind of plan. Okay, using this plan, we can build some buildings, right? We can build some buildings like this. We can build some buildings. So maybe we can build two-store buildings or three-level buildings. Okay, how many floors you can decide? Single floor, double floor, multiple floor buildings. You can. Okay, you can ground floor or single floor or two-floor buildings like that. You can build the houses based on this plan provided by the engineer. You can build multiple buildings. That's fine. So here, guys, here this particular plan can be called as an object, can be called as a class. Okay, you can call this a template or blueprint. Okay, or plan as a class. This kind of things are nothing but classes. Whereas using this plan, we have created some real world entities like buildings. These are objects. This may be the object one. Okay, object one. This will be object two, and this will be object 3. Like this, you have several objects. These are the real world entities, right? Objects means real world entities, like real world buildings. Okay. So plan means it is not real world. It's kind of a what do you call a kind of plan level, template level, or blueprint level, using which you can create the real world objects. So in Java, if you compare this template, okay, if you compare this template and objects in Java, okay, if you compare this template and buildings in Java, this template will stand for the class in Java, whereas these buildings will stand for the objects in Java. So now let's understand this statement. Class is a template or blueprint using which we can create objects. Okay, plan is a template or blueprint using which we can create objects like this. Okay, hope you understood the statement at the theoretical level first. Okay, using this example. Fine. So similar to, we are not going to build buildings, guys, but programmatically we are going to have a template. Okay, using class we can create a template in a programs. Similar kind of templates we can create in the programs, and using those templates we can create objects in the programs again. Okay, that's why I compared this class with this kind of example. Class is a template or blueprint using which we can create objects. Fine. So let's find out an example for this objects and class. A class template and its objects. Okay, there's an example here, guys. Using this example, you can understand. Fine. So here, guys, this dog, breed, name, color, barking, eating, sleeping, walking, running. Okay, this is a template. This is a template, guys. This is a template. This is a template. Template is nothing but a class kind of thing, you can say. Okay, so we have the class name as dog, and it has some variables. Okay, these are variables. These are going to be the variables, guys. Okay, this is a state and behavior, right? Okay, this is the state of the dog class. State of the dog is breed, name, color. Whereas behavior of the dog is barking, eating, sleeping, walking, running. So this is going to be the template. Using this template, we are going to create a real world objects. Like this is one real world object, that is whose breed is Doberman, name Ginger, color is called black. This is an object, real world object created using this template. Okay, this is the class, which is nothing but a template or blueprint for creating the objects like the real world dogs. Okay, dog actually can be any dog, right? It is a kind of template only. Okay, if you can just understand this. Okay, it's kind of template. It's not a real dog, right? But coming here, Doberman is a real dog with maybe having some its owner may have kept its name as Ginger, and the color of the dog is like black. And there may be another real dog like Pug, whose breed is Pug, whose name is Ruby, whose color is brown. Okay, then there may be another dog like Dalmatian, whose name is Piper, color is white. Okay, so this kind of real world objects can be created from the template kind of class known as this kind of class, which has this. We have to define the states and behavior in this template. Using this states and behavior, we can create real world objects like this. Okay, so based on this template, these objects have been created. So hope you got some idea of what exactly the class is, what exactly the objects are. Okay, class is a template for creating objects. Okay, class is a template or blueprint for creating such kind of objects. Fine. Now let's move to the practical mode, guys. Okay, so for theoretical, okay, I explained this object and class as a theoretical way, right? Now you understood, right, why object is an instance of a class. From the same example, you have to understand, guys. I told you, right, I'm going to explain. Technically speaking, object is an instance of a class I mentioned, right? Technically speaking, object is an instance of a class, and class is a template or blueprint using which you can be, which can be used for creating objects. But object is an instance of class. Okay, objects comes from class. Object is an instance of class means objects will be created from class. Class is a template for creating objects. So reversely, we have written these statements. Okay, both are same, right? Objects is an instance of a class. That means class is going to create these objects. Class is a template used for creating objects. Both are same. So this is the same thing. Okay, class is a template for creating objects. Objects are the instances of the class. Okay, that means instances of class means objects are created using this class template. Nothing more than that. Hope you understood this object and class in a theoretical and technical way now. Now let me move into the practical mode. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this object and class in a programmatical way for you. Okay, we'll take the same example. This same dog example we'll take. Okay, let's go into Eclipse IDE. Let's create a new class, guys. I'll name this class as, which name, guys, I have to give? For this example, I have to name this class as dog class. Okay, I have to name this class as dog class. Click on finish. So class is a template. I'm going to design the template using this class called dog. And inside this template, I need to provide the state and behaviors of the dog. Okay, what are the different states? So first one is string breed, the breed of the dog. Then string name. Then string color. Okay, state. Behaviors of the dog. Now I have to create the behaviors. States means variables inside the class. State means variables of this class. Okay, behaviors means methods. Let's create the behaviors like public void. Okay, public void barking. Okay, public void barking. System.out.println. Okay, the breed plus is barking. Okay, like this I will write the methods. Public void. Next one is eating. Let's write eating. Another behavior is eating. System.out.println. Same thing, guys. Breed plus is eating. Okay, the next one I'm going to write is, I'll just copy paste, guys. I don't want to waste your time. Sleeping. Okay, he's sleeping. The next one, walking. This one is walking. He's walking. Is also done. Okay, then running. Another one I will write as running. Like this, all the behaviors of the dog can be represented in the form of the template here. Breed is running. Like this, I'm going to create the behaviors of the dog. This is the state of the dog. These are the states of the dog. This is the behavior of the dog, and this is the car. This is the dog template. Okay, dog class template. Now, guys, what is the purpose of creating the class templates? That is classes. That is templates. What is the purpose of creating this kind of template classes? The purpose is to create the objects, real world objects. Okay, if you want to represent the real world objects, the programming, okay, we need such kind of templates like classes. Out of these class templates, we can create the objects, okay, in programming. So let's create another class. I'll name this class as demo, guys. Okay, and I'll have this public static void main method inside the demo class. Let me drag it here so that you can see both this dog class template and this demo class here. Now, guys, I'm going to create the objects for this class template. Using this class template, I'm going to create objects. How to create objects, guys? Have to create an object for this dog class. Dog, okay, dog. I will say dog1. okay, is equal to new dog, like this. Dog, either you can say like D1 also you can say. Dog D1 is equal to new dog. D1 is object reference, right? Now I'll say D1 dot breed. Okay, so what was the breed, guys? One of the breed, there was different breeds were there, right? Let's represent this diagram in the programmatical manner now. Okay, the first one is Doberman. So let's convert that diagram into the program. D1 dot breed is equal to Doberman, and D1 dot name is equal to Ginger. D1 dot color is equal to black, like this. Okay, done. Now I will create another object, that is dog. D2 is equal to new dog. Dog D2 is equal to new dog. So I created first object. I'm going to create another object using this template only I have to create, right? Without this template, I cannot create these objects. D2 dot breed is equal to pug. Okay, D2 dot breed is equal to pug. D2 dot name is equal to, what is the name, guys? D2 dot name is equal to uh what was that name? Ruby. Okay, Ruby was there. Then D2 dot color is equal to some brown. Okay, fine. Next, another object I'm going to create using this dog class template. Dog D3 is equal to new dog. Dog D3 is equal to new dog. D3 dot breed is equal to, okay, Dalmatian. Okay, then D3 dot breed is equal to, then we have its name like Piper. Then D3 dot sorry, it's not breed, it's name. Okay, D3 dot color is equal to white color. Like this, guys, we have created 3 objects here. Okay, using this dog class template. So here class is a template which can be used for creating this kind of objects. Objects are the instances of this. Okay, objects are the instances of this class template. Nothing more than that. Okay, now guys, let's call this behaviors. Using these objects, object references, let's call this behaviors of this dog. So how to do that? You can simply say, and at the end, guys, okay, in one of the method, I will say system.out.println. Just for separation, I will add this line so that the output will be good. So here I will say D1 dot barking, D1 dot eating, D1 dot sleeping, D1 dot walking, D1 dot running, like this. Okay, the same thing for the D2 also. Second object also, D2 dot barking, D2 dot eating, D2 dot sleeping, D2 dot walking, D2 dot running. For the third object also the same thing, using the object reference of the third object, D3 dot barking, D3 dot eating, D3 dot sleeping, D3 dot walking, D3 dot running. So we are done. So we have created a class kind of class template, and using that template we have created the objects, and we are able to use all the states and behavior of that class template with the help of objects. So right click, run as Java application. Observe that you will get this kind of output. Doberman is barking, Doberman is eating, Doberman is sleeping, Doberman is walking, Doberman is running. Then we have pug is barking, pug is eating, sleeping, walking, running. Then Dalmatian is barking, eating, sleeping, walking, running. Okay, like this, guys, this is a practical demonstration for creating the classes and objects in Java. How to create classes and objects in Java and how to use them. Okay, how to use them. This is the practical demonstration for that. Fine, guys. Now let's move to the next oops concept. Okay, we are done with the object and class so far. Now let's move to the next oops concept. That is, what is that, guys? The next oops concept is inheritance. Okay, the next oops concept is inheritance. What's the purpose? I am going to explain. Okay, so let's understand this statement first. Inheritance is a mechanism in which one class acquires the properties of another class. Okay, let's write down this statement. Inheritance is a mechanism in which one class acquires the properties of another class. What does this mean? So first of all, we need to break this statement. Okay. First thing we need to understand is properties. What exactly these properties are? Properties in Java are nothing but, okay. Properties in Java are nothing but, what are the properties, guys? General properties of the classes. Okay. What are the properties of a class? Are nothing but variables and methods. Okay. Properties means variables and methods. In every class, we see these variables and methods. Together, we can call these variables and methods as properties of the class. So now you understood the properties. Now let's go back to the statement again. Inheritance is a mechanism in which one class acquires the properties of another class. Okay, that means let me explain with an example. Let's say there is a class, guys. Okay, let's take the same dog class. Dog class, there's a class known as dog class. It has some variables and methods. What are the different variables and methods? Like states and behaviors, I already explained, right? The same thing I'm going to take string, breed, then we have string, color, string, name. Then we have behaviors like public static, public void, main. Okay, can write down all this stuff, or I'll directly write the method names, right? One is barking. Okay, barking, eating, sleeping. These are the different methods. Walking and running. Right? Fine. So inheritance is a mechanism in which one class acquires the properties of another class. Okay, let's take another class. Okay, let's take another class like maybe, okay, so let's take another class that is, let's take one of the class like what we have, guys, Doberman. Okay, Doberman, Doberman. Let's take let's consider this time Doberman as a class now. Okay, dog class, Doberman class. And also in this Doberman class also, I'll create the same variables and methods. String, breed, string, color, because Doberman also has all these properties, right? These variables and methods. Doberman also will bark, so I have this method known as barking. Then we have Doberman will also eat, so eating, sleeping. Then we have walking. Then we have running. Okay, these are the different things we have to write as part of the Doberman. Do you see anything between this dog class and Doberman class? Do you see any common things? Yes, we have created the same variables and methods inside the dog class. The same variables and methods have been duplicated in the Doberman class also. You have to rewrite all these variables and methods in the Doberman class again. So there is a lot of duplication is there. Okay, this is nothing but duplication, guys. You don't want to duplicate like this. Okay, if you don't want to duplicate these variables and methods, if you want to use the same variables and methods, you don't have to create again in the Doberman class, right? That actually means duplication. You're duplicating the stuff or repeating the stuff, you can say otherwise. Okay, so So why should we not replicate the stuff? Okay, you are replicating the same thing here again. Okay, you are repetitively using the same variables, creating the same variables and methods in the other classes also. Tomorrow you need another class in the other class also. We have this what do you call another class? Let's say pug class. In pug class also, if you create the same variables and methods, again you have to write down all these variables and methods. Is there any repetition? Is there any repetition? Yes, guys, you are repeating a lot of things. Okay, you're repeating the code. Instead, guys, we can make this particular class, Doberman class, inherit dog class. Okay, instead of writing the same variables and methods in multiple classes multiple times, okay, you just write down the variables and methods once inside this one class, and from that particular class, okay, you make this particular class be available for other classes to inherit. That means Doberman class will inherit the properties of the dog class. Using which concept? Inheritance hoops concept. Using inheritance hoops concept, one class can acquire the properties of another class. Here, Doberman class will acquire the properties of the another class. All these properties, that variables and methods, will also belong to the Doberman class. I don't have to type the same variables and methods again in the Doberman class. In a similar way, the pug class also same thing. Okay, you can make the pug class. You can make the pug class to inherit. Okay, you can say inherit the properties of the dog class. That's why if this pug class inherits the properties of the dog class, then you don't have to write all these variables and methods again inside this pug class, which will actually enable you to get one benefit, guys. What is that benefit? Reusability. You are reusing the code, guys. Because of this inheritance concept, the classes don't have to write the same code again. Okay, the same properties code again. They don't have to repeat the same properties code again. Instead, these classes can inherit from the classes in which the required variables and methods are there. Okay, so this concept is known as inheritance, and the advantage of this inheritance is reusability. Okay, reusability means we are going to reuse these properties across multiple classes. These variables and methods will be reused in other classes. Okay, you don't have to create these variables and methods again in the other classes. Okay, if they are same, the same variables and methods required, you don't have to write them again. Instead, these classes will inherit, which will enable us to get the benefit of the reusability. Okay, so when this Doberman class inherits this dog class, then this Doberman class will become the child class, and this dog class will become the parent class. Okay, we generally inherit different things from our parents, right? Okay, that is nothing but the inheritance concept, guys. From parents, children will inherit the what are the things that children will inherit, guys? Genes. Okay, so if your parent, from your parents, you will inherit the different genes. Okay, some different genes. Okay, so we'll inherit from the parents. If your parents are very tall, there is a good probability that children will inherit such kind of properties like tallness, and they will also be tall. Okay, like that. So a lot of genes will be coming from our parents. So here children are inheriting from parents, right? Children are inheriting from children are inheriting different properties from the parents. Okay, this is also inheritance. This is nothing but inheritance. We also inherit what also we inherit, guys. Okay, we inherit the properties from our parents, right? Whatever our parents will earn, we generally or whatever the properties or like anything if you have some your parents had a lot of money or like a lot of houses or something, the children will also inherit from the parents, right? All these properties will belong to the children only later onwards. Okay, so this is known as inheritance in real world. The same thing is there in the Java also, guys. Java, one class can acquire the properties of another class. This concept is called as inheritance. So the class which is acquiring the properties from another class is known as child class. The class which has the properties which can be inherited by other class is known as parent class. Okay. So parent class, child class. Here pug is what class, guys? Parent or child? It's a child class. Because pug is also inheriting the properties from the dog class. So pug is a child class of which class? Dog parent class. So guys, theoretically that is the thing. Okay. So the main benefit of using this inheritance is code reusability. You don't have to rewrite the code again. Okay, wherever required. So the code can be reused, and this is the concept of inheritance, where child class acquires the properties, that is variables and methods of the parent class. So that's fine. But in Java, how to how can a class inherit the properties of the parent class? Okay, how can a class inherit the properties of another class? Which keyword we have to use? There is a keyword known as extends keyword. I'm going to practically demonstrate about this extends keyword, guys. So whatever the class, okay, maybe let's say Doberman class is there. If this particular class want to inherit the properties from the parent class, then we have to say class Doberman extends dog. Okay, class Doberman extends dog. You have to say this is a keyword we have to use in while programming, guys. Okay, which will enable you to perform to apply this inheritance in the classes. Using the extends keyword, we can implement the inheritance in Java. So which I'm going to practically demonstrate soon. Let's wait. So next thing is I'm going to go with the practical demonstration. So I'll take a different example anyhow. So that example is like car and all those stuff. Okay, this is the example, guys. Fine. So let's get started with the example. So I'll take this out. Take this example out. Delete. We'll start it freshly. Okay, we'll start it freshly, guys. Let's create a class known as some car class. Okay, a class known as car class. Click on finish. I want to I want to actually use this class as a parent class, guys. Okay, it's not the parent class yet, but the main intention of me creating the car class is I want to make this as a parent class in future. Okay, so in this car class, I'm going to create some properties. Okay, this car class is going to have some properties. Int cost of the car. Okay, string. What is that? String color, string model, like this. Okay, so if you want some other thing, you can also implement speed. Okay, in speed. These are the properties of the class. Next thing is, so now let's create some methods. Okay, now let's create some methods like public void start car system.out.println model plus car started. Okay, similarly another method I will create public void stop car system.out.println model plus car stopped, like this. Okay, so now guys, this car class is having the properties like variables and methods. These are nothing but the properties of this car class. Now I'm going to create another class which is going to inherit these properties. Let's say I create another class like Benz class. Finish. Create this class known as Benz. Okay, and I'm going to create the same variables and methods. Okay, I'm repeating this thing. Okay, int cost, string color, like this, string model, then int speed. I'm just typing the things again. Okay, because I need the same variables and methods inside the same class. In this bench class also I need the same properties of the car class. So what I'm doing is simply I'm repeating the code. Okay, I'm not reusing the code, rather I'm trying to use the same code. Okay, I'll simply copy paste here now. Okay, like this. So is this a good approach? No, guys. If this particular class needs the same variables and methods, then I don't have to rewrite again. Instead, we have to use which concept in Java? Which OOPS concept in Java? Inheritance, guys. For implementing the inheritance, we need to use a keyword known as extends. Okay, that means Ben's class extends car class. So what this particular extends keyword will do? This extends keyword will make this car class as a parent of this Benz class. Now Benz is a child class and car is its parent class. So child class now acquires the properties, all these properties of the parent class. Okay, child class acquires all the properties of the parent class. So now let's create another class. Let's say new class, say demo, public step with the main method. Let's drag it here so that we can see all the things together. So now we have the Benz class, which is a child class of the car class. Car is a parent class of the Benz class. Since Benz is a child of the car class, all the properties of the car class are now part of the Benz class, right? Now, what if I create an object for the Benz class? If I create an object for the Benz class, I can access all the properties of the Benz class, right? So let's see that. Benz B is equal to new Benz, okay? If I say B dot, you see, I'm able to access all the properties of the car class using the object of the Benz class. How this is possible, guys? Because Benz class is inheriting the car class. Benz class is a child class of the car class. Using extends keyword, we made this Benz class as a child class of the car class. Okay, that's the reason, guys. I can use all the properties of the car class instead of recreating all the properties of the car class inside the Benz class. I can simply use the same all the properties of the car class inside the Benz class. Okay, without recreating. Reusability is there here, right? So I can simply say cost is equal to some 40 lakhs, then B dot color is equal to some black color, then B dot model, okay, some A class model, then B dot speed, okay, B dot speed, have to say mileage actually here, I should not be saying speed, let's say mileage, B dot mileage, something like some 10 kilometers per liter, okay, fine. So this is how, guys. Does this Benz class has any properties? No. How am I going to access all these properties for the Benz class? By creating an object for the Benz class, I'm able to access all the properties of the car class. Because Benz class is a child class of the car class, Benz class acquires all the properties of the car class. That's the reason, guys. Okay. Next thing, we can even access the other properties of the car class inside using the for the Benz class with the help of Benz class. That is, this methods also will belong to the Benz class now, will be inherited by the Benz class. That means B dot start car, B dot stop car. Okay. If I run this program, this will work successfully. That is, if I run this program, this will run successfully. You see, A class model started, A class car stopped, like this. Okay. Fine. So this is how, guys, we can create child classes for the parent classes using an extends keyword in Java. This is a practical demonstration. So anything I'm left with, let's find it out. Yeah, one more thing that is left, guys. That is here, these properties. I'll explain another example here. Let's check this out. Now, another thing that you need to understand now is, anyhow, Benz class is a child class of the car class. So all the properties of the car class now belong to the Benz class. Same time, does that mean that Benz class cannot have any other properties? Because Benz is does Ben what I'm going to ask here is, since Benz is inheriting all the properties of the car class, is there any rule that Benz should not have its own properties? No, guys. Even after the Benz class is inheriting all the properties of the car class, Benz class can have its own properties. Okay. Say let's have some properties like in the Benz class, like so string moonroof. You had about moonroofs in the cars, right? Let's say this Benz class has this moonroof. Okay, moonroof color. Let's write down. Then we have something like some method also, some method specific to Benz class. Let's create public void. Okay, auto mode, some auto gear mode. Okay, so there are two options. Let's assume that Benz class, you can drive Benz in manual mode and auto mode also. Okay, so by turning the auto gear mode on, okay, so system.out.println Benz auto gear mode on. When you call this method, it will print this message. Okay, done. Now, guys, if I create In this kind of situation where car class has its own properties and Benz class has its own properties, at the same time Benz is inheriting all the properties of the car class. So what if I create an object for the car class? If I create an object for this parent car class, what are the different properties can I access? Only the properties related to the car class only I can access. You see, car C is equal to new car C dot, you see, color, cost, mileage, model. Color, cost, mileage, model. These are the 4 properties which can be accessed from the car class using this object reference of the car class. And methods coming to this one, start car, stop car. These are the 2 methods we have, right? Start car and stop car. Other than that, other things are there, but there. Okay, let's write down c dot cost is equal to, okay, we can access, that's fine. But what if I create an object for this Benz class? Benz B is equal to new Benz. So what are the different properties I can access? I can access the properties of the parent class and also the properties which are specific to the Benz class now. If I say B dot color, cost, mileage, model, along with that you are getting another property, that is moonroof color, guys. Okay, which is a specific property of the Benz class. By creating an object for the Benz class, using that object reference, we can not only access the inherited properties of the parent class, but also the property specific to its class, like moonroof color. Coming to the methods, also same thing. B dot, we have start car, stop car. Okay, start car, stop car, and also we are getting auto gear mode. This method is also coming now. Okay, that is the difference, guys. Using the object of the car class, you can only access the properties of the car class. But using the object of the child class, you can not only access the properties of the parent class, but also access the properties specific to the Benz class also. Okay, so this thing you have to understand, guys. Okay, so this is all about the inheritance, guys. This is all about the inheritance in a practical way. Now, inheritance follows is a relationship. Okay, this kind of inheritance follows which relationship? Is a relationship. Is a. Let me give an example. Benz is a car. Okay, RD is a car, like this. Is a relationship. This is a relationship actually belongs to inheritance concept. Guys. Using inheritance concept, we can implement is a relationship. Such kind of like here example, Benz is a class. So Benz class can inherit the properties of the car class. So is a relationship is possible in inheritance. Okay, with the help of inheritance, is a relationship is possible. Now, guys, there are many other things you have to understand about the inheritance. That is, there are different types of inheritance. Okay, there are different types of inheritance. So I don't want to explain all this stuff, guys, because I already explained these things for you in the previous videos. So I'm going to take it out. Okay. So far so good. So far so good, guys. These things will be enough for you to understand the inheritance. In order to understand different types of inheritance, just go back to my previous videos, guys. Okay. I already explained what exactly the different types of inheritance we have in Java. Okay. Fine. Now let's move to the next topic, that is polymorphism. Okay. Next OOPS concept is polymorphism. So let's close all these classes which I have used for explaining the inheritance OOPS concept. So what is the next concept? The next OOPS concept is polymorphism. Okay, polymorphism OOPS concept. So what is polymorphism? The name itself says something. That is, you have to break this name into 2 parts. Poly, another part is this morphism. Poly stands for many. Poly stands for many, multiple, many. Morphism stands for forms, many forms. Polymorphism means many forms. Okay, polymorphism means many forms. Fine. So that is nothing but polymorphism. Polymorphism in simple terms is one thing in multiple forms. Okay, single thing in many forms. The name itself says multiple forms, many forms. Okay, so now let's move to the types of polymorphism. Okay, how can we achieve multiple forms from a single thing in Java? Okay, from a single name, multiple forms we are going to achieve. How can we do that? So in order to understand that how Java implements this polymorphism, we have to understand the different types of polymorphism. There are two different types of polymorphism. Okay, polymorphism in Java can be categorized into two types. That is compile time polymorphism, compile time polymorphism. Other one is runtime. Okay, runtime polymorphism. Okay, there are two types of polymorphisms in Java. One is compile time polymorphism, another one is a runtime polymorphism. So, what actually in Java falls into this compile time polymorphism? What actually in Java falls into this real time polymorphism? We need to understand. Coming to the compile time polymorphism, we have a concept known as overloading. Overloading falls into compile time type polymorphism in Java. Coming to runtime polymorphism, we have a concept known as overriding in Java. Overriding falls into runtime polymorphism. So, what exactly is polymorphism, guys? Polymorphism means many forms. There are two types of polymorphisms. That is, there are two ways to achieve this multiple forms. That is, polymorphism is possible in two ways. That is, compile time polymorphism and runtime polymorphism. Compile time polymorphism is possible using overloading. Okay, using overloading, we can achieve multiple forms in Java. I am going to practically demonstrate how multiple forms can be achieved. Okay, at the same time, runtime polymorphism in Java can be achieved using overriding concept in Java. Okay, even overriding can be used for creating multiple forms for a single thing in Java. Okay, let's go there and understand this polymorphism in a practical manner now. Okay, let's switch to the practical mode, guys. So let's create a new class. Okay, you can give any name for this class. So let's say I give some name as class 1. Class 1. Click on finish. Okay, click on finish. Now here, inside this class, I'm going to create a method. Say public void add method. Okay, the name of the method is add. Just going to create a method like this. Now, in this method, if you name this method as add, you need to add something, right? So, what you are going to add? What you're going to add? I want to add something like int a comma int b. I'm going to give. I want to add these two variables a and b. System.out.println. Okay, a plus b. I'm going to add. Now I'm going to create another method, but this method I'm going to create with the same name. What if I duplicate this method, guys? The same method I am copy pasting. Same name, add. Okay, add. The parameters are also same. Does Java allow you to create duplicate methods? The answer is no, guys. But using overloading concept, using this overloading, that is compile time polymorphism, we can actually create multiple methods having the same name. Okay, but there is a kind of condition that we should differ in terms of let me show you, number of parameters, type of parameters, and order of parameters. Okay, so we can create the methods having the same name. Duplicate method names we can create, but the rule here is, this concept is overloading, guys. Okay, the rule here is the methods should differ in terms of number of parameters. Okay, so let's go with the number of parameters first. That is, I'll say int c here. Int c. You see, compiler errors have been gone because now Java is treating this particular method having the same name as this particular method as different methods, because in this method there are only two parameters. But in this method, how many parameters are there? Three parameters are there. So by differing in the number of parameters, Java allows you to create multiple methods having the same name. Same name, multiple methods. This is polymorphism, guys. Okay. And other parameter you can differ this methods is number of parameters. Type of parameters is the next one. Okay. Type of parameters. What does it mean? So what if I copy paste this one again here like this? Okay, Java is going to give me the compiler error. You see, duplicate methods. It's saying that you cannot create duplicate methods now. But according to overloading, if you differ this type of parameters, for example, here int is there. If you make it double, okay, one of the parameters is enough. You don't have to change the type of the parameters for two parameters. Okay, here in place of int, here we have double. This makes the difference. Type of parameters makes the difference, guys. Okay, type of parameters makes the difference. Now, another way Java allows you to create multiple methods having the same name is the order of parameters. Okay, order of parameters. What if I copy paste the same thing here? Okay, Java will mention that you are creating some duplicate methods. Duplicate methods are not allowed. But what if I change this order? Here double A is there, here int B is there. So I will make this double A come after the int B. Int B comma double A. I'm just changing the order of the parameters. Okay, you see, Java is accepting. Just by changing the order of the parameters, Java is accepting for you to create the multiple methods having the same name. So based on these three things, that number of parameters, type of parameters, and order of parameters, Java will allow you to create multiple methods having the same name, add method, add method, add method, add method. Okay, without any problem. This concept is known as overloading. This concept is known as overloading. Fine. So the same thing can be applied to the constructors. Okay, overloading is not only applicable for methods but also for the constructors. I'm not going to change much, so I'm just going to convert these methods into constructors now. So as you already know, constructor doesn't have any return type, so remove this void. Here also remove this void. Return types won't be there for the constructors, guys. First rule. Okay, so I have to remove the void. The second rule of the constructors is that the name of the constructor should be same as the name of the class name. Okay, copy paste this one here. Done. That's it, guys. Okay, so this is constructor overloading now. That's it. Okay, earlier method overloading, this is constructor overloading. By changing the number of parameters and type of parameters and order of parameters in constructors, we can achieve constructor overloading. This is one type of polymorphism because here all the constructors have the same name, but they differ in number of parameters, type of parameters, and order of parameters. Many forms. Constructors are there now in different forms. Okay, fine. Next thing. Next thing here is let's go into the next type of polymorphism. That is, the other type of polymorphism is runtime polymorphism, that is overriding. Okay, fine. Let's keep this class one like this only. And in this class one, let's create a method. Say public void add method only. Okay, int a comma int b I am saying. Int a comma int b I am saying. Fine. So system.out.println a plus b I am writing. So this class one class has this single method known as add method. Now I'm going to create another class known as, let's say this is class 2. And I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to make this class 2. I'm going to make this class 2 a child class of this class 1. Extends class 1. Okay. This class 2 is now the child class of the class 1. Okay. And inside this child class also, by default, this child class will inherit the properties of the parent class. So this will be part of the child class now, right? But what if I copy paste this one? Same method. If I copy paste here, will I get any compiler error or not? If I copy paste the same method which is there in the parent class into the child class, will I get any compiler error or not? The answer is no. Will not get the compiler error because of a concept known as overriding. Okay. So this concept known as overriding, which allows you to create the same method inside the same duplicate method can be created in the child class of the parent class using this overriding concept. This concept is known as overriding. If you have the same method having the same parameters and all the stuff in the child class, the method in the child class is said to override the method in the parent class. Okay, this method is overriding the method in the parent class. Okay, this concept is called as overriding. Since Java is allowing you to create duplicate methods inside the child class, okay, this is nothing but polymorphism, because here add method is there, here add method is there. Same method multiple times you are writing. This is known as many forms, okay. So overriding, runtime polymorphism, that is overriding. Fine. So let's kind of do some practical on this, okay. So let's create some another class, say demo class, demo, with the main method, okay. So drag it here so that you can see both all the three classes. So we have the class 1 here, class 2 here. We'll take the class 2 here, okay. Sorry, let me drag it here. So class 1, class 2. Class 2 is the child class of the class 1, and we have the same methods inside the class 1 and class 2, okay. And this method in the child class is said to override the method in the parent class. Now using the inside the main method in the demo class, I'm going to create an object for the class 1. Class 1 is equal to new class 1, okay. So if I say 1 dot add method, okay, add of 5 comma 6, okay. If I say something like this, here I will say, I'll put that in the brackets so that the sum will happen properly. And here I will say parent, okay, parent I will say. And here I'll write something like child, just for our reference, guys, okay. So from where this particular sum is printing, I just want to know, okay. For that practical demonstration, I'm just adding child here and parent here. That's it, okay. Now, when I create an object for the class 1, and using that object reference, if I call this add method, which method will be called? Since there is a duplication, right? The class 1 we have this add method, and in the class 2 we have this add method, same add method. If I say 1 dot add, which method will be called? Simple. You create an object for the class 1, parent class, that is. So 1 dot add, it will call the method in the parent class. So parent, that is 5 plus 6, that is 11 should be printed. Parent 11 should be printed. Run this, right click, run a Java application. You see, parent 11 got printed. What if I create an object for the child class, that is class 2, class 2, 2 is equal to new class 2. Now if I say 2 dot, add of say 3 comma 6, let's say, okay. Now which method will be called? Now there is a confusion, guys. That is the child class. You create an object for the child class. Using that object reference, you are trying to call this add method. But there is a situation where the child class is said to inherit the properties of the parent class, right? So that means this add method also belongs to the class 2 only. This add method also belongs to the class 2. So when I say, when using this object reference of the child class, if I try to access this method, okay, add method, whether Java will call inherited method by the child class is inheriting this method. So will the inherited method of the child class will be called, or will the actual method of the child class will be called? Which one will be called, guys? Or inherited method, or the method of the child class? Okay. The answer here is, as already explained, when you create a duplicate method for the method in the parent class, then this method is going to override this method. That means this method is going to replace this method. When there is a duplicate method in the child class, that method is going to replace this method. Okay. That method is going to replace this method. Okay. So fine. That means if this method is going to replace this method, that means inherited method will not be called. Okay, the child class method only will be called. So if you say 2 dot add, which method will be called? This method or this method? This method will be called. The overriding method will be called. That's replacing method will be called. Okay. So if you run this, child of 9 will be printed. Child 9 will be printed. Sorry. Right click, just press select a different option. Let's run this again. Right click, run a Java application. You see, child 9 got printed. That means the overriding method got accessed, called. Okay, fine. What if this one is not the duplicate, let's say. Okay, so maybe this one has what do you call, int c is there, let's say. Okay, so this time, is this overriding this method? Do you say that now this method, is this method overriding this method in the parent class? Is this method in the child class is overriding the method in the parent class? No. Instead, this method is overloading, guys. Why? Why I'm saying this is overloading this method? Because there are 3 parameters. Here we have only 2 parameters. That means this method is not the duplicate of this method. This method is just a overloaded version of this method. Okay. At the child class level, this is overloading this parent class method, guys. Okay. At the child class level, this method is overloading this method. That's it. What if I say 2.add, add of 3, 6? Which method will be called? This method or this method? When I try to call add of 3, 6, here there are 3 parameters. The name of the method is add only, but 3 parameters are there. Here only two arguments are there. That means it will check whether there is any parent class, parent method, parent class method like this. Okay, so add of 2 parameters is there. So this particular method will be called. So parent of 9 will be printed now. You can see that it will not be printing child of 9. It will be printing parent of 9. Similarly, if I say 3, 6, sum 5. Okay, now which method will be called? This overloading method will be called because it has 3 parameters. 3, 6, 5. Okay, child of, I have to say plus c now, guys, because there are 3 parameters now, right? So that is 3, 6, 5, 9 plus 5, 14 should be printed. Child of 14 should be printed now. Okay, like this, guys. Okay, so this is all about the overriding, guys. Okay, this is how overriding works in Java. Okay, and overloading, overriding are the 2 types of polymorphisms in Java. So overloading is called as compile time polymorphism, and overriding is known as a runtime polymorphism. And these are the 2 types of polymorphisms that are in Java. And the main simple polymorphism is nothing but one thing in multiple forms. Here, single thing we have in multiple forms, either in terms of overloading or overriding. The same name of the method is in multiple forms. That's why we call it as polymorphism. Okay, this is nothing but polymorphism, guys. Now let's move to the next one. Okay, so we are done with many things so far. Object we are done, class we are done, inheritance oops concept we have done. Okay, even polymorphism we are done. We are left with 2 more things, that is abstraction and encapsulation. Okay, abstraction and encapsulation. These are the only 2 things that are left. So let's start with the next one, that is abstraction. Abstraction. Abstraction is another OOPS concept we have in Java. Okay, so what is the purpose of abstraction? The purpose of abstraction is to hide the things. So let me explain the proper statement. Abstraction is a methodology. Abstraction is a methodology of hiding the lower level implementation details from the user and only providing the functionality to them. Okay, so let's write down that. I'll explain this statement in a better way. Abstraction is a methodology, okay, of hiding the lower level implementations and providing the functionality to the user. Okay, I just providing the functionality, you can say. So the functionality will be visible, but its lower level implementation of this functionality will not be visible. Okay, so simply we have to say, if we have to say something, we have to say hiding the details. Okay, the statement in simple terms is nothing but hiding the details. Let me explain a real example so that you can connect to this statement. For example, you have a car. Okay, let's say you have a car. Let's assume this is a car. Okay, let's assume this is a car we have. Okay, this is a car, guys. So when you purchase a car, will you know in and out of this car how many equipments are there inside the engine? Okay, how my gearbox actually works internally? Okay, do you know that? No. At a high level, you know how to change the gear from first gear, second gear, third gear, reverse gear, like that. Okay, and you have the escalator, and you have the braking system inside the car. Okay, when you push the accelerator, the car will go speed. Up to that only you know that. But internally, how the speed is coming into picture, how the petrol or diesel is consumed by this car, and all the lot of details are there. When you turn on the car, how the car is getting turned on. Okay, internally what's happening, what's making the car to turn on. Okay, a lot of things are hidden from you, right? Okay, as a car buyer, you only focus on how to use the car, but how the car is internally working. Okay, how the car is internally working, what is each and everything, how is each and everything is implemented inside the car. Will you see that, guys? Okay, lot of things are hidden from you guys. Okay, the company will hide you from lot of details. Okay, the company will hide lot of details, right? So you'll not see everything of the car, you will see only whatever that is needed for you to use. Okay, the same thing is nothing but abstraction, guys. Abstraction will make this possible in programming. The same thing, if you have to make such kind of car kind of a thing possible in abstraction. Okay, so car kind of thing possible in Java programs, you have to use something known as abstraction, which actually hides the details for us. Okay, whatever the details we need, that will be shown to you. Whatever the functionality that we need to use as part of the programs, that is visible to you, or that you can use. But internally, how that particular functions are implemented is hidden from you. That thing is nothing but abstraction, guys. Okay, abstraction means hiding the lower level implementations and giving you the functionality, higher level functionality only. Okay, the same thing you can correlate with the car. Okay, whatever that you can see, that is possible. All the lower level implementation and each and every implement is not possible for you guys. Okay, so it's lower level implementation actually as part of the car. Okay, company will hide, company will hide a lot of things from you. Okay, so this is called as abstraction, guys. The same thing, hiding part in Java program is nothing but abstraction. Okay, fine. So abstraction in Java, okay, the abstraction in Java is implemented in two ways. How can we implement this abstraction in Java? There are two ways to implement the abstraction in Java, guys. One is using the abstract classes. I already explained about abstract classes in the previous videos. Okay, one of the previous videos, abstract classes are there. Okay, and other one is interfaces. Interface, you can say interfaces or interface. Okay, so there are two ways in which, there are two mechanisms or two things in Java using which you can implement abstraction. Okay, abstraction hooks concept can be implemented in Java using two concepts, that is abstract classes and interfaces. Okay, using abstract classes you can hide the details, you can using interfaces also you can hide the details. Okay, so how this hiding of the abstract classes and interfaces, okay, how hiding is possible by this abstract class and interface, I'm going to explain you. Okay, fine. So let's start with the first one, that is, there are two types of abstraction possible, that is using abstract classes and interfaces. So let's start with the first one, that is abstract classes. Okay, so in Java, using abstract classes and interface, we can achieve the abstraction, that is hiding the details is possible with the help of abstract classes and interfaces in Java. So let's go with the first one, that is abstract classes. Okay, abstract classes. What are abstract classes? So guys, we can apply a keyword in Java. Okay, so let me close this. We can apply. So in order to implement this abstract classes, okay, before implementing this abstract classes, there is a keyword known as, there is a keyword known as abstract keyword. Okay, so there's a keyword in Java known as abstract. You can also call it as abstract non-access modifier also you can call. Okay, using this abstract keyword or abstract non-access modifier, we can implement abstraction in Java. Okay, that is you can implement abstraction in Java. Okay, abstraction oops concept in Java. Fine. So can we apply this abstract keyword? To what we can apply this abstract keyword, guys? There are three things in Java, right? Mainly, they are one is variables, we have methods, we have classes. Okay, variables and methods and classes. Can we implement this abstract keyword with variables? The answer is no. Okay, we cannot implement. Let me show you. Let's close all this stuff. The earlier stuff, let's close it, guys. Delete. Let's create a new class, say some car class, let's say. Finish. So here if I say int, otherwise I will say something. I will not take car class, guys. Okay. So let me take some other class. Let's say I will take some class like normal general class like class 1. Okay. So I don't want to give any name. So I just went to class 1. So inside this class, if I try to create a variable like int a, okay, it is working fine. There is no compiler error now. But when I try to add this abstract non-access modifier for this variable, I am going to get a compiler error, illegal modifier. You cannot use this abstract non-access modifier with the variables. So abstract keyword or abstract non-access modifier cannot be used with the variables. Then can I use the abstract non-access modifier with the methods? Yes, we can use. Okay, let's create a method now. Public void some method 1. Okay. I'll write something inside this method, inside method 1. So far everything is working fine, right? This method has been created and we are not getting any compiler error. Okay, things are very good. But the moment when I add this abstract non-access modifier with methods, I'm going to get a compiler error saying that abstract methods do not specify a body. That means you cannot create a body. This is not possible. Okay, when you specify a particular method with abstract non-access modifier, it should not contain any body. That means its implementation should be hidden from the user. Okay, like the example that I have given, guys. Abstraction means hiding the details. So now this method should not be displaying any details to the user. That's why body should not be there. But still I'm getting a compiler error. The reason here is, I'll explain that. Okay. So I'll create another method now. Public void. Let's move it. Okay. So the reason here is inside the class, if there is at least one abstract method, few find at least one abstract method inside a class. This method is an abstract method. If a particular class has at least one abstract method, then that particular class also should be specified with abstract only. Okay. So class should be of abstract type only. Otherwise, you will not be able to clear this error. Okay. You have to make this class as abstract class. The moment when you make this class as an abstract class, the error will be resolved, guys. Okay. The error will be resolved. So what? If a particular class has an abstract method, then that particular class also should be abstract. If at least one method is abstract, then you have to make that class also abstract. Otherwise, Java will not allow. Okay. Now, can I create inside this abstract class? Can I create normal methods? The methods having the body. Okay. Apart, this particular class is an abstract class, and it has an abstract method. But can I create an non-abstract method? Public void method 2 with body. Can I create it, guys? Yes, the answer is yes, you can create. Okay, the answer is you can create, not a problem. So abstract classes can contain both abstract methods and non-abstract methods. Okay, that means you are partially hiding the things, you are not fully hiding the things inside method 2. Here one of the method is hiding the details from you. Internal implementation of the method 1 is hidden from you, whereas this method is showing the details for you. That means few things are displayed, few things are not displayed. Okay, few things are hidden, few things are not hidden. So abstract classes encourage such kind of things where partial hiding will be possible. Okay, now guys, how to implement this method 1? Where to implement this method 1? So in order to implement the method 1, you have to create another class. We have to make this class a child class of this class 1. Okay, make this class 2 a child class of the class 1. Say class 2 extends class 1 like this. Okay, class 2 extends class 1 over the mouse. So it's saying that there is a method which is not implemented in the class 1. It says that class 2 is a child class of the class 1. That's correct. But class 2 class 2 is a child class of the class 1, but this class 1 has a abstract method which is not implemented it. Okay, whose details are hidden from the user, let's say. Okay, those details are hidden. So such method we have to implement that. Such methods have to be implemented by the child classes. Okay, the child classes of the parent classes having this abstract methods have to be implemented. Okay, inside the child class we have to implement this abstract methods of the parent classes. Okay, that means this is error, guys. Hover the mouse and say add unimplemented methods. Automatically this method will be added. You see, override public method void method 1. Okay, like this it will be added. You have to implement here, guys, inside. Okay, method 1 of child class like this. Okay, this method which is abstract in parent class is implemented in its child class. Okay, so now, guys, this class 2 will not be provided to user. Okay, only the class 1 will be provided to the user, so that these details will be hidden from the user and these details will be visible to the user. Okay, so partially you are hiding the details. Okay, and who is implementing the details which are hidden from the user? The class 2 is internally implementing that. Okay, class 2, which is a child class of the class 1, is internally implementing the hidden details. So now let's say, okay, so this is what we have to do, guys. Okay, so this is how abstraction is possible. This is how abstraction is possible. Fine. Next thing is okay. So generally, why we have to use these abstract methods in the parent classes, guys? So generally, when you get a requirement where you don't want to implement everything inside the parent class, rather you want to implement in the child classes of the parent class, then you go for the when you want to go with the partial implementation. That means you want to implement few things and you want to implement some things later. Such kind of situations when you get, you will go with this kind of approach. Okay, we'll create some abstract classes with some abstract methods. Those abstract class methods will be implemented in future by their child classes. Okay, like that. Fine. That's the purpose, guys. Okay. And one more thing. One more thing here is, as we already know from one of the previous videos, if I create a demo class, can I create an object for the abstract classes? Is object creation possible for the abstract classes? No, guys. When you try to create one, you will get a compiler error. Class 1 is equal to new class 1. Okay, if I say so, I'll get a compiler error saying that class 1 cannot be instantiated with a type. That means you cannot create an object for the class 1. So how then? If you're not able to create an object for the abstract classes, then how? The only way is to create objects for the child classes and access all this hidden and non-hidden methods of the abstract class. Okay, that means I have to say class 2 is equal to new class 2. I cannot create objects for the abstract classes directly. I have to create the objects for the child class of the abstract classes, and using the object reference of this child classes, I have to access the methods. Okay, the hidden methods and non-hidden methods both we can access. Okay, this is the thing. Fine. Next, let's go to the interface, guys. The next level of abstraction. Next level. Okay, here so far using the abstract classes, partially we are hiding the things. Okay, partially we are hiding the details. Okay, but when I go with next abstraction oops concept, that is interfaces. Next type of abstraction is interfaces. If you use interfaces in Java, this has this will fully hide the details, guys. Okay, this will fully hide the details. Let me show you. For example, okay, so for example, if I create an interface here, let's delete all this stuff. Full abstraction is complete abstraction you are going to get with the help of interfaces. So how to create an interfaces, guys? Right click on here and select new. Instead of selecting class, we have to select interface. Give some interface name like interface 1. Okay, anything you can give. Finish. This is an interface, guys. So let's try to create a method inside this interface. That is public void some method 1. I'm trying to give a body. Immediately I'm going to get a compiler error saying that abstract methods. By default, these methods are abstract type, guys. Okay. Though there is no keyword here like abstract here. Okay. Even though you specify, nothing will happen. Okay. By default, all the methods inside the interface are of which type? Abstract type. That means they have to hide the details by default. No matter how many details you create, guys. Okay. Public void method 2. Okay. Like this. Public void method 3. No matter how many methods you create, you cannot create body for any of the methods. All the methods have to be of abstract type by default. They are abstract type by default, so they cannot have any body. That means fully hiding the details. In the interfaces, we are fully hiding the details, guys. Okay, there's no way. Even the variables. Okay, if I say int a is equal to some 5. If I say this variable is by default of static and final type. Okay, so like this, static and final type. You cannot change it. You cannot change the value of this variable a, and this is static. That means you don't, as you cannot create object for the interfaces also. In Java, you cannot create objects for the interfaces. Okay. So how you can access this variable? Directly using the interface name. That is interface 1.a you have to access because it is static type. And final type because you cannot change the value. Okay. Once you assign the value, you cannot change it. That is the final. So by default, the variables in the interfaces are final and static type, whereas the methods in the interfaces are by default abstract type. You cannot create a method with a body inside an interfaces. Fully hiding, guys. You are fully hiding the details from the user. Okay, full abstraction. Okay, I don't have to explain complete details of the interfaces here because I already covered a lot of things as part of the interfaces in the previous videos. You can go through my previous videos on interfaces in the same video series, guys, where you'll find a detailed video series on the interfaces. Okay, interfaces here, interfaces. Okay, I'm not going to explain each and everything of the interfaces here. Okay, just go back to the previous videos, you will get that things. Now let's move to the next thing known as the last oops concept, guys. That is encapsulation. Okay, that is nothing but encapsulation. Encapsulation is the last oops concept of Java. Okay, so what is the purpose of encapsulation? The purpose of the encapsulation is to bind the private variables with the methods in Java. That means if you want to restrict or encapsulate some variables inside the class, okay, what you will do, guys? So what you will do if you want to encapsulate, okay, or hide some variables inside the class, what you will do? So let's say I'll create some class like class A. Click on finish. I want to create some variables here like public int A, public int B, public int C. Like this, 3 variables are there. I want to enclose. I don't want these variables to be outside of the class, to be used outside the class. They should be restricted inside the class itself. What you will do? I'll make this private, simple, right? All these variables are encapsulated. Okay, you are enclosing these variables inside the class itself. It's a class will form a kind of protective layer. Okay, this class A will be kind of a security or protective layer which stops these variables from unauthorized kind of access. Okay, you are enclosing this variables inside the class itself. If you have to access these variables, you have to access them inside the class itself. This kind of thing is known as encapsulation. Encapsulation is a mechanism in Java which wraps the data variables and code that is together as a single unit. Okay, this I will explain, guys. Okay, why this is needed in encapsulation. So the main thing of encapsulation is enclosing the stuff, okay, inside the class. To bind the private variables with the methods in Java is the main purpose of the encapsulation. Okay, so by this form, you are wrapping the variables and methods together as a single unit now. Okay, because these variables cannot be accessed outside the class. What you have to do in order to access these private variables outside the class, guys? We have to simply create the getter and setter methods, guys. Okay, using the getter and setter methods, encapsulation will be fully possible, where the variables will be private That means you cannot directly access these variables outside the class. First thing, class will enclose these variables and methods. Class will enclose these variables and methods inside so that these variables cannot be directly accessed outside the class. Demo public static void main. So if I say, if I try to create an object for the class A is equal to new class A, and if I try to access these variables, if I want to assign some value to this particular variable, if I say, so I'll give some different name, guys. Class A I will give. Okay. So if I use this object reference like class A, then I say dot. Can I access A, guys? If I try to do so, I'm getting compiler error, guys, because I cannot access these variables. I'm getting compiler errors because these variables are private and they are restricted to the class. Encapsulation is a mechanism in which the variables and methods will be bounded as a single unit. What does this mean? Okay, we are privating in encapsulation, we are privatizing the classes, variables. Okay, in encapsulation, we are privating the variables. That means these variables only belong to this class. They have to be used inside the class itself. But still, encapsulation allows you to access these variables outside the class also but we have to take permission of this class, guys. Okay, in order to access these variables outside the class, we have to take permission of this class. Then only it will allow you to. Otherwise, it will encapsulate in itself. Okay, you have to use these variables only inside the class. If you are not going with that solution. Okay, so by taking the permission of this class A, we can access these variables outside the class also. That permission is nothing but by creating some getter and setter methods inside this class. Okay, by creating some getter and setter methods. I already explained about getter and setter methods in one of the previous videos, guys. Okay, you can go through that if you want. Okay, so that is, I have to write something like this: public void set A. Okay, set A. So I will say int A. I will say this dot A is equal to A, like this. This is the setter method, guys. Okay. Similarly, getter method I will create for this variable A. Public void set get A. Okay. Here I will say return this dot A, like this. Okay. The return type will be int type. Like this, I have to create the getter and for whatever the variables that this class want to give permissions. Okay. If a particular class knows how to access these variables, it can access now. Okay. Like class A, I'll simply say class A dot set A of some 9. What will happen, guys? This A method of this class A will be called. So this 9 argument will be passed to this A, and this 9 will be assigned to this particular variable, private variable of the class A. So earlier, I was not able to assign some value to this particular private variable. But now, from outside the class also, using this getter and setter methods, I am able to assign the values to the private variables. Now, get method. Now, once that is done, I will say class A dot get A. Okay. So this will, when I call this method, this will return the value that is assigned to this private variable A. That is 9 is assigned to the variable A. That will be returned. So I can either store into the variable or directly I will print it out. Okay. System.out.println class A dot get A, like this. Okay. So this will access the value that is stored into this particular variable. Okay. So right click, run as Java application. You see 9 got printed. That means this getter and setter methods are working. You are able to assign the values to these private variables, and you are able to access the values stored into this private variables using this getter and setter methods. That means we are not able to directly access these variables which are enclosed inside the class. Okay, because of this encapsulation, class doesn't want to directly what you call provide these variables to be accessed outside the class. So it want to hide it. Okay, it want to actually make it private inside the class itself. It want to make it private. But still, if you want to access these variables outside the class, then you have to go and take the permission of the class A by creating this getter and setter methods for whatever the variables that you want to access outside the class. Once this particular class has this getter and setter methods, then you can access this private variables outside the class also. Okay, these are the getter and setter methods, guys. And now, because of this encapsulation, the security is better, right? Because of this, encapsulation, the security is better. That means whatever the class that is coming, it cannot directly access all these variables or methods, which are private kind of things. Okay. So instead, the classes, if they have to access them, they have to call this getter and setter methods. Okay. Only these getter and setter methods will be provided to some classes. Those classes only can access this private variables. Okay. This complete concept together is known as encapsulation. Encapsulation is a mechanism in Java which wraps the data, that is variables and code, together as a single unit. Okay. Together as a single unit. These variables and methods are wrapped as a single unit. They are now binded together. Okay. In order to use these variables, you have to call these methods. There is no other way. They are so tightly bounded by this class. They are so enclosed by this class in such a way that these variables, in order to access them, you have to use these methods only. Okay. There's no other way. Tightly bounding the variables and methods inside the as a single unit inside a class is known as encapsulation. Okay. You cannot access variables separately. Instead, we have to take the help of the methods to access the data. Okay. That is, encapsulation is achieved by privatizing the variables and accessing them by using the getter and setter methods. Okay. So in order to access these variables or in order to initialize some values to these variables, you have to use this getter and setter methods. So I already demonstrated, guys. So guys, encapsulation, you have to it feels different. Okay. So but this is a reality. Okay. You are binding the variables and methods together. So that whatever the class that want to access these variables has to access these variables only via the methods. Okay, that is nothing but encapsulation. Class is actually protecting these variables by doing this encapsulation mechanism. Okay, protection is possible with the help of encapsulation. So guys, these are the different OOPS concepts. Okay, we have in Java. I started explaining with object, then class, inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction, and encapsulation. So these are the this is a detailed and practical demonstration of different OOPS concepts in Java, guys, starting from object to the encapsulation. So that's it about the OOPS concepts, guys. The next video session, we'll move to the next Java concept, that is data and type. Date and, this is not data, this is date. Okay, date and time. So how to implement data and time in Java? Okay, how to work with how to program with the date and time. Okay, in Java. That thing I'm going to explain as part of the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 243 of Java for Tester series. That is database concepts for JDBC. Database concepts for JDBC. So guys, why I kept this title like database concepts for JDBC for this particular video? You need to understand that. Okay. So there is a concept known as JDBC in Java, guys. Okay. In Java programming, there is a concept known as JDBC. In order to understand this JDBC concept, okay, in order to understand this JDBC concept, we need to have some knowledge about this database concepts. If you have proper knowledge about this database concepts, then you can easily understand this JDBC concept in Java. Okay. In this video session, I am going to cover the different database concepts that are required for you for understanding this JDBC in a better way. Okay. So before I start explaining about this database concepts that are required for understanding this JDBC, let's first understand this JDBC at high level. Okay. In the future videos, I am going to explain JDBC in a detailed and practical way. For now, before I start the database concepts, okay, before I start explaining the database concepts, I would like to explain this JDBC at a high level. Okay, then I will go back to the database concepts and explain all the database concepts in full-fledged. Okay, so what exactly is JDBC now? Okay, at a high level, I'm going to explain the JDBC, guys. So what is JDBC? So JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity. Okay, Java Database Connectivity. So JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity. Okay, it's a full form, guys. So what is the purpose of JDBC? Okay, why JDBC concept is there in Java? The purpose of JDBC, okay, is, let's say if you want to connect to some database from the Java programs, okay, from the Java programs, if you want to make a connection to a particular database, okay, from the Java programs, if you want to make a connection to the databases, what is needed, guys? We need to implement JDBC, okay. On implementing this JDBC concept in this Java programs, okay, then we can connect to the required database. That's why we need to learn JDBC, okay. That's why we need to learn JDBC, using which our Java programs, okay, using which our Java programs will allow us to connect to the databases, okay. But in order to understand this JDBC concept well, okay, in order to understand this JDBC Java concept well, we need to first understand the different database concepts, okay. Once you have this understanding of the database concepts, then you can easily understand this JDBC, okay. So guys, let's not delay anymore. Let's start let's start with the database concepts, okay. Let's start the database concepts. So what are database? What are the different database concepts? Fine. These are the different database concepts I am going to explain, guys. Okay. Let's start with database testing. Okay. Let's understand something known as database testing. So once you understand this database testing, okay, let's move to other database concepts. Fine. So if you are a tester, guys, okay, if you are a tester and you want to perform some database testing, you're a tester and if you want to perform this database testing, okay, then you need to have the idea of this database concepts, okay. But let's understand what exactly the database testing stands for, okay. What exactly is database testing? In simple terms, guys, let's say there is an application, okay. Let's say there is an application, guys. There's an application which has, there is an application, okay, which has some new user creation or registration functionality, or else user registration functionality, you can say, okay. There's some new user registration functionality inside this application. So as part of new user registration functionality, it will ask for your name, first name, last name, maybe date of birth, okay, your gender, then maybe your address or whatever it is, and finally there will be some button, right? Some submit button will be there, okay. Some submit or register button will be there here. Fine. So let's say you have entered some details here. That is, you have entered your first name, then last name, okay, some DOB, then some gender, then your address, okay, address, etc. into this new user registration fields. And finally, when you click on this register or submit button, what happens is this data, whatever the data you entered, will be stored into some database. Okay, this particular data will be stored into a database. Database generally, if you see database symbol, guys, this will be the database symbol. Okay, generally people use this as a database symbol. Okay, so it's not perfectly drawn, but this is how a cylinder kind of 3D diagram will be there, generally represented for the database. Fine. So whenever you enter these details into the, okay, on the application UI of the UI screen of the application, this data will get saved into your database. Okay, all this data will be saved here. Data will be saved here. So what is database testing then? Okay, database testing is related to this application and database, guys. Okay, this is storage place, guys. Okay, we are storing into the database. We are storing into the database. We generally say that. So what is why database testing is performed? Okay, coming to the context, whatever the data you have entered, okay, onto the application, whether the same data is saved into the database or not. If you want to validate that such thing, okay, if you enter Arun here, whether Arun is stored in the database or not. When you enter Motori here, okay, whether Motori is, my last name Motori is stored, okay, my last name Motori is stored properly into the data as exactly as same into the database or not. This should match with this one, guys, okay. Then date of birth, whatever the date of birth you enter, the same date of birth has been saved, stored into the database or not, okay. Or whatever the gender you enter, the same gender should be stored into the database. Whatever the address, the same address should be stored into the database. To check whether whatever the data you entered, the same data is is stored into the real database or not, okay. The validation process, such validation process is known as database testing, guys, okay. At a high level, this is known as database testing. I'm not going to explain database testing in detail, guys, okay. I'm just covering the different concepts, okay, of database that we need to understand. If you're a tester, we generally have to learn JDBC because of this reason, guys, okay. If you're a tester, we need to learn JDBC for this reason, okay. If your requirement is to perform some database testing, okay, that is automating some database testing using from the Java programs. From the Java programs, we are going to use JDBC, and with the help of JDBC, we can perform this database testing. Okay, with the help of JDBC, we can connect to the database, and a lot of stuff is there, guys. I will explain that in future. Okay, so that's why we need to understand database testing, guys. This is actually what is database testing. Now, let's move to the other topic. Okay, let's move to the other topic. That is, for the next thing that you need to understand about the database concepts, let's start with the database itself. Okay, so what is a database? What is a database, guys? Let me explain. Database. Database is a collection of related data. Database is a collection of related data. Okay. Database is a collection of related data. So let's take an example of what exactly this collection of related data means. Okay. Let's take some data, guys, which is a collection of some related data. Let's take that example. Let's say we have something like employee ID. Then we have something like employee name. Then we have employee location. Then we have employee experience. Okay, like this, different things. Okay, employee ID, employee name, employee location, employee experience. So all this stuff. So here, if I try to create some data, let's say employee ID is something like 009. Employee name is, let's say, Arun Motori. Okay, my name. Employee location, let's say Hyderabad. Employee experience is like, let's say 12 years. 12 years of experience. So 12 you can say. Okay. So here, are you collecting some related data? Is this data different from this or this? Is there any relationship between this data that you are collecting? Yes, this data is related. This employee ID belongs to this employee, okay, and he stays in this place and he has this experience of 12 years, okay. So this data is related data. This data is a kind of related data, guys, okay. So to store such kind of data, to store this kind of related data, we have to store them in the database. So what is a database? Database consists of, okay, some related data. Database collects some related data, guys, like this, okay. So what is a database? Database is a collection of related data. So example I already given. You can store such kind of related data in the databases. That's what exactly the database is. Now let's understand the next thing, that is database management system. Okay. Now you understood database and its purpose for storing the related data. Now let's understand the next concept, of database concepts, that is database management systems, okay, or system, database management system. So what is this database management system? So database management system is a software, okay. So database management system is nothing but a software for storing the related data into the database, to store the related data into the database in an organized way, okay. So there are some softwares in the market, guys, okay. There are different database management systems are available in the market, okay. So using those softwares, we can store, okay, we can store the related data like this into the databases in an organized way, okay. Without these softwares, you can store the data, but you cannot organize well, guys, okay. So database management system softwares are required for storing such kind of related data in an organized way. Why we have to store the related data in an organized way using this database management system softwares? This software, right? Database management system is a software. Like that, many softwares are there in the market. Okay, there are many different software that are database management systems are there in the market, using which we can store the related data into the database in an organized manner. Okay, that is the purpose of the softwares. That's the purpose of that softwares, to store the data, related data in an organized way. Okay, so why we have to store the data into the databases in an organized way using this database management system softwares? The answer here is, by storing the data in an organized way, okay, it will make our job easier to create, retrieve, and update. Okay, if you want to create the data, that means enter some data into the database, or retrieve the data, or you want to get some data from the database. For example, if you go to any place, okay, maybe some anywhere, like maybe you are trying to what you call, you have already booked some tickets in the some website, train website or some flight website, okay, you already booked some tickets in the train or flight websites, okay. So where those details will be stored, guys? In the database itself. Now you want to retrieve them, okay. Now you want to retrieve the or print the ticket. Already you booked a ticket, okay. Now after going to the airport or something, you have entered few details, and when you submit them, your ticket will get printed. How this is, how this is happening, guys? How you are getting the ticket out? The thing here is, you are retrieving some data, okay, from the database. Internally at the back side of the application, there will be some database where your booked details, that is uh, aeroplane or train ticket book details will be stored already in the database. When you enter few data, that will come out, in the form of ticket or whatever it is, okay. That kind of retrieval, okay, not to perform the creation, retrieval, and updation. Sometimes we need to update few things, right? For example, you have a Facebook account and you have entered all your account details there, but somehow after some days, if you want to update your photo on the Facebook, okay, profile pic on the WhatsApp or Facebook. So what actually happens in the backside, okay? When you change the photo on the front end, the same thing, that particular thing, some update operation will be done on the database, okay, on the Facebook database or on the WhatsApp database, whatever it is. When you change something on the UI at the back end, database will get updated, okay? The data in the database will get updated. So we generally need to perform creation, that is creation or insertion or retrieval and updation operations, okay. Even deletion also will fall into the updation only, okay. All these operations, if you want to perform on the database, okay, in a better way, okay, if you want to perform this creation, retrieval, and updation in an easier way, then we need this database management system softwares, okay. These softwares will store the data into the database in an organized manner, so that all these things will become easier, okay. The creation, retrieval, and updation operations on the database will become easier because of this database management system softwares. Okay, this database management system software will store the data into the database in a organized manner, because of which we'll be able to create, retrieve, and update operation. We can perform this create, retrieve, and update operations in a easier way. Okay, without this, without this softwares, it will be very very hectic, guys. Okay, you can say very hectic for performing this kind of operations. Okay, fine. Now we understood the purpose of the database management systems. Okay, they store the data into the databases in an organized manner, which will make our creation, retrieval, and update operations on the applications in a better way. Okay, fine. So let's take some examples for this database management system softwares. So these are the different examples, guys. There are in the market. I already said that there are several or different softwares available for this database management system softwares. Okay, so there's no one software, guys. There are many softwares in the market which actually provide this kind of services like database management services. Okay, so a few examples here we have are what are the different examples for this database management system softwares? MySQL is one database, is a DBMS software. Okay, MySQL, Oracle. Okay, Oracle. Then we have MongoDB. I don't remember all these things, so let me type MariaDB, MariaDB, MongoDB, MariaDB. These are famous anyhow. MySQL and Oracle are kind of famous. People also use other DBMS softwares also. Okay, so we generally call it short form as DBMS, Database Management System. Okay, then we have SQLite. People even use SQLite. Then we have SQLite, guys. Okay, SQLite. Then we have Cassandra. We have used it. Okay, in one of my projects, the clients were using this Cassandra database. Okay, Cassandra database management system software they were using in one of the projects. So like this, a lot of people use a lot of softwares. Okay, like this like there is a very big list, guys. Okay, you can Google search for a DBMS software list. Okay, you'll get many DBMS softwares. Okay, apart from whatever I have typed here, MySQL, Oracle, MongoDB, MariaDB, SQLite, Cassandra. These are few examples of the different database management system softwares using which we can store the data into the database in an organized way, which will make our process of creation, retrieval, and updation on the database easier. Okay, these are the several examples of the different examples of the DBMS softwares. And if you again go to the Google and search for this database DBMS means database management system softwares list. Okay, if you search for such kind of database, you will get lot of things here, guys. Okay, so Oracle database, IBM, Microsoft SQL, Adaptive Server, Teradata, MySQL. Lot of things are there in the market, guys. Okay, there are a lot of database management system softwares available in the market. Okay, fine. Now let's move to the next one. Hope you understood what exactly the database is and what exactly the database management system is. Okay. Now let's move to the next one. Next topic for understanding the database concepts, that is data models. Okay. Next one is data models. So fine. So far I said database is a collection of some related data, right? But how this data is related and stored into the database? Okay, how this data is connected to each other before storing into the database. These DBMS softwares are storing the data in an organized way into the database, but how the data is connected internally, or how the data is represented inside this database using these DBMS softwares. Okay, these DBMS softwares represent the data inside this database in some format, in some structure or format. What is the structure? Okay, the structure is nothing but this data model, guys. Okay, there's no single data model in the market. Okay, so different database management systems use different data models for storing the data. Okay, every database management system, okay, follows different approach for storing the data into the databases, so that how differently the data is stored. Okay, in what structure or what way the data is stored into the database is nothing but the data models. Okay, so there are different types of data models. Okay, so if you are storing some data into the databases, they will be stored in some way, right? So by connecting the data related data in some way, they will be stored into the system, right? In what way the data will be stored? For that, there are different data models. Different data models will store the data into the database in a different manner. So if a particular database management system follows some hierarchical model, it may store the data, related data into the database in a different way. Whereas if another database management system uses some other data model like network model, it will store the data, related data into the database in a different way, like that is, okay? So like that, we have different types of data models. So what are the different data models we have? Data models. So first of all, what are data models? The way in which the related data is stored into the databases. Okay, the way in which the related data is stored by the database management systems software into the database. Okay, so how the data is stored into the databases? By using this DBMS softwares. Okay, is nothing but the data models. So there I said that there are different type of databases, right? There are different types of data models. There are different types of data models. What are the different data models we have? Different types of data models. So you don't have to learn everything, guys. Okay, all these data models you don't have to learn. You'll learn only the popular one. First one we have is hierarchical model. The second one we have is what is that? Network model. Okay, then entity relation. Then we have entity relationship model. Then we have relational model. Out of all these four different types of data models available, which actually store the data into the databases in different ways. Okay, we have to learn only the relational. We have to know only about the relational model, guys. Okay, this is what exactly is used by most of the DBMS softwares. DBMS, database management system softwares. Okay, most of the DBMS softwares in the market use this relational model only, okay, for storing the data. So what exactly is this relational model? Let me explain. Okay, let me clear out all this stuff. So how does this relational model will store the data into the database? In what way the related data will be stored as part of this relational model? Simple, guys, in a tabular format like this. Okay, like this. The related data will be stored into the databases in a tabular format like this. In a tabular format like this. So this tabular format will be followed by this relational model, guys. Okay. Other data models will follow a different approach for storing the data into the databases. Okay. Like if you see hierarchical, maybe it will be like parent, child, kind of. This data will be related as a child parent kind of. Okay. So it will have another child. Maybe this will have another 3 children. This kind of is hierarchical. We can clearly understand. Okay. So network is something different like that. We have entity relation is something different. Like different models are there for storing the data. Okay. The way in which the data, related data is stored into the database is nothing but the data models. Okay. So different DBMSs, database management system softwares in the market use different types of data models, and most of the DBMS softwares use this relational model, which is very popular in the market. So we have to learn only this relational model. Okay, wherever you go and work, you will get the same relational model format for storing the data. Okay, so we have to understand this. So let's say employee ID. Okay, then employee EMP name, then EMP some location, then EMP employee experience, like this. Now here we have different details about the employee, like 009, employee name Arun Muturi, employee location HYD Hyderabad, experience 12 years, let's say. Now we have another employee details, like his employee ID is like 004, let's say. His name is Varun Samesh. He belongs to, let's say, Delhi, and his experience is some 5 years. Now we have another employee whose employee ID is like 007. Employee name is, let's say, Tarun K, who is from Bangalore, and his experience is like some 10 years of experience. Okay, like this. The related data is stored in the form of table in which type of data model? What is the data model which is storing the related data in this tabular format? Relational. Okay, relational model. Relational model is the data model. Okay, that will store the related data into the database in a tabular format. Okay, this kind of structure it will be there, tabular structure for storing the related data. Okay, so that is nothing but the data models, guys, and we have to only focus about the relational model because this is the popular model which is used by most of the database management system software for storing the data into the database in an organized way. Okay, so most of the DBMS softwares use which model? Relational model. Fine. So I have explained all this stuff, guys. And one more thing left. That is, there's another name. I already said that there are DBMS softwares, right? DBMS, Database Management System softwares. Okay. So there are several DBMS softwares available in the market, and the DBMS softwares which actually use this relational model for storing the data into the databases are generally called as RDBMS. Okay. There is a term known as RDBMS. RDBMS means the database management systems which actually follow the relational model for storing the data into the database. This kind of tabular format for storing the related data into databases. RDBMS. Okay, relational database management softwares. So few examples for the RDBMS are, okay, few examples for the RDBMS software are this Oracle or MySQL. Okay, this both will follow the, even this Cassandra also will follow the same thing. Okay, so for my knowledge, MySQL, most of the RDBMS guys, okay, it's very hard to find the other DBMS softwares which use different data models. MySQL, Oracle, Cassandra, all those things follow the, okay, are the RDBMS softwares because these RDBMS softwares use a relational model for storing the data into the database in a tabular format. Fine. Now this is about the database models. Okay, data models. Now the last thing, last term or last concept that you need to understand for understanding this database concept for JDBC. Okay, that is nothing but SQL. So what is SQL? You have to understand SQL, guys. SQL stands for, what is an SQL? SQL stands for structured query language. Okay, it's a programming language. It's a programming language. SQL, full form of SQL is structured query language, and it is a programming language. Okay, what's the purpose of this for programming language? Let's understand. Okay, it's a programming language, okay, whose purpose is to work with this relational databases. Okay, that is relational. So relational databases means relational model of databases. Okay, so what I meant to say is to work with the data that is stored into the databases in this kind of tabular format, not to in order to perform some operations on the data which is stored into the databases using this relational model, that is using the tabular format. For such kind of thing, we need a language known as SQL language. Okay, it is known as structured query language. It's a programming language, guys. It's a programming language for relational databases. It's a programming language for relational databases. That means the databases which store the data in this kind of tabular format using the relational model. So such databases I am calling relational databases. So the programming language which is meant for this relational database, which is meant for working with this relational databases, is known as SQL. Okay, SQL is a programming language which is meant for performing operations on this kind of relational databases. We store the data into the database in this kind of relational model, that is tabular format. Okay, so that means, that actually means this SQL program works with which softwares? RDBMS softwares. Okay, relational database management system softwares. Okay, most of these RDBMS softwares by default will have this SQL. Okay, you don't have to install SQL if you have RDBMS software with you, because RDBMS softwares by default come with this SQL programming language, using which we can perform operations on this data that is stored into the database in this relational models. Okay, using this relational model. Fine. So stands for structure query language. SQL is for relational database, comes as a default feature in which softwares? RDBMS softwares like Oracle, MySQL. We will get this SQL by default. SQL software you don't have to install again, guys. Okay, for writing the SQL queries or whatever it is, for using the SQL programming language with the databases, you don't have to install this software separately because it comes by default with the RDBMS software. Okay, that's one thing you need to understand. Now, what are the different things we can perform? What are the different things we can perform using this SQL programming language? So guys, so what we can do here is let me take a new kind of fresh thing so that I can explain what are the different things. So we have at a high level we have DBMS, right? RDBMS. RDBMS software. Let's say we have RDBMS software. One brand. Let's take Oracle. Let's take we have some RDBMS software like Oracle software we have. Okay. As I already mentioned, by default SQL comes. Okay. SQL programming language or SQL software for programming for these databases comes by default with this RDBMS software. So Oracle software will by default have this default include this SQL, right? Structure query language software, okay, which has a programming capability of performing operations on the databases, data stored into the databases. So now using this SQL on this RDBMS and using this SQL which is there in this RDBMS software, what we can perform is we can first create a database. Okay, we can create databases, not only single database, multiple databases. Okay, we can create multiple databases inside this using the software. Using this SQL in this RDBMS, we can create multiple databases. There are several commands, guys. Okay, this SQL programming languages has several queries. You can say, you can simply say queries. Using these queries or commands, SQL commands are queries. Commands or queries, you can say. Using this SQL commands or queries, we can create databases. Okay, we can create databases. Fine. So what are these queries commands? I'm not going to explain this queries commands in this video session, guys. I'm going to cover this queries commands, SQL query commands. I'm going to explain in the upcoming videos. Okay, so upcoming videos, before I explain JDBC, I will explain this queries commands for you. Okay, I will explain SQL queries commands for you before I explain the JDBC concept, okay, of Java. Fine. So these queries commands perform different SQL query commands. These are SQL queries or commands. Using this SQL queries commands, we can perform different operations on the databases. Along with we can even create the database. Okay. Initially, there will be nothing. There will be nothing. Okay. Using this RDBMS software, we are using the SQL programming language in this RDBMS software. We'll first create. First step is to create the database. What is the next step? Once we create the database will be empty. Database will be empty. Then inside the database, we'll create tables. Why we have to create tables, guys? Because the data in this data in this RDBMS softwares, okay, the data in this databases of this RDBMS softwares will be stored in which format? Relational model, that is tabular format. That's why we have to create tables. That's the second thing. Okay, there are separate SQL commands or queries for creating the tables. Then next thing is we can, then what, guys? Now we have a database. Let's say we have this kind of design wise database will be represented like this. Okay, let's say this is a database, guys. Let's say this is a database. After you say create database, this kind of database will be created, right? This kind of database will be created. Once the database created, okay, once the database is created by using this SQL query commands, then inside this databases, we are going to create some tables. We can create any number of tables also, okay? And here we can create multiple database. First of all, using create database, we can create multiple databases also, okay? So we can, we can create multiple databases, and in the databases, we can create multiple tables. We can create multiple tables like this, okay? We can create multiple tables inside this database. Then inside that tables, we can insert data, okay? Inside these tables, we can insert data like Arun, okay? So Motori, some experience like this. All this kind of data we can enter. How to enter the data into the tables, guys? Okay, how to enter data into the tables? How it is possible? Again, for this also there are separate SQL commands. This we call as inserting data. Okay, inserting data into the tables of the databases using this SQL commands. Then we can modify the data. Okay, then we can modify the data. That means there are separate SQL commands for modifying the data. That means you can change this 12 to 13. Tomorrow, after 1 year, my experience will change from 12 to 13. I will go here and change it from 12 to 13, like that. If you want to update such kind of things, you have to modify the data. For modifying the data also, there are separate SQL commands. Then we have other things like retrieving the data. Retrieving the data. That means whatever the data that is stored into the database, if you want to get this out at particular point of time, then you have to use some SQL queries or SQL query commands for retrieving the data. For example, maybe some kind of UI application will be there. If you enter your first name and last name and some click on some button, some get experience button. Let's say this, there is some button like get exp button, okay, experience button. If you click on this button, so what happens is a SQL query will be triggered on this database, and it will bring this particular data, that is 12 will be printed on the screen. How this is happening on the UI? How this is happening on the UI? Because a SQL query command will be triggered to this database, okay, table in this database where this particular Arun Motori data is stored, and from there we are retrieving this 12. This kind of retrieval operations, okay, retrieving the data. That's known as retrieving the data, guys. Okay. For retrieving the data also, there are separate SQL queries or commands. Then deleting the data. Okay. Deleting the data, deleting the database, deleting the tables, like many more are there. Okay. You can whatever the data you inserted, you inserted or modify, you can delete it. Okay. You can delete this particular row or delete this entire table, or you can delete this entire database, like that. Many options are there. Okay, you can only delete a particular cell value or table or database, or okay, like that. Multiple databases, deleting all the stuff, delete operations are also there. For deletion also there are several SQL queries or commands. Okay, so guys, this is what actually SQL is. SQL actually provides us with the different commands or queries using which it's a programming language, guys. Okay, using these commands or queries which are provided by programming language, we can create databases, create tables, insert data, modify data, update data, and retrieve the data, delete the data, delete the table, delete the database, like that. Many things can be performed, and there are several other things, guys. Okay, this is what at a high level explained. Okay, but if you go to this SQL language, the SQL is very powerful that it can perform many other operations also. Okay, so which I cannot explain at this point of time. Okay, it is a very big subject, guys. Okay, fine. So this will be enough for your understanding. So guys, hope you understood different database concepts that are required for understanding the JDBC concepts, which I am going to cover in the upcoming videos. Okay, so in order to understand this JDBC, you need to understand what exactly the database is, what exactly the database management system software is, what exactly the data model is, and which model we have to focus, that is relational model, and which programming language we have to use for performing different operations on the data that is stored into the databases by this DBMS softwares. Okay, that is SQL. Okay, and what are the different operations this SQL can perform. So if you have this kind of high-level database concept knowledge, then we can move on to the next session where I'll explain the SQL for JDBC. Okay, whatever the thing that I explained here, I'm going to explain in detail in the next video session, guys. Okay, before I cover this JDBC, the upcoming videos, in the next video I'm going to cover the SQL that is required for understanding the JDBC. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 244 of Java for Tester series, that is SQL for JDBC. SQL for JDBC. So in order to understand the JDBC concept in Java, in order to understand this concept known as JDBC in Java, we have to first understand SQL. Okay, we have to first understand the SQL and its commands. We should be ready or understand how to use SQL queries or commands. So guys, in this video session, I'm going to practically demonstrate the different SQL queries or commands. Okay, so once you are good at this SQL query or commands, then you will be in a better position to understand this JDBC concept in Java, which I will be explaining in the next video session. Okay, in the next video session, I am going to explain the JDBC concept of Java, for which we need to be ready with this knowledge of SQL commands and queries. So in this video session, I am going to not only explain this SQL queries or commands, but also practically demonstrate them for you. Okay. So guys, let's get started with the SQL commands. The practical demonstration of the SQL commands. Let's get started with. So guys, so how to practice? So what is the best way to practice this SQL queries or commands? That is statements. You can even say statements. Okay. So the best place to start practicing this SQL statements, queries or commands is this website known as W3 Schools. Okay. So open your browser and search for W3 Schools practice SQL online. Just search for this thing, guys. Okay, W3 Schools practice SQL online. If you search for this term, then you will get different results. SQL tutorial W3 Schools, and the second link was like w3schools.com SQL try SQL. Okay, we need this link, guys. Okay, which has this try SQL. File name is equal to try SQL -op-in. You need to select this result, guys. Okay, which has this try SQL in the URL. Just click on this. You will be taken to a website or web page where you can see this is a web page, guys. Okay, this is a web page. So where you can practice the SQL. Okay, you can practice the SQL statements, commands, or queries from this web page. So let me give a brief outline or brief overview of this web page that this w3schools.com website is providing for us to practice. Okay, this is the best way to start practicing the SQL statements, guys. Here, guys, if you don't see this your database by default, okay, this section, if you don't see, just you will see this restore button. Okay, even though you don't see this section with these details, you can see this restore button. Just click on this restore button. Okay, whatever it is, if it is displayed or not displayed, just click on this restore button here and click on OK. Okay, so then you will be able to see all these tables. Okay, if you are not able to see these tables, then just click on this restore button, then you will be seeing these details. So guys, let me explain about this web page now. After clicking on the restore button, so let me start explaining. This w3schools.com, okay, is providing this web page where you can practice the SQL statement. That's correct. And for our practice, it is providing a database. There is no name mentioned here for the database. Okay, there is no name mentioned by the W3 Schools for the database that it is providing. Inside this database, okay, even though it's not providing any name for the database, as you can see, there are several tables. In this database, there are several tables available, right? Customers table, categories table, employees table, order details table, orders, products, shippers, suppliers, like that. Many tables are there inside this database of this w3schools.com. And each and every table has some data already inserted. Okay, there are like 91 records. Okay, so this data inside this whatever the database here will be in the tabular format. Okay, will be in the tabular format only. So in that 91 records are there in this customers table, whereas 8 records are in categories. The biggest table that we have here with biggest amount of data is this order details table, where we have 518 records of data. That means a table with number of rows as 5 each. Okay, that many columns will be there and lot of data will be there here. Okay, like that, w3schools.com is providing us with a list of tables with some data that is already inserted, so that we can practice, so that we can start practicing directly without actually having the need for creating the database or creating the tables. Okay, we don't have to start creating the database and create the tables and getting this data inserted in that. That is a very long process, right? But w3schools.com is making this task simple by readily providing this database having this many number of tables with this many number of data that is already inserted into these tables. Okay, fine. So let me clear out this text box. This is the place where you have to provide your SQL queries or statements, guys. Okay, then you need to click on this run so that this particular SQL statement or query will be executed. So let's work on this customers table, guys. Okay, which has like a reasonable amount of data, that is 91 records. That's good to get started with. So guys, let's start with some SQL queries or statements which actually work on this table known as customers table. So let's get started with the first thing known as select. Okay, so let's do something like fine. What I meant to say here is we'll do a lot of operations on the database. We are going to do a lot of operations on these tables that are there in this database. So the first type of operation that we would like to perform is retrieval. Okay, retrieve the data, like that. Retrieve the data from the tables. So for that, guys, SQL is providing a command known as select command. Okay, so in SQL there is a statement select command is there, using which we can create statements for retrieving the data from the databases. So let me start explaining in a practical way, guys. Okay, rather than theoretical. So select is a command. You can type select here. Okay, then you have to enter asterisk symbol. Okay, there is a symbol known as asterisk on your keyboard. You can see. Okay, you just have to provide asterisk symbol. Select asterisk. Here asterisk means all the columns in the table. Okay, all the columns in the table of this, all the columns in the any table. Okay, select star. You have to use another thing known as from. From which table? From customers table. Okay, if I put a semicolon at the end, guys. Okay, select star means all columns from customers table. Okay, this will retrieve all the data that is present under all the columns of the customers table. Okay, here asterisk stand for all the columns. Okay, so if this is a statement, guys, select retrieve all the data which is there under all the columns from the which table? From customers table. Okay, click on run SQL. You see all the data that is already inserted into this customers table, which is there under all the columns. Asterisk here means all the columns. You see all the columns got displayed. How many columns are there, guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 columns are there in total. So asterisk here means 7 columns. Customers. Okay, from customers table. So all the records from the customer table have been. So total how many are there? 91 are there. So 91 got displayed. So with all the data that is there under this table. Okay, under this table. So under customer ID, all the customer IDs are there. Under customer names, all customer names are there, like that. Okay. So like this, we can get all the data. Now, guys, I don't want the data to be displayed, okay, from all the columns. Rather, I would like to have some selective columns. I don't want all the column data from all the columns. I only want some selective column data to be displayed. For that, instead of asterisk, I'll give the select customer ID. Okay, the name of the column is customer ID. I want to display the data under the customer ID. then customer name, comma, okay, customer ID, customer name, and only country. I don't want all the other details like contact name or address or city or postal code. I don't want all these details. I only want customer ID, customer name, and country, guys. Okay, these three are enough. I don't want other remaining. Just give the proper names. Okay, COUNTRY. Okay. So select customer ID, comma, customer name, comma, custom country. Only this column data should be displayed from this customers table. Okay. If you run this, you see only three columns got displayed, guys. Whatever the columns we mentioned here, that is customer ID, customer name, and country. From which table? Customers table. Total 91 records. Okay, the same total 91 records got displayed, but the data has been displayed only from these three columns, that whatever the columns we have mentioned. If you mention #, all the columns will be displayed. If you specifically mention the column names, only the data from that specified column names will be displayed. Next thing is, next command or next statement, what we can try here is, let's go with a different statement, that is select star from, let's go back to the same statement, that is select star * from customers. Click on run. Select star from customers. That's nothing but star or #, whatever you can call. Okay. Then all the records from all the columns with all the data were displayed. Fine. Now I don't want all the data. Okay. I don't want all the records. I don't want all the 91 records to be displayed. Okay. But I want only the records of the customers. I only want the records of the customers to be displayed who actually stay in a place known as London. Okay. That is the customer. I only want the data of the customers who live in London, guys. That means city should be London. Here one London is there, another London is there. I want to filter out all the customer names or customers who are living in London city. Okay. So select start from customers. For that, in order to filter, we have to add something known as where. Okay. Where city. Which column, guys? Using which column we want to filter? City column. So we have to write select star from customer, select all data from all columns from the customer, where I want to filter the records by providing where city. Which column? City is equal to London. I cannot provide like this, guys. I have to provide the string value with single quotes here. Okay. If it is a string value, you have to provide single quotes, guys. Okay. So here London is kind of string. So I have to provide between the single quotes. That's the syntax. Okay. Select star from customers, where city is equal to, inside the single quotes, you have to provide the city that you want to filter with. Okay. All the customers who stay in London, will be displayed. Okay. Just click on run SQL. When I do so, how many records got displayed? Only 6. Because out of all the 91 records, or out of all the 91 customers, only these 6 customers actually stay in the city London. You see, city London, city London, city London, city London. Same time, you don't want the data from all the columns. You only want the data from customer ID, customer name, and the city only. Okay, you don't want the remaining data. Just replace this one. It's very flexible, guys. Okay, you can change whatever you want. Customer ID, comma, customer name, comma, city. That's it. Okay, only this column data will be displayed, and also the customers who stay in the city London will be displayed. Apart from that, remaining things will not be displayed. You see, only 6 records, and also these 3 columns. Like this, guys. Only the customers who stay in London got displayed with 3 column data only. Okay, like this, guys. We can customize the SQL statements. Fine. Next thing. So next example here is, I would like to again go back to the select star from customers. Okay. All the 91 records with all the data will be from all the data under all the columns will be displayed. That's fine. But I want to filter using the customer ID now. Okay. I want to filter using the customer ID. Earlier I filtered the details using the city, right? I have retrieved the customers who actually stay in the city London. But now I would like to get the list of the customers whose customer ID is 1. Okay. I would like to retrieve the list of retrieve the customers whose customer ID is one. Here in this table, each and every customer has their own ID. Okay, it's not duplicated, it's unique. So you are going to get at the final, when you run this statement, you are going to get only one record. Okay, but why I'm explaining this statement? You have to observe, guys. Here, the customer ID is a number. Number should not be provided in single quotes. Okay, it should not be providing like this. This is wrong. Okay, it should not be providing only string values. In case of city, London is a string where city is equal to London. If you provide that, that London should be provided in single quotes. But coming to the customer ID is a number. You should not be providing the customer ID or number inside the single quotes. Okay, that's the reason I am explaining this SQL statement. Okay, so run it. How many records? Only one record, because only one customer ID is there who is having the customer ID is one. Okay, only one record got displayed. Fine, guys. So that is about select command. Okay, and how to use the select command for retrieving the things. Along with select command, we have also used the from keyword and where keyword. Okay, for representing a lot of stuff. Okay, so fine. Now let's move to the next one. Before going to the next one, let's go back with the select star from customers, where we are going to get the 91 records. Now, guys, observe the country. Okay, observe the country. Observe the values data that is displayed under the country column of this customers table. Do you see any ascending order here? Germany is there, Mexico is there, Mexico again, UK. Random order is there. Okay, there is no proper order. Okay, there is no ascending order here. Okay, these customer records are being displayed as part of the country in a normal order. Okay, general order, but not any ascending order. But I would like to retrieve all these records from the customer table in the ascending order of the country. That is the requirement, guys. I would like to retrieve all the records from this customer table in the ascending order of this country. Okay. For that, we need to use something known as order by. Order by which column I would like to order. I would like to order by country, guys. Okay, country. And which order? Okay, I would like to order by country, but which order? Ascending order or descending order? Ascending order. For ascending order, you have to type ASC here. Okay. So select star from customers, order by country ASC. Means all the list of customers that are there in this customers table will be retrieved from the table in the ascending order of the country, guys. Okay, country column. So run this. You see, now we got 91 records. Observe that the under country, you see it started with A, B, C, D like that. Okay, till the last. Okay, whatever that is. So ascending order. What if I want to retrieve all this customer data from the customers table in an order of descending order by country only, but in descending order. Okay, for that DESC you have to say. Okay, descending. Select star from customers, order by country, DESC. DESC means descending. Run it. You see, all these customer records are now sorted by the descending order. First we came, then it goes on to the A like this. Okay, order by. This is how the order by works, guys. Okay, fine. That's how we have to use order by. Any column you can provide, guys. You want to retrieve the records of any columns in an ascending or descending order, you can do that. Okay, now let's insert some new data. Okay, so before doing that, select star from customers, run SQL. What will happen, guys? We got 91 records. How many records are there in customers table? Originally 91 records are there, but I'm going to add a new one. How to do that? I have to use something known as insert into. Okay, insert into. I have to type this insert into. This is a command, guys, SQL command. Which table I want to insert? I want to insert the data into a record into customers table. Customers. Okay, insert into customers. Then we have to use values. Okay, insert into customers, values we have to use. Values. Which values? You have to provide now. Okay, just provide the circular brackets, put a semicolon. Inside these values, you have to provide all the values. So 91 are there, so I will give something like 92. You see, if you go down here, existing table, only up to 91 is there, but I'm going to type 92 ID. Okay, based on the order of the this columns, you have to type, guys. Okay, insert into which table? Customers table. Which values? 92, comma, under customer name, I'll give my name. Okay, so Arun. Moturi. Okay, you have to provide in single quotes, guys. Okay, so string you have to provide in single quotes, whereas number you don't have to provide any single quotes. Contact name. Okay, so customer name is Arun Moturi. Contact name is, let's say, I'll give myself as Arun again. Okay, this is the contact name. Then address. Address I will say Silicon Valley. Single quotes again. Then city I will say Hyderabad. Then it's asking for pin code. Pin code is like number, so 5,81,000 without single quotes I will provide. Then country is India. Okay, like this. So all the details you have to provide. So all the column values I provided inside this values kind of thing. Okay. Now after putting a semicolon here, just click on run. You see, you have made changes to the database. Rows affected is one. Okay, one row got added, guys. Okay. How to check that? Again, let's go back to the select star from customers table. Okay. Now click on run. Now you'll get 92, guys. Earlier there were 91. Now we got 92. That means this 92nd record got added. That is Arun Motori, Arun, Silicon Valley, Hyderabad, 5,81 India, along with the customer ID 92. Okay. So like this, guys, we can use insert into command. Okay. Next. So let's say I don't want to insert all the, what I mean to say here is, here there are 7 columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't want to insert data into all the 7 columns. Only some columns only I want to insert. Okay. For that, I have to use the same insert into which table? Customers table. Which columns? I have to provide here. Okay. Which columns I have to provide, guys? I would like to only enter something like customer ID, comma, customer name, and only the country. That's it. I don't want to provide more than that. Okay. I will say values. Okay. Values. Now again put this. Inside this, you don't have to provide all the data now. Only this 3 column data you have to provide, guys. Okay. So this is only required when you want to provide, you want to insert the data into the table only under these columns. Okay. If you want to insert data into all the columns, you don't have to provide this part. Okay. The selected part. Values. Customer ID is, let's say already 92 is there now. Let's say 93, comma, customer name, let's say Varun K or something. Okay. Then comma, country, I will say India. Okay. India again. So click on run. Another row got added. So let's see how the data got inserted. Select star from customers, you have to say, for retrieving the data from the customers table. Click on run. Now 93 records. Let's go to the 93rd record, where you can see under the customer name is there. Under the contact name, only you see nothing is there. Null is there. Okay. Here also null is there. Again India is there. Only three columns we have inserted the data, 93, Varun, and country. Okay. Other than that, nothing is there. This is how it works, guys. Okay. Select star from customers. Then we are good at inserting now, right? We can insert the data into all the columns of the table, or we can insert the data into only specific columns of the table. Okay. That we are able to do. Now let's update the data, guys. Okay. Now let's update or modify the existing records in a database table. So for this, we have to use this command, update customers set, like this. Okay. So let's do it. That is, what is the command? Now select star from customers will get you 93 records. That's fine. If I say update, which table? Customers table. Okay. Update is a command for that, modifying the data. Okay. Customers table. Then we have to say set. You have to set what? Okay. I would like to set, let's go with the basic one, the first record itself. Okay. Or let's see something. Okay. So I will say set customer name is equal to Arun Motori. Let's try this, guys. Okay. Before I actually explain something, let's try this. Comma, another column. Okay. These are the 2 commands you have to use. Update which table? Customers table. And as part of that, you have to modify using the set command. Customer name as Arun Motori. Okay. And that will be good enough. Okay. Put the semicolon here. Okay, update customers table, set as customer name as Arun Motri. What will happen? What's going to happen, guys? So something wrong is going to happen, guys, because I'm saying update customers, set. I'm going to update the customers and I'm going to update the customer name as Arun Motri. But when I run this, if I run this, all the customer names will be changed to Arun Motri, guys. Okay, not the only single record, but all the records in this table will be updated. Just run it. How many records got affected? 93 records. Okay, if I say now select star from customers, all the customers will be Arun Motori only. Okay, you see, all the customer names will be Arun Motori. From starting to the end, everything is Arun Motori because I did a mistake, right? I should not be doing like that. That's not correct. Okay, I should not be doing that. So, guys, so I'm not able to get my data back, right? So, original data I want the original names that were there in the w3schools.com by default. Okay, since I did a mistake, all the names got updated like this. Okay, I'm not able to revert back. But don't worry, guys. w3schools.com is providing you an option to restore your database to the previous session. Okay. So when we have started working on this database here, whatever the records were there, if you want to get back, simple do one thing, guys. Just click on this restore button and say OK. Okay. Now run this query. Select star from customer. Just run this. Again, 91 records are there. You got your names back. Okay. Like this, guys. If you do some modifications to this table and you want to revert back, simply say simply restore the database and then run this query. You will get all the data back. Okay. You don't have to worry much. Now let's move to the another command, guys. That is update. Let's update it properly now. Update which table? Customers table. Okay. Which columns I need to update? I would like to update the columns like customer name is equal to as Arun Motori. And I would like to also update the country as India, but not all the rows. I don't want to update all the records this time. Okay, I would like to only update the record where customer ID is equal to 1. Only this record I want to update. Okay, so customer ID is 1 only for this first record only. Okay, so for this customer ID is equal to 1, I would like to update the customer name from Alfreds to Arun Motori and country is Germany to India. I would like to modify the data like this. Click on run. Okay, so I did a mistake here. I have to provide a proper table name. Customers I have to provide the small spelling mistake. Click on run now. How many rows affected? Only one row. Okay, that is the first row that will be affected. Now go back and select star from customers table. Okay, customers table. Click on run SQL. You see 91 records came. Again, you see first record got updated, guys. Okay, only the first record got updated with the name as Arun Motor in place of the previous name, and Germany got updated with India. So this is how we can update, guys. Okay, this is how we can update the data in the tables. Now let's move to the next one. So let's delete something. Okay, let's delete something. That is, let's delete. If I say delete from customers table, okay, and put a semicolon here, what will happen if I run this command, guys? Okay, if I say delete from customers, what will happen? All the records will be deleted, guys, because I'm not specifying any record here. Specific record I'm not specifying. So if I say directly delete from customers, all the records in the table will be deleted. Okay, table will become empty. Table will not be deleted, but all the records inside the table will be deleted, guys. Okay, table will become empty. That means 0 records will be there in the table. Click on run. You see rows affected 91. That means all the records got deleted now. If I say select star from customers and run this SQL, you will see that no result. That means all the records in the customers table got deleted. Okay, let's get back the records. How to get back the records, guys? You already know. Just click on this restore database. w3schools.com will take us to the previous, okay, previous point where all the data was there. Okay, that's fine. Now this time let's do the deletion properly. That is, I'll say delete from customers where I have to say where customer ID is equal to 1. What will happen in this case, guys? Only the records having the customer ID as 1 will be deleted. That means only this first record will be deleted. Remaining 90 records will stay. So run it. You see only one row affected. Now if I say select star from customers, how many records will come? Only 90 will come, only because out of 91, 90 were there, right? And one got deleted. So from customer ID 2, it got started. That means customer ID record having the customer ID as one got deleted, guys. Okay, that's fine. Now we can also do some other delete operations like delete from customers table, customers where city is equal to London. Okay, there are 6 records, right? Those 6 records will get deleted now. Run, they got deleted. Okay, select star from customers, run it. You will not see any London city in this. Okay, the records, the customers who stay in London got deleted completely now. Okay, like this you can perform the delete operations on the data inside the tables. Okay, so delete the existing records in the table. We are done with. Okay, so that's good, guys. We have covered, so far we covered very good number of commands in SQL. Okay, that's fine. But guys, there is a problem here. That is, if you are working with this w3schools.com, so they are allowing you to, let's restore the data again. Okay, so run it. They are giving you good number of data. They are creating the database for you. They are creating the tables. They have already provided these tables for you with all the data inserted. But what if I would like to create the myself? Okay, I would like to create the database myself. I would like to create the table myself. I would like to insert the data myself like that. Okay, can I practice here in w3schools.com? No, guys. Unfortunately, we don't have such options to create the database or create the tables or create the tables and database inside this w3schools.com. So for that, I would like to show you a solution, guys. Okay, where you can achieve that. Okay, not in w3schools.com, but outside w3schools.com. I would like to show you a solution using which you can create your own database, your own tables inside that database, and then insert the database into your own created tables. Okay, which is not possible in w3schools.com. Okay, so let's go there. Let's go there and do it. Okay, so that we can cover few more commands in the SQL, right? These commands are only for existing tables and database where you can perform different operations on the data which is already there in the tables and databases. Okay, but now I would like to show you how to create a database, how to create the table, and how to insert the data into your own tables, which requires a few other set of commands. Okay, we can learn other set of commands for that. For that, we have to do few things, guys. Okay, we have to set up the things. Okay, so far so good. Things were very good, but now let's set up the things so that we can create the database, create the tables and all. Okay, in your machine itself. Fine. So let's do something like that. Is let's download this exam. Okay. So for that, what you will do is you'll just Google search for download. Just Google search for this, guys. Okay. Just Google search for download exam. Okay, exam for Windows, because I'm using Windows machine. I will say download exam for Windows and search for it. You'll get a lot of links, guys. I generally trust this file hippo. Okay, I generally trust this file hippo. This is a trusted website. Okay, you don't have to worry. Okay, it has all the softwares which are very secured. You will not get any virus installed into your machine if you go through this link. Okay, this is a very trusted website, filehippo.com, where you can get a lot of softwares. Not only XAMPP, you will get a lot of softwares, guys. You can try it out when you are free. Okay, so file hippo, just download exam for the Windows. Click on this, and it will take you to this XAMPP page. XAMPP, the latest version of XAMPP is like 7.39, and it's free. And you can click on this download latest version. Okay, click on that. So click on close it, guys. It's not required. Okay, that dialog box is you can close it if it comes. Okay, otherwise ignore that. You see, XAMPP has started downloading. Okay, XAMPP has started downloading. So 8 seconds left. Let's wait for it to completely download. So we need to install and set up the things, guys. Okay, if you have to create your own database or your own tables inside the database, then you need to have such kind of softwares like XAMPP. Okay, which will make that possible. I will explain you how to install and all. After downloading, just go to the folder where it got downloaded. You say in my downloads folder it got downloaded here. So let's install this software, guys. XAMPP Windows. Okay, just double click on this installer file, exe file. So it's asking me like to select some yes button. So it's do you want to allow this app or not? So I'm just selecting yes. I should get a wizard now in some time. So something is there on my machine which is stopping this from installing. That is important because an activated registered. Okay. Okay. So let me do something and come back here. Okay, guys. Let me start again. Okay, just cancelled the installation. Okay, because I was getting a dialog and I was not able to understand the text on that. Now that's okay. I tried it out. It's not a problem. Let's get the dialog again. So let's double click again. Again, I'm have been asking to select S if you want to allow this app. Just I selected S on my screen. So the installation should start again. So Bitnami. Again, the warning came. That's not a problem, guys. If you also get this kind of warning, okay. So don't worry about this. Just select OK. That will be fine. You don't have to do much. And then you will get this installation wizard for XAMPP. Okay, welcome to the XAMPP setup wizard. Click on next. So it's asking you to select comment components. You don't have to worry much, guys. Select next again. Select a folder, the place where you want this particular XAMPP software to be installed on your machine. In the C drive under this XAMPP folder, it will be getting installed. I don't have to change anything here. Just select next. Okay, the selected folder is not empty. Maybe I have already installed XAMPP. Please select a different folder. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me go to my C drive where this XAMPP is already there, it seems. So if you are installing fresh, you will not get that kind of things. Okay, so let's see where exactly. Not getting anything here. So I will go to program files and see here whether I have XAMPP or not. Okay, XAMPP. It's not there. See program files XAMPP. Is there anything like XAMPP? No, nothing is there like XAMPP. Okay, I got it. What I did is like I was checking in a different location. Actually, it's saying that C XAMPP. Okay, not C program files. So I have to go to this folder directly. Under C drive directly, XAMPP folder is there in my machine. So let me go to my C drive directly and search for XAMPP. So because I have installed XAMPP earlier too, so that's why it's maybe coming. So let's delete it. See if it is going away. That's fine. Yeah, now XAMPP has been removed from my machine. My system is like fresh machine now. Okay, now let's see whether I can continue or not. Click on next. You see it's continue. Okay, if you are installing it for the first time, guys, you will not get that problem because I have tried XAMPP earlier also. Maybe some instance of XAMPP was left in my folder, so I have to clean it up before I go ahead. Okay, so that's fine. I have resolved it finally. Fine, learn more about the Bitnami. I don't want to learn anything about Bitnami, or just click next, unselect that and click next. Then now ready to install, like click next. Okay, so now XAMPP is getting installed in my machine. So let it install in my machine. It may take a while for it to get installed in my machine. Okay, let me pause. Okay, so it's almost done, guys. I have paused the video and resumed it so that you don't have to actually go through the complete progress here. So I just had to pause the video and resume it again. So we are left with some portion of installation, that is unpacking of files. So let's wait for it to completely unpack. Yeah, it's almost done. Okay. It's doing something. Yeah, completing the exam setup wizard. Okay. Do you want to start the control panel? Okay, it's not our machine's laptop's control panel, guys, not Windows control panel, but it is control panel of the XAMPP. Do you want to start it right away? No, I don't want to start it right away. Let me launch it myself. Okay, just unselect this and click on finish. That's fine. Now we have installed XAMPP successfully in our machine. Okay, now let's launch XAMPP. Okay, so how to launch XAMPP? Just type here XAMPP. Okay, just search for the XAMPP. I should be able to find it. I'm not able to find it. Yeah. Okay. So it's not there. It's not coming up. Maybe let me try again. XAMPP not coming from here. We have to do another way. Where we have to go to C drive. My C drive. XAMPP. Oh, where is that place? So guys, if you're not able to find XAMPP here again, okay, let's go back again and check again after some time. Yeah, I'm not getting any XAMPP here. So if it comes, that's fine. You can directly select from there, or you can come to the C drive XAMPP folder and then scroll down a bit where you can see this option known as XAMPP XAMPP hyphen control application. Okay, just directly under the XAMPP folder, it is there. Okay, so double click on this. It's asking you English or some other thing. I will say English and save. It has to launch from here, guys. Now, okay. So let's wait for it to launch. If it doesn't, then we'll do something. Okay, let's wait. It's not coming, right? So it's something got added here, guys. Exam control. Okay, double click here. Otherwise, maybe it's launching, guys. It may be a bit slow. Okay, so let's wait for it to launch. So you have to launch from here. Okay, when you double click, it's taking some time to launch. Let's give it some time to launch. Okay, already the icon came in my. Okay, here. Okay, the icon came here so that it's going to launch. Still not there. So let me try again, guys. Somehow it got not launched. So let me try again. Let me double click again. You say I'm getting it now. Okay, maybe you will get it for the first time, guys. I don't know why it didn't get me for the first time, but fine. You can keep trying until you can see this kind of exam control panel. Okay, that's fine. Now, as you can see, there are different modules here under this XAMPP. Okay, so why we have to install XAMPP, guys? Because we need this MySQL DBMS. Okay, RDBMS. Okay, it is a database software. MySQL is a database software, guys. Okay, where you can create databases. Okay, using this MySQL software, you can create databases. You can create the tables under the databases. You can insert data into those tables like that. Okay, so without this software, you cannot insert the data into the database. You cannot even create the database or insert anything. Okay, so we need such kind of softwares like MySQL kind of software, which is part of the XAMPP. Okay, so few people actually what they do is like they will install this MySQL separately, but I prefer installing this MySQL as part of XAMPP because it's kind of easy. Okay, when you install this XAMPP, you will by default get this MySQL module in that. So now you need to enable it. You have to start this MySQL, guys. In order to start, you have to start this MySQL now. Okay, just click on the start button to start this MySQL DBMS software, RDBMS software. Okay, just click on that. So MySQL has started and it is running on which port? 3306. Okay, so under 3306 port in my machine, this MySQL software is running. Okay, this software is running in 3306 port. So I'll explain what exactly this port means. Okay, so let me explain. So for example, guys, for example, I will take a real-time example. Let's say you went to a hotel. Okay, you went to a hotel there. You want to stay in a hotel, guys. Okay, this is a hotel. Let's say there is a hotel, and you want to stay in that hotel. And do you, when you go to hotel, do you stay in the complete hotel? No. Okay. So in hotel, there will be some rooms, right? There will be some rooms. There will be some different type of rooms in the hotel. And when you reach this hotel and ask for a room, you will be allocated with some room, right? Maybe you got allocated in this hotel to stay in this particular room. Okay. Let's say this room number is room number of this the room. the number of this particular room of this hotel is 3306, let's say. Okay, like this, guys. Just replicate the same thing with let's understand the same concept with the MySQL software, where this MySQL software is running in this 3306 port. Here port is nothing but the room, guys. Okay, in your machine, in your laptop or desk, computer or whatever it is. Okay, there is a port. Okay, port known as room port. Okay, in the 3306 port. Okay, this is your laptop. Okay, so with the real-time example, you can now understand what exactly the port means. Okay, this software will not run in the complete system, rather it will be running on a particular port. Okay, isolated port, you can say 3306 port. Your port number is, or SQL is running, MySQL database software is running in which port? 3306 port. So in order to access the laptop, we have to say localhost in our browser. Okay, so if you open your Chrome, any browser like Chrome browser, and say localhost. This is a complete laptop. Okay, this is nothing but the IP address of your laptop. If you are trying to access from your own machine, okay, you can simply say localhost. Localhost means http :/localhost, like this. Okay, localhost. This is nothing but localhost. So there is nothing running on your localhost. Okay, that's fine. But in this localhost, if you say colon, what is the port number, guys? Port number is 3306. Okay, 3306, and press enter now. Okay, still it's not running, it seems. TP : :localhost : 3306. Nothing is running, but this is a port number. This is a port number, guys. Okay, this is a port number where MySQL is running. Okay, you don't have to actually uh, get some result here. That's fine. But I'm just explaining what's happening in your machine. Okay, so you can access the port using that kind of URL. Okay, so localhost. This is by default. This is localhost under port number 3306. Localhost means complete laptop under port number 3306. Okay, fine. So like this, guys, that's fine. So this is running in 3306 port. Now hope you understood what exactly the port number is. Okay, so if you are accessing this kind of things, this MySQL from a different machine or a different laptop, then instead of, in place of the localhost, you have to provide the IP address of this machine, guys, where this MySQL is running in this port. Okay, IP address : 3306 you have to say. Okay, 3306 you have to say. Fine, that's fine. Now, guys, let's go ahead. Okay, under XAMPP, under this XAMPP, there is some folder. Under XAMPP, there is a folder known as under C drive. Let's come from beginning. C drive. Let's find the XAMPP folder. Under XAMPP folder, we will see something known as MySQL. Open that MySQL, guys. Okay. After you start this MySQL, then only you have to go here, guys. Okay. Windows XAMPP MySQL. Then what is there? Bin folder. Okay. Just open the bin folder. Under the bin folder, okay. So you need to start something. Okay. You need to start this MySQL. Okay. You need to start something that is nothing but MySQL database system. Okay. You have to start something from here. So don't worry anything about that. You have to start something like MySQL only, I guess. Okay. Just is there any MySQL here? Yeah, this one you have to start. You need to start this application. Okay. From this bin folder, you have to start this application. You should not double click here, guys. Rather, where this MySQL application is there, just select this path and type CMD, guys. Okay, and press enter. So what will happen is your command prompt will open at the same location. Okay, that is C XAMPP MySQL bin. You see, C XAMPP MySQL bin. Okay, you don't have to type this path again. If you can directly go to this path and select this and say CMD and press enter, you'll be taken to this path. This is what we needed. Now we can type MySQL. Okay, we need to use this application, MySQL application. So you'll say MySQL. Okay, MySQL. What's the command? MySQL -u root, I have to say. Okay, what does this mean? MySQL is application. Okay, -u means username. U stands for username. Root is a username. Okay, by default, when you install MySQL using this XAMPP, by default, the username for this MySQL for connecting to this MySQL will be what, guys? Root only. Will be root. Okay, so there will not be any password, guys. Okay, just press enter. Okay, let's press enter here. You see, Welcome to which DB? MariaDB. Monitor commands. Okay. So fine. MySQL MariaDB is there, something like that. Okay, fine. So we have been logged into we have connected to the MySQL now. Okay. Now we can perform operations, but there is one thing left, guys. Okay. I don't have any password for this MySQL, right? For this particular DBMS, I want to set a password. Okay. For that, we need another command, guys. Okay. For setting the password, we need another command. So for that, here we are able to log in without any password, MySQL-u root, but we need to set the password. Okay, before performing or creating any database or creating any tables or any other things inside this DBMS, MySQL DBMS. Okay, you have to set the password. Then only it will allow you to. Otherwise, it will not allow. So what I will do is I will start fresh day again, close it, again go to the same path. That is C drive, XAMPP folder. Okay, C drive, XAMPP folder, MySQL, and in that bin folder where you will find this MySQL. Is that MySQL again? Yeah, this one. Okay. So you need to go to this path again, type CMD and press enter. The command prompt will open from this location. That's fine. Now instead of typing MySQL -u username or something, we'll type a different thing like MySQL admin.exe. Okay. MySQL admin.exe -root. I'll say. Okay. MySQL. What is that? MySQL. It will be there here also, guys. You can find it. Okay. So MySQL admin. You have to find that. This one, guys. MySQL admin. You have to type MySQL admin.exe. It's an application.exe. You have to say -u. You have to provide the username. What is the username? By default, it's root. Okay. And say -p. -p means password. Now you want to set the password, guys. You don't have to provide the password here. Okay. You have to type up to here, guys. MySQL admin.exe -u root -p. Press enter. So it's not working. So something gone wrong. Sorry, I gave wrong. I should not say -p there. It's wrong. I have to say password. Okay. That's it, I guess. Okay. So just password and press enter. Okay. You should not say -p. Okay. I just wrongly misleaded you. MySQL admin.exe -u root. Password is, I want to set the password for this username. That is, password is root. ROT and press enter. Okay. Confirm new password. Again, give the same password. I'm just giving the same password as root, guys. Okay. You can give any password. That's up to you. But I want to remember it as root. So that's fine. Press enter. So you have just set the password now. Okay. You have now set the password. Now, guys, after you set the password to this MySQL DB, now you can log in. How to log in? The same command, guys. MySQL -u root is a username, -p root is a password. Okay. Or you have to say only up to here, I guess. Let's see what it will say. Yeah, up to -p only I have to type. Okay. I should not be typing the password here. Okay. So up to MySQL -u -root -p. Then it will ask for the password. Okay. In order to connect to this MySQL, it will ask for the password. So I will say root here. Whatever the password I have set here, that will be asked here, guys. Okay. So enter. That's it. Okay. Now we got properly connected to MariaDB. Okay. Now, guys, in this DB software, I would like to create some database. Okay. So I'd like to create some database. So after connecting to the database, so I would like to find, are there any default databases in this MySQL software? Okay. Are there any default? So for that, there is a command, guys, show databases command. Okay. So this is the SQL command, guys. Okay. We are back to the SQL now. Show databases is a command to check whether show databases is a command to check whether are there any existing databases inside this MariaDB or MySQL. Okay, just press enter. Yes, there are some existing databases. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Already there are 5 databases under this MySQL. Now what I'm going to do here is I would like to create my own database. Okay, I don't want to use the database. I would like to create my own database here. For that, there's a command known as create. Okay, create database. Create. These are SQL commands again. Okay, for creating the database. create database. With which name I want to create? I would like to create the database with some name like QFox and press semicolon here, enter semicolon and press enter. You see, query okay, one affected it's saying. Now let's show the data. Let's see whether the database has been added to the list or not. Okay. Yes, it got added. Okay, QFox got added here, guys. Okay. Similarly, let's create another database. There is a reason why I'm creating another database here. Database, let's say with the name, my name, Arun. Okay. Press enter. Again, say show databases. So you will see database, but I don't want this Arun database. Okay, I want to delete it. Okay. So I have created two databases now. One database I created is QFox. Another database I created is Arun. But I want to delete the Arun database. So for that we have command known as drop database. Which database you want to drop? That means which database you want to delete? That is Arun database. Okay, enter. So it's saying nothing. So let's see what's whether the database got, yes, the database got deleted, guys. Okay, earlier Arun was there. We have deleted it successfully. Like this, guys. I want to work on this QFox now. Okay, out of all this database displayed here under this DBMS, I would like to only work on the QFox. I don't want other databases to be worked on. So for that, what I will use, I will use a command. Okay, SQL command known as use. Okay, out of all this database, I want to use, what is that? Use directly I have to say QFox. Okay, use this database known as QFox. So now you see earlier MariaDB, which database? No database. So whatever the database I created, that got added here. That means under this software, under QFox database, I am working now. Okay, like that you have to choose the database. Now let's create some tables, guys. Okay, so before creating any tables under this database, I would like to see whether there are any tables under this database or not. So show tables I have to say. Okay, show tables is a command, it's a SQL command. No, there are no tables. Okay, it's a very fresh database that you have created. Under this new database there are no tables. Okay, now let's create some database. Now let's create some tables. How to create the tables, guys? So this is the syntax, guys, for creating the tables. Okay, create table, some table name like employee, yeah, employee is fine. So with columns, which columns have to create? Say, let's say column like name, okay, or you can give like employee name if you want a EMP name. Employee name, I have to say where of varchar. Okay, I have to say varchar in capital letters. I have to provide. Okay, varchar, and then the length, the size of this column. Okay, the maximum 50 characters you can enter as the employee name. Okay, that's why we mentioned 50 here. Similarly, in the table, we'll create another column that is name, location, experience are the three things, guys. Okay, let's create them. Location. Location. Again, varchar. This is also string. For why I'm saying varchar? Because if I want to enter strings, I have to say varchar. Okay. So here location is also string. I have to say varchar, and in that again I am giving the size of that string to be 50 max. Okay, max size is 50. Then what is that? Experience. Experience, I don't want to make it a string, so I will add integer. Okay, I will say integer, I guess. Okay, integer. Okay, integer like this. Okay, so if it is varchar means a string, otherwise integer. Sorry. Okay, just wrongly pressed that. That's fine. It's continuing. Just provide this and press enter. Okay, so this will be enough, I guess. Let's see. That's it, guys. So just put a semicolon here. Enter. So now let's say show tables. Show tables. Yeah, there is one table. Let's delete the table, guys. Let's drop the table. Let's create it again. Okay, so for that I am saying drop what is the table name? Employee, right? So how to drop it? Drop here. For dropping database we have drop database Arun. For dropping the tables we have drop table. Which table? Employee table. Okay, again say show tables. Whatever the table we added will not be there. You see, under this QFox database, no table is left. Let's create the table again. Create table employee. Employee name varchar 50, comma, location again varchar, again 50 is the length, then experience, employee experience is of integer type. So just close it here itself now. Okay. So press semicolon and press enter. Okay. Now again say show tables. Now the table will be added again. You see there is one table inside this QFX database like this. Now guys, let's enter some data into this table. Okay. Now let's insert some data into this table. How to do that? How to insert guys? There's command known as, we already know this, right? Insert into. Insert into which table? Employee table. Okay. I want to enter data into all the columns. So I will directly say values. So employee name, I will say Arun Moturi. Then in the single quotes I have to provide. And employee location is, let's say, Hyderabad. Then employee experience is 12. Okay, integer. Put a semicolon, press enter. One row affected. Show table. So how to retrieve the data? How to see the whether the data got added into the table? As already explained in this video, you have to say select star from which table? Employee table. Okay. You see, this is the table. Now let's add more data, guys. Okay. How to insert more data into the employee table? One record got inserted already. Okay. Let's insert more data. That is Varun. Okay. Varun K something. Okay. Random thing. I will say Delhi. Experience 10 years. Put a semicolon. Okay. If I now say select star from employee, you will see two records now. Okay. Two records got added. Okay. Under employee, you see employee table, you can see two records are there. Okay. Now insert another row or data into this table. Values, I have to say Tarun. Okay. Bapati or something, comma, Bangalore. Experience is 5 years and say semicolon. Okay. I didn't miss anything. No. What is that missing? Insert into insert into employee values. Everything was correct, but oh, I missed it. You see, there is something like Tarun Bapati was there, so I provide starting, but I forgot to provide the ending. Okay, so how to do that? Control C. Yeah, I came out. Okay, so okay, as there was no option, I have to come out of it. Okay, so it says bye again. Okay, so let's again connect MySQL -u root -p. Last for the password. Again give root. That's fine. I just making some mistakes. You can also learn from them. That's fine. After connecting, I would like to, what is that guys? What we have to check? Show databases. Are there any databases already? Yes. QFox is already there. So I would like to use QFox. So now I switch it to QFox. Then I will say show tables. Yeah, employee table is there already. Now I will say select star from employee. Select star from employee table. Only two records were there. I was trying to add the new record. I did some mistake, so I have to come out of that thing. Insert into employee values. What is that value? So I said Tarun Bapati, right? Sorry, Tarun Bapati. Then location, I said Bangalore. Then experience 5. Put a semicolon, press enter. Okay. Now say select star from employee. Enter. Okay. You see, now we have 3 records added into this employee table. Okay, of this database known as QFox. Like this, we can create many databases, many tables under the databases like that, guys. Okay, so have practically demonstrated many other SQL commands as part of this whole installation of this this XAMPP and SQL, MySQL in our machine, right? So by default, using W3 schools, you will be able to only perform few. You can only practice few SQL commands. But if you install your own software and your own database in that and your own table in that, okay, you can perform a lot of other commands. Okay, whatever the commands I explained, okay, all these things you can perform, use, show, drop, and a lot of things are there, right? So like this, guys, this will be enough, guys. This will be enough if you, this kind of SQL knowledge is enough for your learning of JDBC, which I am going to explain in the next video session. But still, if you are very much interested in trying to find out other SQL commands, okay, this is not the end to the SQL commands, okay. I explained most of the SQL commands, but I didn't cover all the commands because this is not the correct context to cover, okay. We'll go out of the context. So that's the reason, guys. If you still want to what do you mean? If you still want to practice more SQL, then just go through this website, that is W3 Schools SQL. Just search for this W3 Schools SQL. You'll be taken to the SQL tutorial of W3 Schools, where you will see a lot of contents on the left side, right? Apart from whatever I explained, there are a lot of other things. Okay, you can learn complete SQL from here. So guys, if you really want interested in learning more SQL, you can start from here. Okay, that's fine. Then next, that's it, guys. That's it about this SQL for JDBC. This kind of SQL knowledge will be enough for your JDBC learning, which I will be covering in the, okay. I'll be explaining JDBC in the next session, next video session. Okay. So far so good, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye.